Oh, okay, okay, my mic is working. Hello, Mutsu. Mutsu. Oi. Feels nervous. Feels shy. Crying. Waves back. I've never played. You're kind of soft. Okay, wait, let me... Am I still soft? Am I still soft? I need to... There's this person on... A bit clear. Okay. I was like looking away from the mic. There was like someone on Twitter that was like, I will help you with your what's it called? I will help you with your mic setup and whatnot. If you pay me $30. And I was like, oh, I might do that. Because I don't know how to set up mics and shit. It's kind of hot. Okay. I'm nervous because of $30. Yeah, but I'm really bad at like, I don't know how to do mic shit. Like, I don't know what sounds good. Even when people are like, oh yeah, the bass, it hits. I'm like, what the fuck is the bass? I don't know. I might turn on the aircon. I don't know. But anyways, feels nervous. I've never played, I don't know. I'm not used to playing, like, I know it's not like a dating sim. I'm not used to playing visual novels, so it feels nervous. My friend is a big fan of this game and they told me to tune in. Oh, yeah, my friend is a really big fan of this game and told me to play it. And I was like, okay, I'll play it. Feels nervous. Procrastinating. Stalling. Procrastinating. You got this thing. So I'm probably gonna be shy for a part of it. I don't know. I'm not used to being the person that makes decisions in like romance stuff. I haven't really played romance stuff until like since like Missing Messenger. Feels nervous. First time for everything. That's true. That's very true. Ah. Okay. Wow. I can stand next to Cobalt. Okay, anyway. His booty is kind of like, it's got like curve to it. Can I put my cursor on this screen? Oh shit. I don't know what happened. My cursor isn't showing for me again. It was I fixed it earlier. His booty bouncing. It is bouncing. I fixed it earlier because what's it called? My computer crashed basically. So then like before it crashed, I fixed it so that I could see the cursor while I'm in the screen. I don't. Wait. Let me troubleshoot again. Crying. Oh. I think. What did I do last time? Cursor not appearing on screen when playing game. Maybe it's an OBS thing. Oh, I think this might be the thing that I did last time. I guess my OBS settings didn't save when I did it earlier because my computer crashed. Okay, I can see my mouse now. But yeah, the booty is like very. It's giving. I don't know what's giving, but it's giving a lot. Anyways, okay. Sweating. Oh, the flowers are so cute. Welcome to our life, beginnings and always. I always say it wrong when it's like, I was like, oh, forever and always. And it's like, no, it's beginnings and always. I'm like, okay, I was stupid. Anyway, our life tutorial time. Okay. There are various ways you can customize and interact with the game. The tutorial is an overview of how certain features work. You can read the full tutorial from the main menu to learn about everything in detail. Start off, the game is divided into 4 time periods called steps. Step 1, childhood. Step 2, adolescence. Step 3, young adulthood. And step 4, adulthood. Oh, okay. I've seen pictures. Our life is further divided into sets of vignettes that take place during specific periods of time. These are called moments. Moments can be played in any order or skipped entirely. You move on to the next step whenever you want by selecting that summary's ending. Ooh. Steps 1 through 3 include 5 moments each, and even more can be unlocked by purchasing DLCs. Oh, I have the DLCs because my friend gave them to me. Ho, ho, ho. Anyway, some are out now, and other DLCs will release later on. I think all of them are out, probably. Step 4 is an epilogue and doesn't include moments. Oh, okay. That's nice of your event. Yo, my friend is the best, that's my bestie. A lot happens over the years that go by, especially in regard to the character you play as. You determine nearly everything about the main character: name, appearance, personality, pronouns, interests, skills, their relationships with the main characters, and so on. You can decide to change the details as time goes on, with a few exceptions. Your last name, skin tone, and eye color can't be altered once set. Oh, okay. Much of MC's base traits are determined on a character creation screen. As the MC grows up, more options become available on the screen. As mentioned, one of the decisions you'll get to make for your character is selecting a name. You can type in any name you like, or you can pick a preset name. Preset options are called voice names because the name will be voiced aloud by the romantic lead. Oh. Oh. You'll get to hear him say your name as you play through the story. Oh. Only the default name Jamie is included in the base game. Hundreds more can be added by getting a free voice name expansion DLC. I don't remember if did I download this? Open Steam. The full collection of names is separated out as DLC because of how large it is. If you're not interested in that feature, you don't need to get it. I wonder how big it is. Important. It is important. Let me look. DLC. Browse. Oh, I didn't download it. Oops. It's okay. I'm downloading it now. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna move this over here so I can see it better. Keep clicking into the screen. Jazz, Jeannie, Jeff, Gemma, Jen, Jennifer, Jenny, Jess. Wonder. Okay. How do I? I wonder if I have to reset it in order to have it download. Maybe it's already downloaded. I don't know. Probably. Oh, okay. Each name in the DLC belongs to or was selected by someone who supported this project. Wow. On the character creation screen, there's a cute doll you can decorate to get an idea of what your MC looks like with the different traits put together. Ooh. Not all the things you decide about the MC appear on the doll. The script referencing what you decide for the MC is the main way those decisions influence the game. Our life has a first-person perspective, so your character doesn't appear next to the other character sprites. You only see the MC as the decorative doll and in special cut-in CG images. The cut-in CGs only appear if certain choices are made. It's possible not to see any during a playthrough. Imagine you play through the entire thing and you don't see any of the CGs. There are also a second type of special MC based screen, the interest comfort screen. That's probably if you go like a platonic route and then you don't see any of the romantic moments with Cove. Interest comfort screen. Unless you get DLCs, the game has one love interest, Cove Holden. He grows up with the MC, and the interest comfort screen is crucial for determining how that plays out. Oh. Interest level sets how much you like him. Oh. There are 4 levels: disinterest, fond, crush, and love. Oh. Love is only available starting in step 3, and if you were at fond or crush in step 2. Oh. Wow, no enemies to lovers. Comfort determines how you generally react / think when it comes to him. Oh. There are 3 levels. Nervous. Oh, that's me. Relaxed and direct. I'm nervous. Your level of interest and comfort will set the type of dynamic your character has with the love interest. What you did in the past will influence the present, and feelings can change over time. You get to pick your interest/comfort near the beginning of every step. Oh. Comfort can switch between the 3 levels as you please. Your interest level can only stay the same or increase. Wow. Your current level of interest will become the new lowest option on the screen in the future. You can never go back. For example, if you decide to be fond in step 1, this interest will not be available on the screen in steps 2 and 3, which will make fond the bottom level option for your relationship. Interest level has an impact when it comes to physically interacting with Cove. While growing up, things are rather simple. Oh, okay. If you get along with one another and have a close relationship, you can choose to touch him. And Cove will occasionally interact with the MC in lighthearted or comforting ways. But starting in step 3, touching can become more romantic or suggestive if you are at crush or love. Okay. It's being laid out so directly. Are you good, Joony? No. Okay. To make sure things go nicely with that, there will be an extra choice to determine initiative level, and a bonus mini tutorial that goes along with the choice to explain the feature in more detail. Okay. Wow. Basically, if you decide you like Cove, the game won't force you to act on those feelings. Oh, okay. Wow, just like in real life. You can always choose not to get together with him, choose not to accept or give romantic gestures, etc. If you do decide to date Cove, though, you can't break up with him later. They're like, you're stuck with this. Interest, comfort gets the basics down, but it's the choice. Oh, maybe that's so that they didn't have to do branches where it's like you were together and then you broke up and then you guys are awkward together. I feel like that'd be so sad. Interest, but this also be kind of interesting. Interest/comfort gets the basics down, but it's the choices that appear throughout the normal game events that decide what actually happens between MC and Cove. Oh, okay. And it isn't only the MC who's impacted. I thought it was like gonna say it isn't only the MC who's interested in Cove. I was like, oh, we gotta fight for the boy. Who's impacted by your decisions. Cove grows and changes over the years. How he's treated and what he experiences help shape who he becomes. Oh. In steps 2 and 3, Cove's personality, appearance, and interests will vary based on what happened in the previous step. It's something of a mystery exactly how your decisions end up changing him. You can try to guess as you go along. Or if you prefer, you can also just design your own ideal Cove directly using the Cove Creator option that pops up at the beginning of steps 2 and 3. Strokes chin. I'm kind of curious how he'll turn out, so I'll try not to edit him. My friends likes letting the game decide. Making the choices you want is always more important than making a choice because you feel like you have to in order to get a certain result. Oh, that's how it feels like in real life too. I was like, oh, that's true. I need to listen to that more. I remember back in Persona 5 and like when I was playing Mystic Messenger, it's like, oh, okay, I would kind of sometimes look up what the character wants me to say so I get more points. Or like so I get that route and I'm just like, okay, tries to avoid doing that. I can't look up spoilers. When a choice does appear, usually you'll see that hovering the cursor over an option shows a certain color, yellow, blue, or green. The colors aren't related to specific points or effects, they're only there to give a bit of insight on the tone/emotion of choice, since text alone can potentially be read in more than one way. Oh. Blue tends to be casual and straightforward, yellow more emotive/reactive, and green less certain/uncommitted. Though there are hundreds of options in our life and not every choice menu falls in line with that pattern. Oh. Picking just one color every time doesn't give a gameplay benefit, only stick to a certain type if that's what you happen to like, otherwise switch between them freely. Always pick yellow, never pick yellow, pursue romance right from the start, never romance the love interest, be it disagreeable or amiable, none of them will lead to a bad ending. Oh, okay. You're welcome to enjoy the events and shape the story without reservation, and then if you like, you can play again to try something new. My friend played like every route, I think. Or like, they got all the achievements. Wow. There's only ever more good content to discover. We hope you'll have a nice time with our life. Thank you for playing. The tutorial is so cute. Okay, let me move a little bit to the side because I am a bit in the middle. I'm but ahead. I might have to move later too. Voice name. Oh yeah, let me see if the thing. Oh, okay. Let me. Ah, wait. Oh shit. Did it wrong. Okay, wait. Okay, let me restart it so that the voice names appear. Screaming. Okay. I think it updated because I think it updated. Let me see. Let me look at the DLC again. Oh, Kobe's so cute. Small guy. If I look at the DLC for the game, browse all. I'm also nervous because I'm not used to being not horny, but like I'm not used to being like what's it called? Fangirly ish. Vocally. I get nervous. Oh, okay. Did I do it? Start opening the game up again. Let me see if that wait, what did it say? I think no, right? Okay. Didn't do it yet. Okay. Oh, is it? Wait. Do I own our life on this account? I might have to switch accounts and then download it. Uno momento, por favor. Wah. Wah. No worries. Thank you. Crying. Also, it's really hot in my room. I might turn on the AC. I also need to put my laundry in the dryer, but I'll do it later because I'm kind of lazy. Browse all. I think I did it, but it's still not appearing, so I'm kind of confused. Because I switched accounts too. But when I click download, it just opens up the game DLC info. Voice names free installed. It says it's installed, but it's not showing up in my game. Oh, I'm stupid. I have to click the ABCDGF. What the fuck? I thought that like what's it called? It's because when you okay, let me switch back to my other Steam account. Okay, I'm just a little stupid. That's why. Okay. Character creation screen voice name section didn't update. I didn't realize that you're supposed to click on the alphabet options at the top. So I think they were just there, but because I wasn't clicking on anything, I just thought it said Jamie the entire time. I was like, oh, I guess Jamie is the only option. Okay. I'm switching back my Steam. Also, I'm gonna turn on the AC. It's fucking hot. You know what I hate? I hate when it's like when it's cold outside and it's hot inside, and then it's like, why is it hot outside and cold inside? Or why is it hot inside, cold outside? I'm like, if it's cold outside, it should be cold inside too. I don't like sweating. Okay. Microwave. Okay, let me see. Okay. New file. Okay. Yeah, because I was just here and then I wasn't clicking on the other options. I was just like, oh, nothing's here.
Jamie.
Wait, can you... Is there... Wait, I can't hear them say the names. Okay, I'm sorry if this like suddenly turns out being super loud.
Jamie.
It's so hard to hear.
Anna Maria.
Anna Maria! Why is it so quiet? Oh! That's really...
Anna Maria.
Oh, okay, that's way louder. Okay, I can hear. I can hear shit. I was like, what? There's so many names. There's so many backers.
Letitia. Joy. Huli.
I thought this was gonna say Julie.
Julia.
He's all small sounding.
June.
I might pick June. Oh my god. Is it too loud now?
June.
June. I might do this one because it's like Junie, but it's June.
Ulema. Illidan.
His voice is so cute. He's so small.
Isla. Leanne.
Interesting names. Yeah.
Kai. Leon.
Sorry, I was just thinking about Resident Evil Leon. I wonder if there's a Kennedy in here.
Cosmo.
Oh, so cute.
Ken.
Oh, that one's really
Ken.
what's it called? Breathy.
Kendi.
It's almost Leon Kennedy. Okay, anyways, okay.
Janice. Mary Elizabeth.
You're so cute. Someone's name is
Story.
okay.
V. Vi.
You're so cute. Okay. I'm done.
Jaden.
Oh my god, just like Yu-Gi-Oh. Okay, anyways, okay. You're so cute. Okay, calm down. Okay.
June.
Okay. I don't know what to. Okay, we'll pick. This is why I didn't like stream or do many things. It's because like I like what's it called? I'm about coming up with names. Reinz. Oh, okay. I always feel like I make my characters too pale, or like what's it called in character creators. I always like accidentally make them too pale. I think like I have bad, like, you know, on cameras where like they have like white balancing, where like, you know, they'll like set like what like white is, so that it knows like what everything else like kind of sets it to everything. I don't know if you know what I'm saying, but like I feel like my white balancing in my head is kind of off or something. Like I always make my characters like too like paler than I think that they are going to be. So then it's like I have like a character in 14, like Final Fantasy 14, where I made them pale, and then like I think like when they're in the sunlight they're kind of blinding because like they're a little too pale. So I will try not to do that. Oh my, yeah. It's not intentional. Aw, he's so cute. Okay, wait, I need different hair. Ah, this one is cute. Okay, not, well, I mean, not the front of the hair. The front, it's kind of giving mullet right now. But like I'm just, oh, the ponytail is cute too. Okay, anyways. Ah, the ponytails are cute. Okay, I need different bangs because that it's giving mullet. Oh, this one is cute. This one is cute. Okay, parted 2. This one is also cute. Okay. Help, it's Mystery from K-pop Demon Hunter. Okay. Wait, she. Oh, this is me as a kid. Bowl cut. Okay. Lutza, do you know if you can change your hair every year? Or not every year, but every step? I'm like, do I give her my childhood hair? Yes, okay. Childhood hair, bowl cut. Okay. Purple hair. Oh, it's too bright. Okay. Imagine though, it's just like from a young age you're already very punk. Okay. I color black, brown. The brown is too bright, I think. Wow. Okay, we'll just do purple. Hee hee hoo hoo. It's fantasy. We can do whatever we want. Hee hee hoo hoo. Eye shape, oval, sharp. Sorry, this is kind of like reminding me of like when you're like kind of sleepy or something. Okay. This one is cute. Okay. Round 1. Round 2. Round 1. Okay, I might go with this one. Sorry, what's it called? This just reminds me of Powerpuff Girls sometimes. Okay, round 1. No, that's pointed. Round 1. Oh, so cute. Okay, we'll go around because we're young. Okay. Okay, I think we're done. Change page. Oh, there's more. Where? I feel like this one's probably being covered somewhere. Oh! Wow, it's so cute. Okay. Hand size. Oh. And like looks at my hands. I feel like I have medium hands. Chubby, slender, medium, glasses. Oh, flashbacks. How accurate does this need to be? Oval 2, circle 1, circle 2, Harry Potter. Okay, rectangle, rectangle 2, half oval 2, none. I mean, technically, I feel like at this age, I don't know if I had glasses. So maybe we can have one step without glasses. Imagine it's like you have glasses and then like, what's it called? You have glasses and then like in the what's it called? In the story, and then like you're getting bullied in the story, and because you have glasses, they take your glasses. Or you could have a bonding moment with Cope just because you have glasses. Wow. Um, no pants, no skirts, no dresses, no shirts, nudity. No kidding. Can you just click everything? Oh, you can't. Okay. Hopefully not all at once. Bracelets, watches. I remember when I was younger, I would wear bracelets a lot. I would also wear watches a lot. I'll just go with everything. I feel like I would get like scrapes on my knee when I was younger. Okay, I think we're done. Ah! Okay, sorry. I'm just like, it's happening! It's happening! Okay, anyways. Okay, calm down. Summer in Sunset Bird was a special time of year. Your usual sleepy town began to bustle. Oh, cute. It was a popular tourist destination with people coming from all over to enjoy the beach, the weather, and the relaxation that came with both. Wow. Honestly, I've never really liked the beach because I'm germophobic, so then the sand just gets everywhere, and then there's tons of bugs on the beach, and then like I'm scared of insects, so then it's very, I don't know. I always feel bad because I feel like I have a lot of things that like ruin how like perfect things are, or not perfect things are, but like how like it like ruins the enjoyment of certain things because I overthink things a little too much. Anyways, I don't know, like if you're on the beach and then you almost step on like a baby crab, or you kind of like, I don't know. The smell of the ocean, crisp and salty, hung in the air, bringing 3 whole months of schoolless vacation with it. I wish I had 3 whole months of schoolless vacation. During the summer, your moms didn't like you to wander too far outside of your neighborhood, so you knew the area pretty well. That included the people. Families came and went from Sunset Bird, but they mostly stayed and did what your mom called putting down roots. They built businesses, they got to know each other, and they definitely said hello to the nice young kids who waved when passing their stores. That's me. I'm one of the nice young kids. Give me candy. Going for a walk around town mostly meant that the familiar, friendly residents waved or asked you how your family was, or most often just said hello. You didn't really get why they always had to say hi. They saw you every day, but you nodded back to them anyways. You ended up saying hi to a lot of different people since most of the tourists that came and went every summer were the same ones. You were too anxious to say hi back to most of the other residents that greeted you, but they all knew you well enough to expect that. I feel like I'm either this one or this one. I'm like, I don't know how I want to play this. Am I want to play this as me / me growing up, or like me as in like, oh, I wish I did this. I feel like there's like 2 different options of like, oh, like, do I play this as how I used to be, and then or how I am kind of now. I don't know. I feel like now maybe I would say hello, but I still feel like I would probably be a little too anxious. Maybe saying hi. I feel like it would be nice if we said hi to people, but I'm very shy. Whichever. You're too anxious to say hi. Oh, I'm kind of shy. They still smiled at you anyways, and that made you feel a little more comfortable. But today there was a man sitting on the curb outside your house. He was sitting with his head in his hands, his whole body slumped over, and you wondered if he was even a real person, or a statue that had magically sprung up from the ground overnight. Oh my god. Whatever he was, you had never seen him before. One thing about knowing everyone in Sunset Bird was that people who you didn't recognize really stood out. It was rare for tourists to venture into the residential district, as your moms called it. So for you, not knowing who a total stranger was set off a lot of red flags to run away. Your moms had a talk with you and your big sister Lizzie about this sort of situation before. You hadn't exactly been listening at the time. You think it could be okay to talk to new people. They mentioned that some people aren't good to talk to, but other types of people can help you even if you don't know them. Or you remember that it's okay to run away if you feel uncomfortable. You don't have to worry about being polite then. Some people aren't good to talk to, but other types of people can help you even if you don't know them. I feel like I would run away. You weren't sure about this man yet. Still, you felt a little bit scared knowing that he was blocking the way to your front door. Oh yeah, he's in front of our house. Fuck. But you were pretty interested. You wanted to know more about what was going on. Whether he was nice or not, you didn't want to be bothered. What would I do if there was a strange person sitting in front of my door? I don't know. On one hand, I'd be scared. On the other hand, when I was younger, I did always ask people, what are you looking at? Because I think I just like had heard that phrase before somewhere and just kept repeating it to everyone. I feel like we're anxious, but we're still curious. The curiosity will win out. Okay. You slowed down, your eyes remaining fixed on the man. There was a split second where your eyes met and you knew he was aware he wasn't alone on the street anymore. Hey! You raised your eyebrows at the shout. Did he want something? Is that why he was here? The man stood up and started to make his way towards you. Not wanting to seem too approachable, you folded your arms and stared. Still unsure about him, but willing to be friendly, you offered the stranger a smile. Your whole body was frozen in place as he approached. I feel like I have really bad survival instincts. I feel like I'd be frozen in place. Oh my god! Sorry, I wasn't prepared for the speaking. Wow, he taught! I would definitely have been frozen in place. Do you live around here? What's your name? You looked the man up and down, taking in his tan— he has a tattoo! Okay. Taking in his tan skin and a relaxed appearance. At least his clothes were relaxed. The way he was acting wasn't. He had sharks on his shorts and stingray tattoo, and you wondered if he was obsessed with the ocean or something. While you made your assessment, he looked at you expectantly, waiting for an answer to his question. Wait, did he ask a question? Sorry, I was I think I got struck by like the fact that he was kind of hot. Yeah, I live here. I live right there. My name is June. You continue to say nothing. Do they— oh, okay, they have a log. Okay. Oh, okay, he did ask a question. I got distracted. Stranger danger. I live here. Oh wait, but like if it's too late. I do talk before I think sometimes. That's great. He looked happy to hear it, giving you a broad smile. He doesn't look dangerous, so. Also, I know spoilers. Is that Benjamin or Andrew? I think that's Andrew Franklin, right? He reached into his pocket and pulled out a clean $20 bill. It crinkled in his hand as he held it up to you. Oh. That's sus. Okay, even more confused than before, you look back at him.
Well...
could you do me a favor? Oh. Thank you for the follow, Ivory Sky. Oh shit, I don't know why my alerts aren't working. Nothing bad. Sorry, I should have— let me start over. Okay. Whoa, did he get closer or is it just me? He cleared his throat and stood up straighter. From where you were standing, it just made him look creepier. Oh yeah, we're like 5 here or something.
I
have a son. His name is Cove, who's about your age. Is he bribing us to be friends with his son? 8? Oh, okay, we're 8. We're 8. Cove, that seemed like a strange name for an actual living person to you. You chewed on the inside of your cheek. This guy was definitely obsessed with water. You thought that was pretty cool. I don't know. Maybe I was just raised a little too suspicious. But I feel like if someone was like, I have a son your age, and I didn't know, and he was about to try to give me 20 bucks, I would think that he was going to try to kidnap me. But he's also like he seems like a nice person. So I feel like I am someone who would be charmed, like, what's it called? By like, wow, this person seems nice. Follows along. Also, we know everyone in the neighborhood. We're probably safe. Squinting. I should have crossed my arms earlier. This guy's kind of sus. I don't know. Cove seemed like a strange name for an actual living person. I mean, yeah, but we've heard— I feel like us in here, we've probably watched anime or something. We've probably seen something else. I mean, like Ash is like a pretty weird name. Oh, I guess like it's short for Ashley. Anyway, I feel like I'm too slow to realize this. It's pretty cool. I forgot if green is like— I think green is standoffish or something, right? Oh, I don't know. You never met anyone with that name. We moved in across the street, see? He gestured towards the house that had been empty for a year. For a year, damn. His watch catching the late afternoon sunlight and reflecting off the walls. Ah, watch guy. Me too. The gigantic for sale sign was finally gone. Oh, okay. You must be Joony Reinz. Oh, the cringe. Okay, right? I met your moms earlier and they told me you were 8, just like him, so... He shook the $20 bill to bring it back to your attention, a hopeful smile tilting his lips at the corners. Can you try to be friends with the boy? Bitch, you're trying to bribe me? I can't be easily bought. I have allowance. Just give it a chance and you can keep this. He's a good kid. You'll like him.
Do you mind?
But you gotta keep it a secret, okay? Or secret too, okay? It wouldn't be friendly to say his dad sent you. You eyed the man who kind of felt sorry for Cove. Did other kids really get their parents to pay for friendships? I forget what the colors mean. I should have written this down. I think blue is kind of like certainty or something. I don't know. Anyway, I don't know. I kind of feel sorry for him. I don't know. Or like, I don't know. I'm just like, this guy's kind of weird. Oh, let me test something. Test. I think the chat box is off the screen. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay. Do other kids really get their parents to pay for friendships? It's kind of weird. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I feel kind of bad for Cove. This definitely wasn't the normal way kids made friends. You knew that. Yeah, it was kind of weird. I think blue is like direct, yellow is more relaxed, green more shy, but it can be very sometimes. Oh, okay. What do you say? Want to make a deal? You're shady. You took the bill. You didn't want the money. You ran away. I don't know if I'd run away, but I don't want the money. I don't know. I don't like. You can't bribe me. I don't know. Running away feels kind of. I am scared though. You can keep the money. No, thank you. Sorry. Oh, I did. I could be friends with him. I just don't want your money. He deflated enough to notice, but not completely.
Are you sure?
It won't be so bad, even if it's just for the summer. That'd be enough. I mean, you don't have to pay me. We're gonna be neighbors. That only made this sound even more strange to you. Why does it lasting for the summer matter? When it was clear his initial strategy wasn't gonna fly, he tucked the bill into his back pocket and changed the request. I should have ran away. He's kind of hot. Anyway, I get it. You don't have to. Would you be comfortable with he and I coming by for a normal visit? No money involved. Yeah, I want to meet him. Okay, you can do that, I guess. You'd have to ask my moms. You didn't answer the man. You had to ask my moms. His smile got bigger again. His eyes crinkled at the sides. Of course, they invited us over earlier, but I'd like to ask you too. Oh, okay. Okay, smoothie eye. Then I guess you can. I'll bring him by tomorrow. I wanted him to meet and greet with the neighbors today, but, well, I don't know where he's gone off to. You let your 8-year-old wander around? Okay. He laughed when he said that, but with the way his face looked, you thought he actually wanted to cry. Serves you right for trying to bribe a 8-year-old. If you see him, can you tell him to come home? He's got a pink cast and glasses. You can't miss it. Oh. Sure thing, I can try. Sure thing. This definitely wasn't the normal way kids made friends. You knew that, but we're still gonna help. Yeah, we're a helpful person. The man smiled and reached out to pat you on the head. Oh, stranger danger. Paused before doing so, then pulled his hand away and said, "Exactly, good. Your mom's already checking around for me. Such a thoughtful group you are." My moms are very good. Now I better go too. Can't put everyone else to work while I keep sitting here. Yeah. Trying to bribe kids. I thought he might come back and that's not what's important. I have to go. Thanks again, June. So much. Heh, no problem. He jogged off down the street without another word. You decided to check on the hills behind your house. It's like waddle, waddle, waddle. Oh, it's nighttime. Step 1. First sight. Oh! Sorry. The chirping of crickets in the tall grass greeted you, quiet and familiar. Oh, so cute. From the top of the hill you could see the ocean. As you walked, you listened to the crash of the waves on the shore, and the seagulls squawking as they settled down for the night. You always loved the ocean. It was so much fun. You loved to hear stories about the sea, about the merfolk and sea serpents you imagined living far beneath the waves. You didn't enjoy the beach all that much, especially the sand, which absolutely got everywhere. I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah. But at the same time, June in here will be not germophobic, probably. So we'll just be like this. I mean, like, both of these can be true, you know what I mean? I mean, this could also be true. I don't know. Anyways, I don't know. We're gonna not be germophobic here. Sometimes you could almost convince yourself that you had seen the flash of a shiny mermaid's tail in the distance. Oh, so cute. You took in a deep breath. You wanted to try and relax. You wanted to try to relax and couldn't. You weren't sure what, but something told you that you weren't alone, so you glanced around. Oh! There was a boy sitting at the top of one hill, almost completely hidden within the long grass and white flowers surrounding him. He's so cute! His head was buried in his knees, staring ahead by himself. Oh, he's probably sad. For whatever reason, probably that he just wasn't paying attention. He hadn't noticed you yet. You watched him a minute longer, feeling a little bit like you'd found a deer in the wild. Though deer didn't have green hair, wavy eyebrows. Oh yeah, that's like one of the things I always saw on like the art of him, is just like his wavy ass eyebrows. Huge glasses, pink cast, sad frowns. But this new boy did. You wondered how he got it. After a few more seconds, he took a step forward, then another. And then he glanced your way. His aquamarine eyes reflected the light of the moon. You stopped, raising a hand to acknowledge him and show you weren't scary. Hi, hey, Space Cadet. Are you lost? Hi. I feel like the middle is like so smooth. With a start, he jumped to his feet, his hands balling into fists at his sides. Oh. Oh, he's gonna cry! No! He didn't say anything, just stared at you in a strange way. I'm sorry. Oh, okay, wait, no, he was already crying. Okay, it's not our fault. He'd been crying. There were traces of tears on his cheeks and his knees, soaking the hem of his shorts, and his eyes were still shining with a few more. Oh! You'd obviously caught him off guard. His pink cast seemed to glow in the twilight, though when he caught you staring at it, he hid his arm behind his back. Something the man earlier had said stuck out to you. Cove? Eyes wide, he studied you. How'd you know that? I met your dad. I'm all-knowing. Lucky guess. Lucky guess. No way. Tell the truth. Okay, your dad told me who you were.
Oh.
Oh, he's so cute. So, is this your hill? He gestured with his uninjured arm to the patch of grass surrounding you, his face falling at the prospect. I mean, we can share. I can leave if it is. Yep, you can't own a hill. You shook your head. I mean, you can own a hill. While doing so, you also picked out a strand of lint on your leg. What a weird question to ask someone now. Oh. Oh, okay, I thought he disappeared. I was like, oh no, he ran away. We scared him off. He sat back down with a thump, resting his chin on his knees again. Curious about the strange new boy with the odd dad. Yeah, his dad kind of weird. You sat, even though he's kind of hot. Anyway, you sat on the patch of grass next to him. The pure white flowers that covered this hill rocked back and forth gently as the stars twinkled above. The way they dotted the sky made them seem like flowers too. The night wind was cool as it traveled over the ocean and up the hill, chasing away the heat from the afternoon sun. Oh, he's so sad. Why are you here? Why'd your family move? Why are you here? A quiet hiccup escaped Cove as soon as you asked the question. Oh, fuck. Almost like they'd never stopped. His tears started up again with a vengeance. Oh, baby! My parents. Oh. They won't want to live together with me anymore. Oh. Also, your dad's single? No kidding. Anyway. The tears fell fast and heavy over his flushed cheeks, sticking in his dark lashes. Oh. My mom made my dad leave, and then he took me with him, and now we have a house here, and I want to go home. Oh, baby, no. The outburst took you off guard. By the time he was done wailing, Cove's chest was heaving with exhaustion. Oh. He sniffled and removed his glasses, wiping at his eyes with the back of his hand before he put them back on again. Oh, I know the struggle. I hate this place. I want my real life back. I want my mom. Oh, I'm sorry. Your dad seems kind of nice. Your dad seems kind of stupid. Anyway, sorry. Sorry, I'm not a Cove dad hater. I just the bribery though. You'll like it here. You just have to get used to it. Stop crying. I can't help it. He tried to bribe me. I'm 8. I know what $20 is worth. I mean, did I know what $20 was worth? Kind of. I don't know. I could buy like 4 books with that, but I'm not gonna take it from some rando dude. Telling me to be friends with his son before I know what his son's like. Just watch like his son be a bully. Not you, Cove. Like, you know, different universe. But you know what I mean. I'm sorry. Your dad seems kind of nice. You'll like it here. You just have to get used to it. Stop crying. You just have to get used to it. He slipped his hands underneath his glasses and pressed his fingers against his eyelids. Cove wound himself up again for another long crying fit. Sunset Bird was a nice place to live. It had a beach, playgrounds, a good school. At least you thought so. But from way off in the distance, you heard your parents. June!
Cove?
Kids, where'd you go? Cove looked at you, tears still clinging to his cheeks. Oh! Don't tell them we're here.
I want to go home.
I don't want to go back to that house. I want to go home. Oh, baby. You can handle it. You don't have to. You have to go. Don't worry so much. Sorry, I have to. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. You were struck by a sudden need to reassure Cove. It's not gonna all be fun, but isn't he your family too? Yeah, I guess. Then you can count on him when you really, really need him. You shot him a grin and pushed yourself to your feet. Slowly, Cove stood with you, still looking a little reluctant. His dad's voice rang out again. Cove, can you hear me? He looked towards the sound of his dad's voice, silent, then turned away while rubbing his not bandaged arm.
Sorry.
I still don't want to go. You called out yourself. You waited silently with him. You tried to convince him. I'll wait with you, boyo. Yeah, I get it. You do? The eyebrow cock. Oh. Before you could answer, you heard Cove's dad, even closer than before. There you are, bud. Still hot, but like still kind of sus. Anyway, the trio of parents appeared over the curve of the hill. Instantly, all their eyes landed on you and they rushed over. Both of your moms were at your side in a split second, faces filled with worry. June, you're here after all. We had been at the park to check for Cove and then heard what happened earlier when you met the new neighbor. I thought you might have gone off further away. No, we were just sitting in the grass. Why is everyone asking you like this is such a big thing? We're okay, don't worry. Cove didn't want to go home just yet. Oh wait, was I not supposed to tell him that? I forgot. Mommy gave Cove a small smile and then she turned back to you. Oops. Thank God you're both fine. I'm sorry, Cove. Were you two having fun out here? You looked over at Cove, who was wiggling against his dad's tight hug and pushing at his arms. You shrugged. Yes, I like him. He's good. I think I'm gonna marry him. Whoa. Were we having fun? I mean, he was okay. You nodded, smiling slightly. Yeah, he cried, but he's nice. Oh, he's angry Arthur again. He got the fist. You can't see it, but he has a fist. Finally letting go of his squirming, sounding son, Cove's dad turned to the three of you.
That's a relief.
Thanks so very much for finding him. I really don't know this neighborhood. No, but no kidding. Good thing June knows where this whole area so well. Absolutely. We should be getting home now. It's been a long day for us all. Say goodbye, Cove.
Bye.
Wow, it's a cat. The two of them walked off into the darkness, heading towards the neighborhood. You watched Cove's bright pink cast until it disappeared. Tell you what, we'll have a proper playdate tomorrow, okay? Your new friend's dad wanted to bring him by to see you and Lizzie. How does that sound? Sure, can I show him my stuff? Sounds like words. You nodded, ducking your head down. Both of your moms laughed, the sounds overlapping like a warm, familiar chorus. Mommy put her hand around your shoulder and led you towards the path. Satisfied and more than a little ready to go to bed after your long, exciting day, you followed them home. This is how you feel towards Cove for this step. This can change in later steps. Like, Nervous, relaxed. We only just met, but he was crying in front of us. I would still feel a little, I would still feel a little nervous. But I feel like a nice guy in Jamaica. Okay. Ready. You won't be able to change it again until step 2. Oh. Oh no. Are we this nervous? Are we more relaxed? Oh. We'll be nervous. Okay. Wow, our house is nice. Okay. No, wait. My ad starts, and then my ad is starting, and I also need to put my laundry in the dryer. So I'll be right back. Let me run this, and then we'll be back in 3 minutes. Oh, okay, ad break is over. Okay, I'm back. Let me put my headphones back in. At the breakfast table the next morning, you finished your food faster than usual. Oh, pancakes. Your sister Lizzie had run out earlier to go play, but you'd stayed put. Today, just like your moms had promised, Cove was coming over to hang out. Whoa. Excited to see your new friend again, June? You nodded, smiling slightly.
How sweet.
I'm so happy he moved in.
Okay.
With that said, are you done with your breakfast? Yeah, haha, I don't know, am I? Your bowl is entirely empty, so you nodded. Good job. You should be here soon. Cleanup began, and then on cue, there was a knock. It was hesitant, like the person wasn't sure they were in the right place. Still loud, though. We need to get a more obvious doorbell. I know. June, could you get it? Wiggling out of your chair without really pushing it back, you made your way to the door. Hey, Reinz family, thanks for having us. Sorry, I'm just like, is Cove like that tall at like 8 years old, or is that just like perspective, or I don't know, is that just so is he like standing on a box? I don't know. Anyway, I don't know how tall 8-year-olds are supposed to be. Mr. Holden, as your moms have called him, and his son were here. Cove looked different in the bright lighting of your living room, and when he wasn't crying. With his dad standing in front of him and mom and mommy behind you, you and Cove looked at each other. Oh. Pleased to see your new friend again. You smiled at Cove. He smiled back with some hesitation. Oh! You twisted the threaded bracelet on your wrist. Oh. Sorry, it's like all the... I like how there's different colors depending on which one you twist. You twist the threaded bracelet, crystal bead bracelet, flower bead bracelet, or the shell bracelet. Like thinking about which one I would be twisting. I feel like the crystal bead one, because then it's like round. There's something satisfying about like when you're like, you know, like fiddling with something and it's like it's just rolling. Okay, anyway, I do this in real life sometimes. Okay, do you want to see my room?
Okay.
Take care.
Let us know if you need anything, you two. Have fun, kids.
See you.
See you later, my son. Oh wait, I added the my in there. See you later, son. Play nice. Oh my god, that's kind of cute. Oh, that's cute too. I like our room. Okay. Oh, what's this? You led him to your room, puffing out your chest a little bit at the sight of your treasures. There were lots of stuffed animals, a cool bed, a window to look out of. It was a great room. You hadn't had anyone to show it to in a while, but you were really proud of it. Ooh. You leaned in a little closer to one of your drawings on the wall. I like this. Oh, me too. I drew that. Thank you. I don't. Oh, damn. I drew that. Cool. Whoa. Approval from another 8-year-old. You smiled at him. You were proud of that particular piece of art, and you were glad he noticed it. He turned to look around. Wait, so if we're proud of that one, and then we had said, I don't, and then we're just like, is that being tsundere, or is that like, I don't know. Anyway, we're just being embarrassed if we said, but we didn't say that. Okay, anyway. He turned to look around the room a little more, studying the books on your desk and the pictures on the wall. You started to feel a bit nervous. Oh, probably it's kind of me. You felt the atmosphere was kind of awkward. You were glad for the company. You hoped he liked your room. I feel like I would be a little nervous. You wanted to say something, but you didn't know what, so you let him keep looking. Then his eyes landed on the tiny box of beach things you'd collected, tucked away by your door. He took a step towards it before hesitating and pointing at it instead. What's that? A hoard of stuff I found at the beach.
Oh.
Do you have any driftwood in there? Dragging the box to the middle of the room, you and Cove flopped down next to it. Yeah. You gestured to a piece at the bottom still covered with specks of sand.
Neat.
This is a good collection. Oh, we got approval. You got the sense that from the tone of his voice that he wasn't just saying it to be nice, or to be like Shiloh, He actually meant it. Oh. Ah, Shiloh is coming over. Shiloh? My sister's friend. He wants to meet you. Do I have to see him? It'll be okay, I think. I think from this reaction it means that he likes us too. Or just like, yeah. Here, I found this shell in the log, and you pulled out a seashell after seashell. explaining where you'd gotten each one and holding them up against the light. There were big ones, small ones, pink, purple, and orange. Most of them you'd washed off in the bathroom sink when you brought them home, cleaning off the sand. Over the past few years, you'd even learned some of their scientific names. The collection was so huge and varied that you had lots of funny stories to tell for all of them. Your voice faltered a little bit, but you kept going as best you could. You were really proud of your shell collection, and it made you happy that Cove was interested in it too. Yeah. Apparently fascinated either by the stories or by the shells themselves, Cove listened with what looked like the full force of his attention. It was a new experience to be the center of such dedicated focus. But Cove hadn't been mean to you, so you didn't mind. You smiled at him every now and then while showing him your collection. Oh, what a nice kid. Kids, come down to the living room. You could tell the idea was making him unhappy, but Mommy wasn't giving you much of a chance to hang around. Cove hadn't been like this meeting you. You guessed it was because he thinks you found each other by accident, not that a parent made it happen. Mr. Holden must be right that telling Cove his dad was part of that would be a bad idea. Before you knew it, you'd both been escorted downstairs and deposited in the living room, ready for Shiloh's visit. The two of you sat side by side on the floor of your home's entryway. I brought the box of shells. I want to keep looking at them. Great, okay, but be careful. You should have asked. You should have asked! No. Okay, but be careful. I will. You weren't sure if you could trust someone else with your treasures yet, so you stayed next to him while he opened the lid and peered inside. Cove reached in and pulled out a big orange shell. Oh. Like he hadn't spoken aloud yet, he turned to you and held it up, his eyes shining. Wah! I think this one's the best of them. His face, his grin. That's my favorite too. I like a different one best. I can show it to you. You can take it. Oh, I don't know about that. That's my favorite too. Cove smiled at you and you both admired the shell together. It was a giant conch with the shades of dark and light orange. If you held it to your ear, you could practically hear the ocean. I found that one last summer when we went to the beach on a picnic. The two of you were still sitting on the floor looking through your collection of beach findings when the doorbell finally rang. We had a doorbell and they knocked? Cove jumped, startled by the sound. Oh, is he gonna drop it? Oh, okay, no, he didn't. Okay. Since the person hadn't knocked, you figured it was probably Shiloh. He knew where to look for that. Oh, I see. Lizzie's friend? You nodded, but you didn't. But that didn't seem to make Cove feel better. It was already obvious that Cove didn't hide his feelings well, just like me. You could tell that what he was thinking. You could tell what he was thinking right away. It's just like me. This isn't a good idea. I'm sorry. There's nowhere to go. He's at our only door, and if you go upstairs, he'll find you. Is Shiloh annoying? Cove glanced around the room, his eyes wide, and finally paused with his gaze locked onto the back of the house. I can go out the window. He was already walking towards it. Scrambling to think of something to say, you stepped forward, then paused. Do you want to break your other arm? Shiloh is the least scary person alive. Cheer up. Shiloh's gonna like you. Please don't get hurt. I'll come with you. Good idea. Let's go. Either I don't want to say like about like breaking his arm or getting hurt. I feel like either like that he's like I don't know how scary Shiloh is. But I also feel bad if we're Shiloh's the least scary person alive. Every single bunny rabbit is scarier than Shiloh. But I don't want to see him. I don't know him. You teased him. You comforted him. You encouraged him. You're right. Meeting new people is really hard. I'm sorry. Thanks. Shiloh poked his head into the living room. It was impossible to know for sure if he'd heard what you'd been saying or not, but you guessed that he had.
Hi.
Oh my god. This guy's so blue. Hi, June. And hi, Cove. Cove shot you an uneasy glance.
Hi.
I'm Shiloh. It's nice to meet you. Yeah. You have a lot of freckles. I didn't want to say it, but you said it first, so okay. Right, I do. Damn, Cove. What are you guys doing? We're looking at shells.
Can I do it too?
Awesome. Can I do it too? Sorry, I made his voice sound like kind of nerdy. Cove shrugged, then looked back at your box of beach findings. What about that one? The plan for the afternoon, at least as far as you were concerned, was to sit and look at the beach thing some more. You weren't really in the mood to do much of anything else, especially if Cove was having fun. You held out a recent find to Cove, a scallop shell that had washed up on shore. Oh, sorry. Sorry, 1 second. I'm gonna tell my friend I'm streaming. Whoa. It's a pretty color. Kind of like my cast. Oh, so he likes pink. The beautiful glittering pink did look a little bit like the wrap around his arm. Pink is a nice color. Okay.
Oh?
Is it your favorite? Not really. What is? Maybe green or blue. It might be yellow. Those are all the colors of the chat options. Oh, those are cool.
I guess.
I like those colors too. There are better colors. Not sure how to deal with the suddenly more awkward silence you look back at your shelves. I feel like this is me, but I also like those colors.
Awesome.
Damn, Shiloh. Both of them smiled. Oh. Like usual, it didn't take long for Shiloh to get fidgety. Lizzie was his favorite. Without her around, Shiloh didn't seem to know what to do with himself. And Cove wasn't like your sister. He wasn't that much like you either. Is Lizzie coming back? Don't know. Oh. Where'd she go? I think she's at the beach, probably. Is she playing at her park? Cove's eyes lit up at the mention of the park, and he looked towards you. There's a park? Yep, but it's old. Can you show me? I want to go. He started getting up before you had even answered, and Shiloh jumped up beside him in excitement. Really? You do too, right, June? The park is fun. I love it. The park is pretty great. No, the park is pretty great.
Yeah.
It's right at the beach, so there's lots of fun stuff to do, and lots of sand. It has a jungle gym and a bunch of swings. That sounds like it could be cool. So, are we gonna go find Lizzie? I don't know. I've never really wanted to see her. I just wanted to check the park out. Damn, Cope, so antisocial. Adrift without any direction, Shiloh finally turned to you. Okay. He pricked up. Both boys wanted to go. It was only fair. What about what I want? After getting permission from your moms, the three of you were ready to head out. It was a short walk to the park. Lizzie had convinced your moms that it was so short she should always be allowed to walk there by herself. When you found her, she was hanging on the jungle gym, swinging back and forth. Hey, Lizzie! Her face lit up when she saw you, her big brown eyes going wide. June, Shiloh! Hi! Oh, Shiloh got a crush! Shiloh got a crush! She dropped to the ground. The kiddos, yeah! She dropped to the ground and landed with a soft thud in the sand. In a split second, Shiloh had abandoned you two and scrambled over to stand by her. Oh. You were used to being left out when it was just the three of you, but now Cove was here. Yeah! You wondered if he would leave too. Don't leave us, Cove! Who's that? She looks so sassy for her, like, how old is she? Like 9 or 10? She looks so sassy. She's like, who's that? It's Cove. He's new.
Hi.
I remember. Hi, Cove. Welcome to my park. No one ever comes to play here, so this is where we get together. She gestured widely with her arms as if to present the area to the newcomer. While Lizzie continued talking, you took the chance to kick off your shoes and wriggle your toes through the warm sand. Oh, this is just like how it's like, who owns a hill? But this is like Lizzie's park. Nice, huh? In this neighborhood, I'm the one who comes up with the ideas. You are?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I am. Who else could handle the job? Lizzie's the oldest. By a lot. My mom said you're June's age.
Yeah.
Thought so. I'm still the only one in this group with the double digits. Oh, she's like 10 or something. What about the other kids? Other kids? There aren't any. We're the only kids here, and Shiloh's just visiting from another place. Not even tourists really bring their kids here. This is a land of ancients. Be careful that the oldies don't try to steal your youth.
Oh.
Oh. For a second, it looked like he might cry again. But something in his eyes shifted, and he looked back at Lizzie. What kind of old people? Like moms and dads or grandparents? Grandparents who don't have kids. They hate kids. Oh. I thought that was our internal thoughts. Grandparents who don't have kids. They hate kids. Why? We haven't done anything. Only some of them don't like kids. Stop saying stuff like that. You're gonna upset him. Yeah, they're really bad. Only some of them don't like kids. You interject quickly, hoping Lizzie wouldn't take things too far. Cove sniffled, his forehead creasing with worry. Oh! Lizzie was staring Cove down, but Cove wasn't even looking at her anymore. He didn't seem to care that she was there. He went into his own head. Shiloh was the next one to speak, completely unaware of the situation. I met Lizzie and June in school. You'll see tons of kids there once summer is over. I don't want to go to a new school. I don't want summer to end. Shiloh looked down to the dirt. He hasn't had much luck striking up conversations with Cove. Ooh, poor Shiloh. I like summer vacation a lot. All the building tension in the air suddenly vanished when Lizzie laughed. At Shiloh's discomfort at how weird she thought Cove was at something else entirely, you didn't really know, but she laughed, face scrunching up.
Okay.
Welcome to Sunset Bird Cove. Take a seat, put up your feet, and get used to it. You offered him a smile, and that, at least, looked to reassure him some. Hi, Tarragon. How are you doing today? I'm good. We're starting our life. We're like very close to the beginning because I'm very slow at playing. But I told my friend that I would play this game, and it's been a lot of fun so far. They're very cute. All the kids are really cute. I'm also like very nervous about making choices. I feel like it's very obvious whenever there's a choice. I'm just like, I don't know what to do. But yeah, I hope you're doing well. Hee For the rest of summer, Cove was always there. You saw him more often than Shiloh, and on some days, when she was in a bad mood or busy, you even saw him more than Lizzie. Wow! He became a staple of your everyday life, the way the sun and lunch and the beach were. I like that lunch is there. During your first summer together, you really liked Cove. He was a fun person to play with, and he seemed to like playing with you too. Of course, that was only the start of things. Oh. Moment select step 1. Shopping, grown up, long day, sandcastle, fireflies. What does this mean? And then summer ended. Oh, is it like you do the each one of the thingy things? Oh, okay. I'm fine. I cooked some chili cheese fries. I want cheese fries. I have some cheese fries actually. I'm leaving the chili out because I don't eat chili, but I want the cheese fries. I made bulldog earlier. I put in way too much cheese. I feel like what's it called? I'm not like good at spicy stuff, so when I make bulldog, I put in like a boatload of cheese. So this time I put in like 5 slices of cheddar cheese and like 1 slice of Havarti. But it's okay because I'm gonna split it up against like 3 meals because I also put chicken in it. So then I'm like, it's like a side dish of noodles and the main dish of cheese. But yeah, cheese. Anyway, but yeah, I should finish those cheese fries soon. I keep trying to finish them, but I keep getting full before I finish eating them. Okay. Shopping, grown up, long day, sandcastle, fireflies. Let's go shopping. I don't know. I'm kind of like linear. Come back before it gets dark, all right, sport? A familiar voice drifted across the street and drew your attention away from the snail you've been watching inch slowly across the pavement. Cove waited in front of his dad, pushing his green hair back off his face from where the breeze was blowing it over with his glasses. Blowing it over his glasses. He looked to be paying only a mild amount of attention as he was being handed a few slips of green paper. Is that money? It reminded you of when you'd first met Mr. Holden, although probably not paying Cove to be friends with himself. Oh yeah. Cove's dad seemed to feel your gaze somehow, or maybe you made a noise because a second later his eyes were on you. He waved you over with a smile. Ooh. He looked happy to see you, but you still felt a little weird for getting caught. You've got to learn how to be more sneaky. You brushed your hands together to free them of sand, then jogged over to join the two, smiling at Cove first and then his dad.
June!
Ow! Hi! Sorry. He said it so happily. I was like, wow! We're friends.
How's it going?
Good to see you again. What excitement are you up to today, June? Nothing. You toed the pavement in front of you. It would be nice to tell them about the snail you found, but you didn't know if they like snails. After you finished answering the question, Mr. Holden's attention returned to Cove, who was preoccupied with folding the bills he had into a tiny rectangle. Me too. Sounds fun. It does? You weren't sure about that. Cove's dad kind of sus. Anyway, you know, I don't know. He's a little too friendly. I don't know. You know, Cove's about to hit the stores by the beach. Why don't you go with him? You gave a ready nod, turning to squint in the direction of the stores you like. Or like you could see the goods they had to offer all the way from where you stood. Kind of curious what it would be like if we were indifferent towards Cove. Oh, is that okay?
Yeah.
I don't mind. Great. I'm sure you guys will have loads of fun, but I can also see why we can't regress in our like friendship with Cove in terms of how fond we are of him, because he's very likable. Mr. Holden reached into his pocket and pulled out a leather wallet filled with money. You found it odd since your moms only ever seem to have cards in theirs. If anyone's too friendly, I always find them suspicious. Yeah. I'm just like, especially in video games. I don't know. I'm just like, I feel like in real life I get disarmed really easily. Here. He leaned in to pass a crisp 10 to Cove, giving him a wink and a whisper. Get something for your friend, too. Sure.
Good kid.
That's my boy. Oh, I don't like that. I can pay for my own shit. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like in real life, that's very nice. But I'm just like, Cove's dad. Also, Cove is mad at you, so like, Cove's dad ruffled his son's hair as he was straightening back up. The bill in his hand still held out towards the green-haired boy. I feel like this guy's kind of, I don't know. He has a lot of cash in his wallet, and he doesn't really have. Does he not have cards? Well, I mean, it's not like he's gonna give the cards to his kid. But I'm also just like, maybe, I don't know. They also did buy the house across the street from us. Maybe we're in the same tax bracket. I don't know. Take care. Cove accepted the bill after a second and slipped it into his pocket. Then with one last nod to his dad, he turned and started walking. You followed after him, intrigued at the possibilities this outing might bring. You could get ice cream. Cove strayed towards a gentle tide creeping up the sand, and you fell into place beside him. It was a nice day. The sun was shining and there weren't many clouds in the sky, though the wind coming off the ocean kept it from being too hot. You took in a deep breath, enjoying the scent of salt and ocean air. When you looked at Cove, he was dragging his feet through the sand a little, and you slowed down to wait for him. His eyes searched the ground intently. Ooh, was he looking for shells? Are you looking for snails? Are you looking for shells? What is it? You didn't feel the need to ask why. Are you looking for shells? Cove startled a little at the sound of your voice and mumbled a sort of. If you see any, you can let me know. You could manage that. You dropped your view to the sand, walking carefully so you didn't step on any. You were good at finding shells. You had a lot of them at home and always found new ones whenever you visited the beach. Ooh, we are good. The comforting sound of the waves filled the silence with pleasant white noise, and you played a little game with yourself as you walked along, getting as close to the water as possible without getting wet. It resulted in you having to run up the sand quickly when a wave rushed in more than a few times, and although Cove threw a few glances your way, he didn't say a word. You didn't either. What did you want to go to the shops for? What do you usually do on the beach? Lots of things. I like bodyboarding, and volleyball and surfing and everything and stuff. The idea of standing on a big board while the waves propelled you towards the shore was mystifying. I'm not allowed to surf. It looks hard. Not once you get the hang of it. I could show you sometime. Oh, what a nice guy. But I'm also not supposed to surf right now because I have this. Dude's 8 and he can surf? Damn. I can't swim. He lifted up one arm, showing off the glaring pink cast wrapped around his wrist. Yeah. That's sad for him. Cove still smiled though. You thought his nonchalant attitude towards the injury was pretty brave. I also like collecting stuff that's on the shore. Shells, sand dollars. I found a shark tooth once. Damn. You can't swim? I can't swim. I think I can maybe swim a little bit, like tread water a little bit. My friends when I was in high school kind of taught me a bit, but I'm really bad at it. So I don't really know if I'm doing it right. But I know how to float. I took swimming lessons when I was younger, but I didn't. I almost drowned. But yeah, I can't swim. Maybe one day I'll like take swimming lessons again or something. But it's also kind of embarrassing. I don't know. And then also I kind of get nervous because I'm not used to people touching me. But like when you're like at this pool, like for like swim lessons and whatnot, people like the swim instructors like touch your stomach and whatnot. I don't know, maybe it's because I was a kid, but like they touch your stomach to kind of help guide like where your legs are supposed to go and whatnot, and it makes me nervous. Yeah, I'm not used to I'm not used to physical contact. But yeah. You did? Cole stretched out his forefinger and thumb. It was this long. That was somehow both scary and delightful. Wait, well, he found what? Oh, shark tooth. Okay. I thought it was like a sea cucumber or something. No way! I mean it. I still have it under my bed. Oh, he's so cute when he's like, when he smiles like this. He's like two little, not two teeth, but his like teeth like this kind of look like a little rabbit. He's so small. You'd have to remember to ask him to show it to you sometime.
So...
What about you? What do you do out here? I don't come to the beach a lot. I like swimming. I like looking at fish. I like building sandcastles. Last summer, Lizzie and I built one that was as tall as me. And sometimes they have a sandcastle building competitions down by the boardwalk. Cool. I bet you could win. Oh, look at this smooth little guy. You smiled at Cove. Maybe the two of you would build one together one day. Once you reached the shopping area, the noise level grew exponentially. No longer just waves and footsteps, but the chatter of people enjoying the lovely summer day, the call of birds trying to find bits of food left behind, oh, the seagulls, and lots of salespeople trying to get attention. I don't know. I don't like seagulls because, like, you know, I've been like pooped on seagulls like twice. And then people are just like, it's good luck, and I'm just like, fuck that. I don't want the luck. I don't want the bird poop. Oh my god, it's so hard to clean bird shit out of your hair. Okay, anyway, you sniffed the air as you walked beside Cove. You could still smell the ocean, but there were other scents now too. Pizza, pretzels, hot donuts. Ooh, donuts. It was nice. It was not very nice. It was alright. It was nice. Sorry, I'm just like, donuts. I don't know. Whenever there's like a Krispy Kreme day or something, I don't remember what day is Krispy Kreme day, but like donut day or whatever. Like Krispy Kreme was always like free donuts, but then I could never go because like I don't know where to go. But also like I can't ask my mom to go and whatnot. I don't know. I can't drive either. So then I'm like, man, I want to get Krispy Kreme donuts. It's also like when it's like 7-Eleven day and then you want to go and get a Slurpee because it's 7-Eleven day. But then my mom is against Slurpee, so I can't go. Anyways, the energy surrounding the area seemed to fill you, and there was a bounce in your steps as you began looking at all the familiar sights. Sorry, I started thinking about Slurpees, and I was thinking about how I'm gonna go see the Superman movie, and I can buy a Coke iced tea when I'm at the Superman movie. Sorry, my mind is like getting distracted. There were so many things to do, you didn't know where to begin. You looked at Cove, hoping he was just as excited as you were. Cove was glancing from one side of the street to the other with a look in his aquamarine eyes that you couldn't quite work out. What's that? Cove pointed to a large crowd of people gathered near a few tables with large colorful umbrellas blooming from their middles. You fill your lungs and stomach with air, never letting them empty and staying calm. Then you at least float. Then if you keep your fingers and toes closed, it will act as flippers. Oh, never letting them be empty, stay calm. Yeah. Keep fingers and toes closed, act as flippers. Yeah, I think the part where it's like, what's it called? I think like with the treading water, right? You kind of make circle, like you have like your arms like at your sides, right? In kind of like right angles, and then you kind of move them in like a circular motion up and down, and then you like wave your, like you have your like legs at like kind of rightish angles, and then you move them side to side, right? Like open and close it. I think maybe, but then it's so much energy to just stay afloat by like treading water that like I think like after like a minute I get tired. So I'm like, I don't really know if that's like how you're actually supposed to tread water or not. But yeah. But then also like, yeah, when people are doing like the swimming like strokes and like they're going like, you know, like this with their arms, I don't know, you can see my model going like, you know, but like, you know, imagine my arms flailing next to me going like forward, right? Like I don't know how to do that sort of swimming. Especially you can float on your back too. Yeah. I can do like the what's it called, like it's like the, I forgot if you keep your legs together or you like spread your legs or something, but it's like where you put your arms out and stuff and then you lean back and then like you just float. I can do that stuff. But like, yeah, when you're like, you know, like the stroke swimming type things, and then you're supposed to like lean your head up on the side to like get air. I don't really know how to do that. 1 second. To blow my nose. Cove pointed to the large crowd of people gathered near a few tables with large colorful umbrellas blooming from their middles. You couldn't see past the adults who were blocking the way, but you knew there must be something worth seeing. To do that takes practice and experience because of timing. Oh, okay. Maybe one day I'll take swimming lessons. Without another word, the two of you hurried over to see what all the commotion was about. I don't know. Thinks about how PETA and the Hunger Games can't swim. Feast your eyes on the amazing Alexander. In the center of the crowd was a man with a tall hat and a funny green coat that had 3 long tails. There was a little table next to him with a cloth hanging over it that read, "The Amazing Alexander," in glittery golden script. Why tell people his name if it's already on a sign? Cove hummed with understanding, then turned to walk away, just as the amazing Alexander began shuffling a deck of cards. You bit your lip, reluctantly starting to follow after Cove again. Just like me, you continued looking over your shoulder, however, wanting to see as much as you could before you got too far away. Hey! Not watching where you were going proved a bad idea as you bumped right into Cove. Oh, sorry. Did you want to stay or something? If that's okay. He briefly lifted his arm up off his sides before returning them to place. You could have said so. With that, it began. The magic man pulled one card out of the deck, showing it to the curious onlookers. It was a 4 of diamonds. Watch closely! You did, squeezing through a few of the adult onlookers to get a better view. Suddenly, the man snapped his fingers and the card just disappeared. Whoa! The amazing Alexander, who had earned his title, turned his head and looked directly at you. He reached out with a kind smile. Stranger danger. What's this behind your ear? Nothing. Tell me! You backed away. Backed away. It wasn't enough to deter him, and the crowd of people gathered behind you made it impossible to move any further. He smelled like popcorn and candy when he stepped closer, and you swallowed anxiously. You felt a tug, and then he pulled the 4 of diamonds out from behind your ear. Whoa! You knew that it couldn't really have come from your ear, but you still didn't get how he'd done it. There was a light applause from the crowd, and the man gave a deep bow. This is for you. Sorry, this reminds me of when like I got hit on before, and like this like guy was like doing card tricks and was like, "Can I get your number?" And I was like, "No." He just like walked away with his friend. Sorry. Today. Yeah, it was really awkward. It was sorry. It was really awkward because I was like volunteering for this thing. I just like couldn't go anywhere. But like yeah, luckily they just left after I said no. The magician plucked hitting on someone with card tricks is funny. I feel like this is kind of how I was like. I think they were just like, "Can I show you a card trick?" I was probably like, "Yeah, sure," or something, but it was probably really awkward. I didn't know what to do. Yeah, they were just like, "Can I get your number?" And I was like, "No." Anyways, the magician plucked a pair of balloons from a clump of them tied down to his table. Both were in the shape of a dolphin instead of being a normal circle. Wow, they're expensive ones. And one for your friend too. Thank you for being my assistant. Wow. Now you were really grateful he chose you. After that, he went to someone else in the crowd. Pick a card, any card. My uncle does that every time he visits. Not the balloons, the stuff with the cards. Cove spoke plainly while reaching over to take the dolphin that had been designated for him. Maybe it wasn't so special. Cove is just ruining the fun. At least you had a fun time. You wondered if Cove's whole family was magic. I don't know, his dad's not very magical. His dad's just kind of sussy. I don't know. At least we had a fun time. And he is kind of ruining the fun. He's just being a little shit. Not like a bad shit, but you know, he's just used to it. At least I had a fun time. but like he got a dolphin balloon out of it, so I think his family is a little shady. Yeah, why he got so much cash for? You saw a magic trick and you got a great balloon. That was more than enough to make it a worthwhile event. You thought that if you could find a card to practice with, maybe you could make it disappear too. That reminds me when I was younger, like if you went to Safeway, Safeway's like a grocery store in like, I think the western part of the United States. But if you went to Safeway, then you could ask for a free balloon and a free cookie from the bakery. And then like we would always like whenever we would go to Safeway, my sisters would make me ask if we could get free cookies. You can, but this is when I was younger, you could. But yeah, and then like the balloons that they had were like you would get them, I think, from the florist stand or like the area that has like balloons and stuff. And they would have like these Safeway balloons that had like the Safeway logo on them. And then they would like blow it up and then they would like give it to you. And like I don't know, that's like the only time when I was younger that I would get balloon, because balloons were kind of expensive. And like that was like the only time I would really get cookies, because my family like cookies were expensive, and then cookies were like what's it called, my parents like didn't really like to buy cookies, or my mom didn't really like to buy cookies because they're kind of unhealthy. I wish I knew that, although I'm not sure if they do that here in California. I think when we went to California they did it there too. Yeah. Maybe it wasn't every Safeway, I don't know, but like at the Safeways we went to, like they let you do that though. I don't know why we knew that though, that like you could get a free cookie, but like I just remember like when I was younger eating cookies from Safeway. But it's like, yeah, my sisters would always make me ask because they didn't want to ask, and like I was like the shyest one, and I was like they wouldn't always make me ask, but a lot of times I just remember a lot of times them making me ask instead of like them asking. Like I would be the one that had to ask, and I'm like I don't want to ask, I'm scared of people. But like yeah, the cookies were worth it, but like I don't know, but like I'm just like ooh, like I don't know, yeah, I've just like never really had balloons before, so then like whenever there's like a balloon, I'm just like wow, it's a balloon. Because balloons are so expensive. I don't know. I just remember like what's it called, when I was younger we would like save the balloons that we would get from Safeway, and then we would like wait until they like slowly deflated, and then like even after they had like deflated and whatnot from all the helium going out, like we would still kind of just like keep them, and then like we would kind of play around with them, like kind of like volleyballs or something, and it's like I don't know, it was just kind of fun. But yeah. People love making shy people ask people for things. It's because my sisters were also shy. They were also shy, and like they were scared to ask, so they, I don't know why they would make me do it. I think it's because I was like the youngest. But yeah, the crowd started to clear some, and you noticed to the side there was a whole rack of brightly colored kaleidoscopes on display. You picked up a kaleidoscope. You picked up a Rubik's Cube. You picked up a magic 8-ball. You walked past the toys. We're not gonna walk past the toys. I want to see the kaleidoscope. Oh. You shifted your balloon string to your other hand so you could bring the mysterious tunnel to your eye. A whole palette of colors appeared right in front of you, spinning into all kinds of different shapes as you twisted the end of the tube. Cove picked one up and looked through, twisting the tube at the end. After a second, he set it back on the rack, moving to the other side of the stall. He went under the awning, careful of his own floating dolphin, and you joined him. Did you have a place like this in your old town? Are you having fun? I don't really like it here. You said nothing. Cove blinked at you for a moment, and you wondered if you shouldn't have asked. You knew how much he missed that place. Not really. You nodded in understanding, looking over at the stalls nearby. So we're better. No, I'm kidding. Oh, it's the Beanie Babies. While Cove looked at the sand pails, you were drawn to a table with colorful keychains laid out on it. They were sewn in the shape of sea creatures, and there was a plaque that read "Handmade" standing proudly in front. Oh, cute. Oh my god, this shark is so brown. There were lots of different types. You saw a dolphin, a shark, a crab, a turtle. Little guys. Yeah! You picked up the dolphin, you picked up the shark, you picked up the crab, you picked up the turtle. This reminds me. I used to have, like, sorry, I keep telling stories when I was younger, but what's it called? When I was younger, we went to Vegas, I think, and then we, like, I think Circus is like it's like a circusy thing. I don't know. It's like a place in Vegas where it's like they have like arcades and stuff. And I think my mom was like really good at arcade machines. She's really good at claw machines. So we have like a bunch of these neon colored crabs, like these neon colored stuffed animal crabs that are still pretty cute. And we're just like, hee hee. I remember playing with those when I was younger. I feel like picking up the dolphin though. Your hand stopped on the dolphin, so similar to your balloon animal. Yeah. It was made up of a bright material that caught the sunlight when you picked it up. Oh! You remembered once seeing a pod of dolphins swimming out in the distance at the beach, jumping out of the water and splashing as they dive back in again. You can tell all the stories you want, thanks, Derek. That was a great day. You were instantly enamored. Checking the price though, your heart fell. $6. You didn't know that much about money, but you thought that was a lot to spend on one thing. Oh, what a mood. You rarely had more than a $5 bill to your name. Oh, we're not good at saving our allowance. Is that what you want? Huh? Oh, it's $6. I didn't bring any money.
Alright.
It's fine. Really? Are you sure? Hooray! You don't have to. I don't want you to get it for me. You don't have to. Really? You don't have to. Cove didn't mind that. He took the keychain from your hands and that was that. He was holding a small yellow bucket for himself too. Damn, rich kid. I was always going to get you something. I already got the money for it. You were a little nervous, but happy with your purchase nonetheless. Okay, Cove Dad, Mr. Holden, you're kinda okay. It was nice of Cove's dad to let Cove buy something for you too. Can't buy me. I can't be paid off. But thanks, guy. After Cove paid, the two of you stepped out the store side by side, your balloon dolphins knocking together and spiraling around the air. You watched Cove hold up his new pail to his face, examining it thoroughly. Hey, Cove. Yeah. Cool guy. Does your dad always give you money like that? Oh, thanks for getting me it. Thanks for getting me it. Nothing. Thanks for getting me it. It's alright. It wasn't clear if you really knew how much you appreciated it. What? You were going to thank him for the keychain, but instead you just shook your head smiling. Didn't we just thank him though? Cove raised an eyebrow, but didn't push the issue. Cove looked further down the street, where different food carts were lined up. He rested his non-cast arm over his stomach, and just as he did yours, let out a little growl. Just as he did, yours let out a light growl. Oh, I see. Oh, you hadn't eaten since breakfast, and after all this wandering around, you're definitely ready for some lunch. Also, wait, $6 for a handmade keychain is so cheap. Let's get some food. Yeah, especially a plush keychain, so cheap. You two wandered around for a short while, looking at all the delicacies that were available. Oh, ice cream. Everything looked delicious, and as the different smells, both sweet and salty, wafted over to you, your stomach growled even louder. Oh. After passing up hot dogs, snow cones, ice cream, and pizza, you both agreed on pretzels. Oh, okay, pretzels are pretty good too. Cove got something sweet and cinnamony, and you got a plain one, got one with cheese, got one with sprinkles, got one with chocolate, got the same. Got one with cheese! You licked your lips hungrily as the vendor handed you your pretzel over, ready to take a big bite. Man, Costco used to sell like cheese pretzel, or not cheese pretzels, but like they used to sell like soft pretzels in their food court that like they had like one with like Parmesan cheese on it. It was so good. I want it back. I think it's been like over 10 to 15 years since like they stopped having it, but like they should bring it back. Give us back the pretzels. I've never had a pretzel like the Costco soft pretzels, and I miss it so bad. I need to learn how to make pretzels or something. It was covered in a gooey melted cheese. Oh, just like you liked it. Oh, hell yeah. It seemed odd to get a dessert pretzel before eating normal food. You found an empty table close enough to the beach that the grit of the sand made terrible noises when you dragged the chairs out to sit down. These balloons are going to make it hard to eat. Cove placed his bucket on the table as he stared at his still balled up hand that was wrapped around the string. You opened your mouth to agree before an idea hit you. I know. After carefully placing your pretzel somewhere it wouldn't get sandy, you tugged the balloon dolphin out of Cove's hand and tied it in the delicate bow around his wrist. Oh. We're smart. Cove bounced his arm up and down in place, testing the stability of your knot. After watching his balloon jostle around but remain attached, he smiled satisfied. Could you help me too? I can't tie it to my own wrist. He repeated sorry, his face. He repeated the ritual. Cove struggled somewhat with the cast restricting his fingers on one hand and the string already attached around the other.
Okay.
Got it. Remember correctly, pretzels are relatively easy to bake. Oh, okay. I will try. I'll try to look up a recipe. Oh yeah, hi, Joony. Hope you're well. Hope you're well too, Kenny. It's been a while. I hope you're doing okay. I am also doing okay. I am getting hungry though. Wow, pretzels. The two of you spent a moment admiring your handiwork, both hands now free to enjoy easy munching on your pretzels. Yeah, sorry, you know, kid. It's okay. Having a kid is a full-time job. I hope you're doing really well. I hope your kid is doing well too. But yeah, what's it called? It's okay. I've been not streaming as much recently because of work and whatnot. Especially, I don't know, I was like trying to not stream too late, I say, but I still stream it late. But like I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule, but like it's not working that well. Just here and there, you know, little baby steps. You bit into the doughy treat, savoring the taste on your tongue with a smile as you looked out over the ocean. Oh yes, I'm getting better. And it's lovely, but pain sometimes. Oh, cute. After a time, you finished your pretzel. You were done before Cove. It was boring not to have anything to do. You pulled on the string of your balloon to bring it down to your level. Then you held the dolphin in your hands, manipulating it to make it look like it was jumping through the air. You turned to face towards the beach. It almost looked like it was swimming in the waves like a real dolphin. A laugh came from your side. Ow! When you glanced back at Cove, he had left the remaining part of his pretzel on the wrapper and he was gripping his dolphin too. Oh, you can name it! Okay, mine's name is Merryweather. He's the prince of the dolphins. Wow. Mine's name is Splash. They star in movies. Mine's name is Cherry. She's actually an alien. Mine's name is Sam. They're just a regular dolphin. I feel like this one gives the best Barbie vibes. What is this game? This game is called Our Life Beginnings and Always. We're not at the very beginning of the game, but it's like basically like a visual novel where you're playing as this kid and then like you kind of grow up alongside like this kid named Cove who comes to live at your beachside town. But yeah, it's very cute so far. My friend really likes this game, so I promised that I would play it, and it's really fun. I keep seeing art of it on Twitter from this artist I like, and it's like, oh, I want to play, it's so cute. But yeah. He wears a crown made of seaweed, and all of his friends are merfolk. Every now and then he'll make friends with a kid and let him ride on his back. You sighed, wishing you could meet a real dolphin like Merryweather. What's yours? Cove considered this question, placing the balloon against the table and resting his free arm across it in contemplation. It's... With a loud pop, the dolphin exploded into ribbons. Oh shit. Cute. Did you finish the detective game? I have finished 1 or 2 playthroughs, I think, of Nancy Drew stuff, but I haven't finished Shadow at the Water's Edge or Icicle Creek. Oh wait, no. Wolf at Icicle Creek Lodge. I need to finish those 2 still. Also, I haven't finished Judgment. There are 2 detective games that I play. Maybe soon. Oh no. For a second, all Cove did was gape in shock like you. Then his cheeks puffed up, squinting his eyes, and you saw tears start to glisten. No! You made a joke. You offered to find Alexander. You offered to give Cove your balloon. You didn't say anything. He would be alright. Oh. You looked at Cove, then up at your balloon bobbing gently in the air above you. You can have mine. That was better than letting him cry more. Cove sniffled, glancing up at the balloon, then back at you. No, it's yours. I don't want to take it from you. It's okay, really. Cove shook his head. Even though it wasn't your fault, you still felt bad. Still, the offer seemed to lift Cove's spirits, and that was good. Oh. The passing of Cove's balloon was the last major event of your adventure. Oh. In the end, the 2 of you headed back late that afternoon. You separated on the beach, and while Cove went straight home with his brand new sand pail in hand, you decided to sit for a while. You watched the waves and the sunset, fiddling with your new keychain. Another summer day was drawing to a close. Oh, I wonder if there's like another universe where, or like another path. Another universe, it's all in this universe probably. Another like path where it's like he'll stay with you on the beach. Oh. And watch like the sunset with you. Oh, I'm sorry, Cove. Another summer day was drawing to a close. It had been a good one, except for the sad final note. Oh, Cove. One sweltering summer day, you were in your living room with Cove, listening to the sounds of the birds chattering outside the window while you lay across the rug on the floor. Cove's dad had dropped him off earlier, and your mom said had left the two of you along with Lizzie to play amongst yourselves. It had been too hot to go outside in the afternoon, at least according to Mommy, so your sister was starting to get impatient waiting for her golf class that evening. Wow, our sister bougie. The three of you had trouble finding something fun to do. Man, I suck at golf. The beach and the playground were off limits, and you felt like it was too warm for anything like playing with your fuzzy toy animals. Then suddenly, a light came to Lizzie's big brown eyes, and her smile spread wide across her face. Having an idea gave her a new wave of energy. Since we're stuck inside, we should be adults. They don't play outdoors anyways. They're always inside and telling everybody they're too busy to play.
Why?
Duh.
I said why, and it'll be fun. Duh. What do they do inside that we don't? Besides, use the phone a lot. Excluding a small huff, Lizzie decides to ignore Cove.
What do you think?
June, what do you think? Do you want to? Cove said it. That doesn't sound like fun. I bet we could come up with something else. I don't know. I want to. What'd she say? We're gonna play house? We're gonna play adults? What? What are we gonna do inside? I bet we could come up with something else. I don't know. Please, June, when have I ever had a bad idea? I feel like you probably have a couple bad whenever we play with you. Oh, Cove. Can we talk about that dress? I love it. It's cute. I like the, what's it called? The sunflower seeds. I bought some dresses somewhat recently, and I'm just like, well, I need to gain confidence to wear them on a daily basis or on like a regular basis. I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, am I too fancy? And I'm just like, no, it's okay. You can wear skirts and you can wear dresses on a casual basis as well as, like, you know, it's fine. I don't know. I wasn't asking you. Ooh. I'll try, but that sounds boring. Dress however, girl. Thanks, girl. Or thanks, Mutsu. I'll try. I'll try it, but that sounds boring. Okay, I'll stay. Sorry, I have other stuff to do. You kept hesitating. You looked down at your hands, still unsure. Wow, me in real life. Apparently tired of waiting for you to make up your mind, Lizzie sighed. Fine, go play over there, June. You flinched from her raised voice. It definitely wouldn't be fun to join now. Oh, shit. Me and Cove will do it ourselves. It's decided. Oh, Cove! He looked back at you regretfully. Oh.
I guess.
Oh, Cove, I'm sorry. You can't escape. If you love the dress, just do it. Do it for yourself. Thanks, Kenny. I'm just like, I already bought it, so like, might as well wear it. Okay. Now go on. Oh, nodding goodbye to the two of them, you trailed off to find something else to do. Oh, Cove. Like he promised, Cove stayed put with Lizzie for the next couple of hours while you watched TV, played Godzilla, read a book, built a fort. Oh, Cove! I'm gonna build a fort. You could hear them talking as you raced to your room to take pillows and blankets from your bed. When you went back downstairs, you also took a couple of cushions from the sofa and found a spare blanket in the hallway cupboard. The dining room was a perfect place for building a fort. When you pulled out the chairs and covered them with blankets, you had plenty of room beneath the table to do whatever you wanted. I remember making a fort when I was younger. Oh, so cute. You just scattered the pillows inside the fort to make it more comfortable when you heard Lizzie and Cove's voices again, and this time they were much louder. Curious about what was happening, you craned your neck to hear them better. At first, you mostly only picked up Lizzie's high-pitched shouting, giving orders, telling Cove what to do, yelling about sports and the Olympics. Ooh. That was pretty typical for Lizzie, so there was nothing new there. Forts are fun. Yeah, I would take like the chairs from like the dining room, and then we would take the cushions off the sofa, and then we would build like a little maze, because like we were like small enough back then that we could fit between the legs of the chairs. So much fun. But then you started hearing Cove more and more as time went on. I think like back then it's like and then you could also like have a second story, because like we were small enough that like you could like climb on top of the chairs if there was like an opening, and then it was like a kind of small second story. I think we wanted to try to make a third story, but I feel like that was kind of impossible. Such a good thing that we didn't do that, because we probably would have gotten injured. It sounded like they weren't having a very good time. You stayed put. You went to see what was going on. You abandoned your pillow fort to go check what was happening with them. Are you okay in here? Oh, From up close, you could see that your sister was red-faced and pouting, while Cove mostly just looked confused. Neither one paid you mind.
Cove.
Shut up, Cove! You're being so unreasonable, you... I don't get what you want. This game doesn't make sense.
Ugh.
It does! You have to be realistic! I said that! But you're not. The argument was so high-strung that was making you a little uncomfortable. You had no idea what to do to make them stop at this point. It seemed like the two of them would just keep working each other up as long as they could. Ooh. Have the two of them been arguing like this the whole time? Thankfully, like a greeting card angel, Mom walked into the room. Lizzie rushed to her, hanging onto the hem of her shirt and poking out her tongue at Cove. Lizzie, June, it's time to get ready to go.
You alright with that?
Sorry you have to leave already, Cove. Their mommy said she'll walk you home, so you won't be left in the cold. Cove was still glaring at Lizzie, his face flushed red with anger. Oh, I can go by myself. But bye, June. Ooh, there was still a harsh edge to the brief farewell, but you knew it wasn't you he was mad at. Oh, Cove, I'm sorry. Without giving Mom a chance to stop him, Cove stood up and stalked out of the room, shoulders drawn tight.
Huh?
Okay. Worried, Mom turned to look down at you and Lizzie. You two were playing nice with our new friend, weren't you? You told the truth, you lied. They were fighting, Cove and Lizzie, for the whole time. Your sister's jaw dropped, looking betrayed, as Mom put both her hands on her hips. Elizabeth! I told you to be kind to him. He's having a hard time right now. Oh, I'm sorry, Lizzie. Didn't know you were gonna get chewed out like that. Lizzie's mouth closed back up, replaced by a tiny frown. I know, I tried, but he was...
That's enough.
Buts. We both know you can show someone a great time when you put your mind to it. We're going to apologize to Cove and his dad over the phone when he gets home from work tonight. Lizzie hung her head, dragging a foot across the ground in front of her. Oh, I'm sorry, Lizzie. Okay, Mom. Good girl. You caught pieces of Lizzie sulking to herself about how it was his fault too, but it was over. Ah, right, we better get a move on.
Let's go.
Let's go, kids. No, Lonnie, where did you leave the car keys? Mom hustled you all out the door, and you noticed during the car ride to golf practice that Lizzie was quieter than usual. I'm sorry, Lizzie. She was usually the first one to request which music to play in the car, to listen to in the car, but she didn't say a thing. Your parents noticed she wasn't in the mood to be bothered. They gave her space, and Mommy just asked you what you'd like to listen to. Oh, our turn. You picked your favorite song and always made the car ride more fun. You chose the soundtrack to a cool movie you saw a couple months ago. You chose a song you knew Lizzie liked, and maybe that would cheer her up. Oh, I feel like if it was me, I would not be so emotionally intelligent as to pick something for my sister, but I'm older and more experienced now, so maybe we'll try to make her feel better. You were happy to see it brightened her up right away, and she started singing along with you. Okay, it worked. Soon enough, her bad mood was a thing of the past, thank God. When the car ride was over, you spent the twilight hour watching Lizzie hit things with the other girls her age. You didn't know much about golf, but you could tell that she really liked it, so you sat with your moms and tried to puzzle it out. It was nice sitting outside after being cooped up in the house all day, and you stretched out your legs to let the last few minutes of sun warm up your skin. When the sun was finally out of sight, dipping behind the horizon, you all got ready to leave. Instead of going straight home, your mom took the family out to dinner. You went to a restaurant you had all been going to ever since you could remember. Oh, I have a feeling that, like... Sorry, I was like, I had a feeling, like, one second. No, I was like, I'm shaking my table a little bit because I shake my legs as like a habit, and I thought my model was shaking too, but it's just my monitor shaking because the table is shaking because I'm shaking the table with my leg. Anyway, I'm just thinking about all the alternate paths of like maybe Cove could have gone with you to the restaurant and to golf if like he hadn't fought with Lizzie, and I'm like, oh no, I'm doing everything wrong. You went to the restaurant you had all been going to ever since you could remember. Earlier, you'd only caught the tail end of your sister's argument with Cove, but you could kind of tell that all this helped Lizzie be less angry. The car ride home was quiet, with only the radio providing escape from the silence. Lizzie had been in better spirits now, but the closer you got to your neighborhood, the more she wiggled in her seat and frowned out the window. She knew what was coming when you all got back home. Clearly, she was dreading it. Blah. Soon enough, Mom was turning on to your street, then reversing into the driveway. Once she cut the ignition, it was dead silent. No one spoke, only unbuckled their seatbelts and opened the doors. Lizzie was the last one out. Once everyone was inside and done taking off their shoes, she propped up her hands on her hips.
So,
Now then, Mr. Holden's car is in his driveway, so he should be back from work. That's good news, isn't it, Elizabeth? You and Cove can hash things out before the day's done. Lizzie didn't complain or put up a fight. Her head ducked so she didn't have to meet anyone's eyes. She nodded once. Good. Let's move this to the kitchen. Mom went over to the house phone, the rest of you following behind her. Mommy put a gentle hand on Lizzie's shoulder as they walked side by side. You watched them from the back. This was only happening because you told on Lizzie. Oh, I'm sorry, Lizzie. Also, let me snooze ad for another... Let me snooze it twice. And then after that, I'll put my... I think my laundry should be done. You didn't regret it. You felt a little guilty, like you had betrayed your sister. You hadn't liked doing it, but had to. It was her fault for doing it in the first place. I would probably feel a little guilty. You could still remember the look on Lizzie's face. There was no doubt she felt that way about it. Lizzie could hold a grudge if she was really upset. Would she hold this over you? You hoped not. The four of you stood around the kitchen in a lopsided square. All eyes were on Lizzie, who kept her gaze on her feet. Remember the number for Cove's house, don't you, honey? I absolutely would have told on her. I feel like at that age I would not have known what to do. Lizzie jerked her head in another nod, sullen. Without further prompting, she stepped forward and began to dial. Mom reached over and pressed a button on the base. Suddenly you could hear the phone ringing. She turned on the speaker. Oh shit! The phone rang a couple times and stopped. Mr. Holden's warm voice came through the other end. Evening, Holden residence. Lizzie looked over at Mommy, unsure. She nodded encouragingly. Hi, Mr. Holden. It's, Lizzie. Can I talk to Cove?
Absolutely.
Lizzie Reinz? What a surprise. But of course you can say hey to the boy. Oh, he sounds so old. He sounded cheery as usual, though definitely meant it when he said it was a surprise. You thought hard and you were sure that your sister had never called Cove's house before. Mom spoke up before Mr. Holden or Lizzie could say anything more. Her arms were crossed over her chest, her lips pursed. Hi, Cliff. Noelani, June, and I are here too. Good evening. We're sorry to bother you so late. You spoke up to say hello too. You said nothing to Cove's dad. Hi. The gang's all here, huh? Is something the matter? His voice grew a bit concerned. Mommy was quick to reassure him. No, well, yes, but it's going to be okay. Lizzie and Cove got into a bit of a fight today. We're hoping that the two of them could talk and make up. Is this a good time for you and Cove?
What?
A fight? Oh shit. Cove didn't tell me anything about that when I came home. It does explain the funk he's been in tonight. He chuckled lightly. Despite that, it didn't seem like he really thought it was funny. Anyway, it's good. You didn't catch us at a bad time. I'll go grab him for you. There was some shuffling on the other end. He must not have gone far because you could hear him calling out, Cove, there's someone on the phone for you. After a beat of silence, there was more muffled talking from Cove's dad. Come on, bud. Lizzie called just so she could talk to you.
Are you sure?
June's on the other end listening too. Don't you want to say hi? It took a bit of back and forth, though the conversation seemed one-sided since you couldn't hear Cove properly. Eventually, Cove took the phone from his dad.
Hi.
Hello? Hey, it's Lizzie. Yeah, I know. Dad told me. Cove's tone was defensive. Lizzie turned to Mom, scowling. One stern from her, though, and Lizzie turned away.
Sorry.
I just called to say I'm sorry for not playing nice with you today. I won't do it again. Lizzie's eyes were downcast, her voice low. You could tell she felt uncomfortable apologizing to Cove in front of everybody. She was still being genuine about feeling bad. Cove must have realized that too because he sighed quietly. Okay, I guess I'm sorry too. A sense of relief washed over everyone at his acceptance of the apology. Mom uncrossed her arms while Mommy's shoulders relaxed. Lizzie's eyebrows raised up. You wondered if she thought that he'd refused an apology. Dad, can I get off the phone now? You couldn't see him, but it was obvious that Cove felt awkward about the situation. He had come off uncomfortable the entire time, really.
Yeah.
You can go back to your room if you want. Be sure to say goodbye first, though. Bye, Lizzie. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, June. You perked up at the mention of your name. You smiled even if he couldn't see it. Bye, Cove. With that said, Cove must have handed the phone back to his dad and left since Mr. Holden spoke up.
That's a relief.
All's well that ends well, as they say. Thanks for arranging this. I'm sure he appreciates it. As Mom replied, Lizzie tugged on Mommy's hand to catch her attention. Can I go now, too?
Good job.
Sure, sweetie. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for apologizing to Cove. Mom flashed a brief smile at Lizzie and nodded in her agreement. Given permission to leave, Lizzie scurried off towards the stairs. She seemed to be feeling much better with the incident behind her. Mom and Mommy returned to the phone, taking it off the speaker. They continued talking to Mr. Holden. You couldn't tell what about. You were glad that was the end of it all. Lizzie and Cove might not get along, and probably still won't, but they weren't mad at each other anymore. Mom and Mommy weren't upset either. Everything was finally getting back to normal. With that thought, you retreated to your own room with a spring in your step. Whoa. Long day. It was another scorching summer day, the kind where no sooner had you finished one cup of water, you were already filling it up again. Speaking of which, I'm gonna drink water. Oh my god, I like chugged half of my water bottle. Okay. Everyone else had something on, so that afternoon it was just you and Shiloh. This didn't happen much, especially since Cove had arrived. Oh, it's just Shiloh. Okay. Without Lizzie around, Shiloh looked to you for all the answers. It made you feel nothing really frustrated, pleased. Frustrated. He was always wanting to hear what you thought, instead of giving his own opinion, and expected you to come up with the plans. It was hard work, especially for such a hot day. You drained yet another drink and frowned at the empty vessel. Your thirst was gone, but you still craved something icy cold and refreshing, something sweet, something like ice cream! A popsicle, an ice cream cone, and ice cream sandwich. Ooh, ice cream sandwich would be good too. Ice cream sandwich. You craved a soft ice cream sandwich, you craved soft ice cream sandwich between two cookies. There was nothing like that to be found at home. You knew that without needing to look. Your moms didn't keep sweets in the house. Oh, so relatable. Outside, there were plenty of places where such goodies could be obtained, but they were shops and demanded payment in exchange for their products. You sighed. You voiced your predicament out loud. You asked Shiloh for help. I just want an ice cream sandwich. Shiloh, who had been draped over the sofa, perked up.
Yeah.
That sounds good. We don't have anything like that in the house, and I don't have any money. Oh, let me check if I have any. Oh, Shiloh the cash cow! Shiloh rummaged in his backpack and proudly produced an assortment of coins, plus one stray button. We don't have allowance, damn. You set the button aside and counted the coins in neat piles. Just over $1, you announced this to Shiloh. He had almost certainly come to the same conclusion, but he'd been watching you expectantly. It's not enough. It's a start. It's not enough.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. We'll just need to find some more. Okay. The two of you lifted couch cushions, stuck tiny hands down deep crevices in the sofa and under furniture, and scoured the back of drawers. Most of what you found was useless or gross. Bent paper clips, fluffy wisps of dust or sandy crumbs, but every so often one of you would strike silver or bronze and add it to the growing pile of coins. Oh hell yeah. Dusty and disheveled from checking every room and squinting into every tiny nook, the two of you finished pooling your finds. Shiloh held his breath as you counted the coins once again. $2.53 and 2 buttons. You don't know when the second button had decided to join the party, but you were too pleased with your successful haul to throw it out. Is that enough? You figured he knew the answer without looking to you for confirmation, but the thrill of your success and the reward that would follow canceled out any other feelings you might have had about that. Yeah! Oh, thank God. Sorry, I'm just like inflation these days. I don't know if $2.50 would be enough. You could now afford something at the shops. Just one thing, but that was infinitely better than none. Shiloh clapped his hands. We can split an ice cream sandwich pretty easily. Yay! The two of you dashed outside, the promise of sugar buoyed you on your destination where, breathless but happy, you stared at the overwhelming number of options. You knew what you wanted, but it wasn't just you who had contributed the funds to get the treat. You seemed to notice your pause. It's currently 2006 in the game, so it seems right. Oh, okay. Whew. Reverse inflation. Aren't you getting an ice cream sandwich? Shiloh asked as though he was entirely separate from the decision rather than someone with a stake in the outcome. Do you mind? Shiloh cocked his head to the side. I want an ice cream sandwich. It was your idea. You should choose. You went ahead and got what you wanted. Originally, are you really sure that's okay? You tried to get something you both wanted anyway. It wasn't fair for you to be the only one to decide when he'd been a main factor in making this happen. Some of the money came directly from his backpack. What do you like? All of them. They're so good. You pressed further. But what do you really like? Popsicles or ice cream? Which is your favorite? Aw, it's hard to pick. I don't know. Me too, Shiloh. Frustrated, you cut to the heart of the matter. You want me to choose? Yeah. Maybe that's why he likes Lizzie. And that was that. You got the dessert you wanted originally and hoped Shiloh would actually like it too. Finally, the reward for all your hard work was in your hands. You bit the ice cream sandwich. The chewy chocolate biscuit complemented the creamy vanilla ice cream inside. Oh, hell yeah! Okay, also my ad is starting in like the next 30 seconds, so once the ad starts, I'm going to go do my laundry, or get my laundry. You held it out to Shiloh so he could take a turn. He shook his head.
You can finish it.
No, you need to eat some of this! I want ice cream now. I want some ice cream now too. I have some downstairs, but I specifically want an ice cream sandwich. He didn't want any? After everything he did to help get it? That was weird. But you accepted the offer. You tried to include Shiloh. You hesitated. Even if Shiloh said it was okay, every story you'd ever seen on TV or read in a book said that sharing was caring, unless he's lactose intolerant. You stood your ground, even as the treat started to trickle dangerously towards your fingers. It's only fair that you have some. We both bought it. But you want it more than I do, and getting to play was a lot of fun already, so you can have it. It's more than fair. You held it out to him. Eat, boy! I want you to have some, even more than I want to finish it, so eat your part. Relenting, Shiloh took the treat and gave it a taste. His eyes lit up.
Thank you.
It's really good. Thank you. You smiled, pleased with your good deed. You're a good person. You picked the best one. Did he mean that? Shiloh was always nice no matter what happened, even if he hated it. You knew he wouldn't say so. Maybe he thought it was gross, and that's the real reason why he didn't want to take some. You had no idea. You studied him as he ate a little more. He had every appearance of enjoying himself. Still weird. The two of you began to head home as he ate. You walked side by side. Oh, okay, there's the ad break. Okay, I'm gonna BRB and do laundry. BRB, I'm grabbing laundry. I'm back. I don't know if you guys are back yet though, because the timer still says the ads are going on. But I came back with ice cream, but I realized it's bad to eat ice cream in this game because then I can't read. Oh, I don't have an ad. Oh, okay. I'm gonna open and eat some of my ice cream, like while my timer is still going, just in case. I got Haagen-Dazs chocolate, chocolate shell with almond, and then it's vanilla ice cream on the inside. That's what they call the good shit. Magman? It's Haagen-Dazs. Oh shit. Sorry, I don't remember if I think I don't remember if I joined my last mushroom of the day. Also, 1 second. I think we're back, but like, let me. Sorry, my tracking is gonna be off for a second. I need to join a mushroom and Pikmin Bloom. I need to walk a bit more because my step count right now is quite low. And my goal for the week is like 50k steps. I think I did do my last mushroom of the day yesterday, so maybe we're in the clear. Almost done. Need to collect my rewards. Ah! Don't want to get crumbs in my room. Oh my god, it's cold. I'm almost back. Sorry. You can hear the... I don't know if you can hear the noise. Oh my god. My other mushroom is almost done. Okay. Okay, we're back. Okay. Okay. You walked side by side on the shore in silence, but your thoughts kept drifting to the boy beside you. I wish you were Cove. No, I'm kidding. Why didn't he speak up for himself, just like me? It was almost as if Shiloh didn't know how to say what he felt, or was too afraid to. What a mood. You figured that was his problem and didn't care. Are you scared of me? You thought that was kind of sad. Are we friends? Shiloh opened his eyes wide, seemingly caught off guard by the blunt question. Yeah, I think so. He says that, but friends should be able to talk to each other without being scared. If Shiloh wouldn't do that, were you even really friends at all? He rubbed his hands together nervously over your non-reaction.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. You weren't sure how sorry he could be without knowing what he's even apologizing for, but you shook your head. You didn't do anything. It was true. Shiloh hadn't done something mean. He'd gone out of his way to make you happy. That didn't seem like it should be a bad thing, yet it bothered you. Wow, Shiloh's kind of just like me. Oh shit. I just don't know if you like me. It's like it doesn't matter what I do, you're gonna act the same. I could be anybody and you wouldn't care. No, I like you. I really, really like you, June. I want to be friends. Okay. You smiled hesitantly at him, and his fidgeting ceased. Even though you weren't sure if you believed him, this was only making things worse. You decided that maybe there were all types of friends. If Shiloh wasn't able to do things differently, that would have to be alright. Shiloh made you unsure about setting a label on the experience of spending the afternoon with just him. There had been good times and there had been confusing ones. You were positive of one thing at least. The treat was delicious, and that was nice. The sun was low on the horizon as you returned to your neighborhood. There you spotted two very familiar figures up ahead, Lizzie and Cove. You opened your mouth to make your presence known to them just as you saw the tears on Cove's face. Oh shit! You walked straight over, Shiloh at your heels. Once there, you defended Cove, took a moment to make a joke, accused Lizzie of causing trouble, carefully asked about what happened. Without a time machine, the only way you were going to find out was by asking the witnesses. Oh! Lizzie might have done something, But she could have been in the wrong place at the wrong time, or even come to Cove's aid. You want to hear the story. Cove, what happened?
June.
I got yelled at. He took a deep, steadying breath. Some grandparents got mad at me.
Ugh.
Aw, sorry. Lizzie jerked her head in the direction of a nearby house. Your heart sunk. You knew exactly what had happened. Every year, the same mean old couple rented out that condo for the summer. You, Lizzie, and Shiloh knew to stay away from them, but Cove couldn't have. They're like that with everyone. Even your mom struggled to find anything nice to say about them, but the elderly pair particularly took offense to kids. What assholes. It didn't matter if they were really nice like Cove. Yeah, Lizzie said. Lizzie drew herself up at that. She looked pointedly in your direction.
Uh-huh.
I was helping. That's cool. Is there anything I can do?
No.
I'm just gonna stay away. Or you could teach them a lesson. There was a devilish glint in her eyes. Oh shit. What? You should ding-dong ditch them. Go ring the doorbell and run. It'll be great because they're slow. They'll never catch you. That's dumb. I don't want to go near them ever again.
You're just saying that because you're a brack
Oh.
chicken.
Alright, I thought that voice line would go longer. Oh my god, my teeth. I took a bite of my ice cream, and at that point she had practically been done with her voice line. Cove glared but didn't take the bait. Lizzie turned to you. You're not a chicken, are you? Damn, Lizzie. Yeah, cluck cluck. You'd rather just avoid them. You thought they deserved worse. I'll do it. You'd rather just avoid them. You looked at the house. Behind those closed doors lurked two beings, rich in years but poor in patience. Maybe they deserved retaliation. Maybe they didn't, but that punishment wouldn't be coming from you. It was safer to stay far away from them, especially since Cove took their outbursts to heart. I'm not doing it either. Another chicken for the coop. This is a hen house now. If we're chickens, you're a lizard, Lizzie. She wagged her tongue at his face. Still better than a bird brain, chicken. The condo door opened, revealing one of the two culprits. The old man's wizened face was set in a scowl, which was to say he looked exactly like he always did when you saw him. Maybe that was his normal face. What are you old kid? What are you old kids? What are you kids doing out loitering outside my house? Or maybe he was always just in a terrible mood. Nothing. Nothing. He repeated the word as if it was the greatest crime anyone could commit. Nothing good, more like it, get lost! It wasn't as if he owned the space outside the house, but Cove's eyes, still red from his earlier tears, were wide, and you thought it would be best to heed the old man's command. Oh, baby! Lizzie took off, with Shiloh immediately trailing after her without so much as a glance back in your direction. So much for your friendship. Damn, Shiloh! Sheesh! You waved your arm at Cove, summoning him to follow you, and ran after Lizzie. The old man's hollers propelled you all from the street to the sanctity of the hill. Only once you were safe did you notice a stitch in your chest and the ache in your legs. You flopped down, the blades of grass tickling your face. Lizzie, who had taken the lead in the end, was already lazing on the ground. The four of you took a moment to catch your breath and enjoy the feeling of cool grass against your skin.
Cove.
Cove lifted his head. I told you there were mean grandparents around here. Cove rolled his eyes and decided this wasn't dismissive enough and rolled his whole body away from your sister. Lizzie chose to ignore his response and started chatting to Shiloh, who eagerly joined in the conversation. In the back of your mind, you always knew you'd be second fiddle again to Shiloh once Lizzie came around. It always went like that. And it was fine, you thought. You still felt a little sad after how much time you spent together today. And it was always annoying. Yeah, it's always annoying. But you weren't going to make a fuss, especially after everything that's already happened. There were other things to attend to anyways. Let Cove! You wriggled closer to Cove. He had calmed down for the most part and was inspecting a flower. His fingers pinched the stem and tilted the white petal towards him. Or tilted the white petals towards him. That's a poppy. Cove glanced at you in acknowledgement, then back to the flower. And the type of poppies on this hill have the name white linen poppy, Mom told me. He quirked a smile. That's funny. He ran a finger around the edge of the petals. It doesn't feel like cloth. You'd need a lot of them to make anything. That reminds me, whenever like I see flowers, not like all the time, but sometimes like when you see flowers in like the mall or in like stores or something, you're like, is this real? I always just like touch it and like feel the petals like between my fingers, and I was like, oh, it's real, or oh, it's fake. He nodded and released the delicate plant. Evaluation complete. This is my favorite kind of flower, but I didn't know what it was called. Thanks. Man, oh my god, there are so many options. Also, his face is so smooth. Okay. It's mine too. I like roses. Buttercups are really great. My favorite is snapdragons. Hibiscuses are the best. Peonies are pretty. I love sunflowers. I pick tulips. Orchids are the most special. Type your own answer. I like all flowers. I don't care about flowers. I only know what my mom tells me. I feel like I like hydrangeas a lot and like forget-me-nots and whatnot, but I do like a lot of flowers. I like tulips too. I remember when I was younger, I had like we like tried to plant tulips in the garden. I don't really know what happened to them in the end, but we tried. I don't know if they lived, but we had them. I remember I would like fold down the petals on the tulips to try to open up the flower. They didn't break or rip or anything, but I was like, now I'm just thinking back, I'm like, I don't know if you're supposed to do that to tulips. But I was kind of just curious what it would look like if all the petals were down. Peonies are pretty. I'll put hydrate. I don't. Oh, I don't know how to spell. How do you spell hydrangeas? Hydrangea. I don't want to spell it wrong. Hydrangea. A hydrangea, huh? Neat. Thanks. Oh, CG! CG! I think. Oh, my cream and nothing. You moved onto your back with a small smile and looked at the darkening sky. The blanket of clouds reminded you of a thick throw you curled under on the cold, rainy days. You wondered if the clouds would be as soft. They lazily floated on by, splitting from each other, merging and morphing into new shapes. You saw a dolphin, you saw a car, you saw an alpaca, you saw a smiley face, you saw cloud shapes. I saw a car! You saw a boxy car driving through the sky. You nudged Cove and pointed to it. Doesn't that look like a car? Cove joined you in gazing skywards. Not really. Hey! He chuckled at your reaction. At the sun's all the sun's light faded from the sky and the moon rose higher. Lizzie got to her feet, dusting strands of grass from her bare legs, and surveyed her surroundings. The ocean, visible from the crest of the hill, beckoned with every sweep of the tide. Let's go to the beach! There was no argument from the other two. Shiloh was still Shiloh, and Cove would never say no to going to the shore. He was a child of the sea. You wanted to go there too, were too tired to argue, were happy to do what the others wanted, objected to the plan. The beach wouldn't necessarily have been where you chose to go next, but if that's what the others wanted, then you weren't going to spoil the fun. Sandcastle! You stepped onto the sand for the second time that day, but it felt different at night. The beach was nearly quiet at this hour. Abandoned sandcastles and footsteps in the sand, too big to belong to any of you, were the only indication of how busy it had been only hours earlier. The four of you kicked shoes off and removed socks and walked along the water's edge, and the waves tickled your feet. I wonder what would happen if you tried to take a bath in the ocean with shampoo and everything. That would be bad for the fish.
Jeez.
I didn't say anyone would do it. Jeez, you don't have to be so serious about everything. You're the one who asked what would happen. That is what would happen. It hurt the fishes. I like bubble baths at home. They're a lot of fun. Okay, Shiloh. Me too. Bubble baths are luxurious. You'd never heard Lizzie use that word before. Mommy loves to have bubbles in her bath. She'll turn the lights off and have candles. I'm gonna do that next time. Hey, when's your mom coming to pick you up anyway? Not for a while. She's busy. What about your dad? How come you never talk about him? Nobody does. Don't you know you're not supposed to ask something like that? Why would somebody want to talk about something they've never talked about? You kept your eyes on the ground, watching your toes get swallowed by the waves. Even if Shiloh never seemed upset when this topic came up, it made you feel awkward just for having both of your moms. It's okay. I'm like Lizzie and June. I don't have a dad. I don't have two moms, I just have one. She's really great. Oh, sorry. I only have one now too. My mom isn't here. She's back home. It's just my dad with me.
Sorry.
Oh, I never had a dad or anything, so I don't feel bad. It's really sad that your mom is gone. Cove nodded. You joked about Shiloh's mom getting together with Cove's dad. Oh, part of me wants to, but part of me's like, no, that's bad. I can't do that. Saves. I'll do it later. I mean, what? I mean, can we see? You didn't have anything comforting to say to that, so you tried to lighten the mood instead. Hey, since you both only have one parent, Cove's dad could marry Shiloh's mom, then you two would be brothers. Sorry, I was too curious. Cove stopped abruptly, his face set hard.
No.
My dad isn't gonna do that. Shiloh tugged at the rim of his hat. Neither is my mom. She doesn't want to marry anybody. I told you people this wasn't a good thing to talk about. It seemed your plan backfired and the mood soured even more. You didn't know what to do. The silence broke with a splash as Lily kicked in your direction. Cold water and sun sand splattered against your legs. Okay, rewind time. Yeah. We would never say that. Even if we're thinking it. Even if they're all different, our parents are good in their own ways. You didn't say anything. Even if they're all different, our parents are good in their own ways. Yeah. Cove couldn't muster a response. You don't think he truly disagreed, though. The silence broke with a splash as Lizzie kicked in your direction. Cold water and sun sand splattered against your legs. Lizzie giggled, foot still outstretched from the kick. Cove joined in, striking the incoming waves to make a splash of his own. Shiloh scurried out of Cove's spray zone with a grin. You made a run for it. You retaliated. You used your foot to smack the water pooling around you, setting an arc of sea foam flying back onto your sister. You laughed as she spluttered, some of the salty seawater having landed in her mouth. She spat it out. Yuck! Lizzie chased you, intent on revenge. You dashed up and down the coast, taking it in turns to be the predator and the prey, as well as joining forces to take down Shiloh or Cove. Alliances were silently forged and wordlessly broken. Everything was fair game in war. Shiloh's brief exclamation was drowned out by the biggest splash yet, caused by him falling face first onto the ground. That would have been bad enough without the wave that followed, cascading over his prone body. Oh, rip Shiloh. Shiloh sat up, shaking his head like a dog coming in from the rain, as you all hurried over to check on him. His hair was plastered to his head, and his soaked clothes clung. If there was any part of him that was still dry, you couldn't see it. That was crazy. Are you okay? Yeah, my foot got stuck and I fell over.
You Dumbo.
Way to go, Shiloh, you Dumbo. You offered to help him up, let him get up himself. Shiloh didn't take out your outstretched hand. After a moment, you dropped it. Oh, damn, Shiloh. Lizzie was too busy snickering to notice and held out her hand to Shiloh, too. He reached over and took it. Damn, Shiloh, why you hate us so much? Slowly he started to pull himself from the ground. Damn, Shiloh, what the fuck? Holy shit, maybe he really doesn't like us. Well, fucking Shiloh. Anyway, then he slipped on the slick sand, dragging him and Lizzie down just in time for another wave to hit. The water rolled over them. Oh, okay, maybe he was just trying to prank Lizzie back or something. Hi, Akiyama! Joony! Takes the opportunity to take another bite of my ice cream. Hope you're doing well! Ice cream is so melted! What? My ice cream is so melted.
Sorry.
What were the odds of that happening twice in a row? You thought that they must be low, but there's no way Shiloh would do something like that on purpose and pretend it was an accident. Especially not to Lizzie. I don't know, Shiloh kind of sussy, I don't know. Don't talk while you eat. Okay! Nom nom nom. Even if your relationship with Shiloh felt unclear, he did at least like her a lot. Lizzie was his favorite, right? I feel like Shiloh kinda sus. Smiling boldly, Lizzie extracted herself from the ground and wiped a streak of sand from her cheek. She didn't intend to let this embarrass her. Shiloh got up again as well, this time without incident. He still looked like a drowned puppy, but that didn't stop Cove from laughing at the two of them. Oh, otome game. It's kind of otome game, but it's also kind of just visual novel. You don't have to get with the character in the end. You guys ever just melt ice cream in a bowl and eat it with a spoon? No, but I did. Okay, back when I was younger, we would get McDonald's, and I would get like the McDonald's sundae, and then that shit, like sometimes I wouldn't be able to finish all of it, and I would let it melt, and then I put it in the freezer, and then like after you take it out of the freezer, it's kind of like a more like icy kind of consistency. That was pretty good. But then one time I tried to intentionally let it melt and then freeze it, and it didn't taste as good. So I don't know what it is about like just having a little bit left over enough that it melts and just like you have like less than an inch left or something. I don't know, but it was really good. Wait, I'm gonna finish this before oh my god, it fell. Okay, I'm almost done. No. Thank you for the hydrate. Okay, I drank my water. I finished my ice cream. Time to play more. With that, it was time to call it a day. The four of you made the journey back home, leaving a trail of wet footsteps and sand in your wake. Damp clothes may have weighed down some of the group, but your spirits were high. Your arms swung side to side as a cool breeze flowed past. Cute! Your moms were outside chatting to Cove's dad. We're back! Your mom's faces fell as they took in the state you were all in, ranging from messy to soaked.
No.
Elizabeth, is that all that you have to say for yourself? You brought half the beach back with you. They certainly did. What's Marigold going to do when she comes to get Shiloh? Is that how you want him to be for the long drive home, cold and filthy? Which is the mom? Both of them are our mom. Lizzie's expression turned sulky over the scolding. Being the oldest could be fun, but it also meant she was the first to get in trouble when something went wrong. Mr. Holden, on the other hand, chuckled as he ruffled Cove's matted hair. You've been out making memories, bucko? I'm glad you had a good time with your friends. Cove used his slightly moist cast arm to push his dad off. Mr. Holden's eyes widened when he noticed that even that had gotten wet. Now he was worried too. Oh shit. I think they could have found a less risky way to spend time and had just as much fun. That might be right, kids. What can you do? Oh wait, that might be right. Kids, what can you do? Come on, Cove, let's get you cleaned up and dried off. We wouldn't want that cast to have to be reset. Oh shit. Cove winced at the thought.
Okay.
Can we talk about how young the parents look? Yeah, I mean, the kids are 8, so maybe they're in like their late 20s. Mom is the one with the glasses. Oh. Oh, you mean which one is mom and which one's mommy? Oh, no. That a boy. Mr. Holden casually bent down and plucked Cove off the ground, ultimately holding Cove against his chest. Oh, that's kind of cute! Mr. Holden, you get like 10 points in my book. Okay, you're a little bit less sus, a little bit more cute. Or I guess the longer hair. Sorry, I'm just like, it hits! Oh! Father figure! Oh, so cute! Okay. Treating his son nicely! Oh! I mean, I guess like, what's it called? He did give his son like money to like shop, but then this is like, oh, he's being cute! He's picking him up! Okay, anyway. Sand was already transferring from Cove onto him, but that didn't seem to bother Mr. Holden. Cove protested being carried, but only got a reassuring pat on the back for his trouble. Oh, so cute.
Take care.
Good night, Cove. Thank you for the talk, Cliff. Night, Reinz family, and Shiloh too. Resigned to his fate, Cove twisted his body in his dad's arms in order to turn around and wave goodbye. Cute. Smiling, you returned a tiny wave of your own. Bye, Cove!
Fine.
Well, we'd better do what we can to fix you guys up too. Come on, everybody inside. I want you to march straight to the downstairs bathroom.
Ugh.
Yes, Mom. Okay, Lizzie's mom. Don't worry about stopping to wipe your feet on the mat this time. That won't do much good tonight. Hehe. Sitting on an old beach towel your mommy had found, you waited in the hall. Until you were less sandy, you weren't allowed to go to your room or walk around the house. But you did get to eat a sandwich for dinner there. It felt like an indoor picnic. I want a sandwich! Damn. It had been decided that Shiloh would wash first, then borrow some of your clothes. He was already finished and packed away in his mom's car. Miss Fields had come to collect him a little while ago. Why's he have to borrow my clothes? Why can't he borrow Lizzie's clothes? I don't want to share with Shiloh anymore. It was a bit of a funny experience seeing him without that hat on for once. Lizzie, being much more soaked than you, got to go in the tub next. It wasn't a bubble bath as she had hoped. This was a no fun allowed cleanup session, at least that's what she had claimed. Not much longer and it would be your turn. When the bath was done, you'd have to go right to bed. After a day like this, though, you were glad there weren't going to be any further events. Drifting off to sleep sounded like a great idea. Ah, what a long day. That was a pretty long day. Okay, I think we'll probably try to do the next 2 steps and... but like... Oh wait, there's like... Oh wait, is there... Oh, is this because I have the DLC? Or is like... Wait, can I... I'm kind of scared to click on it. That if I click on it, it'll like let me go in. I don't know if it'll actually let me go in though. Yeah. Oh, I'm kind of scared. I was like, we'll do all these, like these 2 left and then we'll end summer. But if we had the DLC, then I'm like, oh, you... Sorry, I read that as you unlock the dicks. You unlock the DLC. The one behind me is Sleepover. Mutsu, do you like, cause you've played this before, right? Do you have a recommendation of if I should do it in like the order that's going, or just like pick any of them? Just go in. Oh. Also, man, I want a sandwich. I think I don't really have bread. I have naan, and then I have cheese, and then I have chicken. So I can maybe make a chicken naan sandwich. I don't know. It doesn't sound that appealing. Order is too late. Oh, order. Yeah, like, oh, going in order? I do it in the order, but doing whichever orders that you want is fine too. Oh, okay. We'll keep going in order because there's only 2 more until Ghost anyways. And then I have like an hour or an hour and a half-ish left of stream, I think, because that's when mom comes home anyway. They are their own instance moments anyways. Oh, I see. Wow. Part of me is just like, I want to know. I want to get to step 2. I want to get to step 2. But also like, hee. Cove wasn't able to do many things that summer. When him, and Shiloh sat out on the shoreline one bright morning, you could tell he wanted to be in the water. But there was no way he'd be swimming anytime soon, not with this cast. The waves washed a single shell to shore. The waves washed a single shell to shore, glittering in blue, another reminder of the places he couldn't go. Oh shit! Oh, okay, never mind. Sorry. I like pressed the wrong button. Okay, wait. How do I? Okay. I accidentally right-clicked. I was like, I did not know this would happen. From what you heard about Cove's old life so far, in tiny pieces and fragments, you could tell he'd do anything to be able to get the cast off. The possibilities of what he might get up to made you anxious. You thought about how his summer last year must have been totally different from this, with his old home and his mom and dad. But now he was here, with you and Shiloh and Lizzie and everyone else, and he couldn't even go into the sea. This town wasn't bad. It had all your favorite things in it, but sitting there on the same beach you'd grown up on, you could understand that not everybody else felt the same way about Sunset Bird as you did. You watched him from the corner of your eye quietly, and he finally said aloud what you'd been pondering. I wish I could go in. The water? Yeah.
Oh,
I'm sorry. You're gonna be able to do it soon. Cove only sighed in response. Apparently soon wasn't soon enough. It's so pretty. The ocean. And huge. There could be anything out there, like mermaids.
Yeah.
I wish you didn't have a cast. I don't really care. Swimming might be fun if we could. I'm fine here on land. Mermaids aren't real. Hell no, we're not saying that. Swimming might be fun if we could. But it's not like there's anything we can do about it. Obviously not interested in hearing much more of your input on the situation. Cove turned back to the water. I'm sorry, Cove. I'm not good at socially awkward. But as he looked away, something about Shiloh's slow, careful moments caught his eye. Hey, are you building a sandcastle?
Sort of. I was only playing around while you were talking. I'm listening.
Maybe I could too. I've only made big piles before.
It's nothing really special. I'm sure you'll be good at it right away.
Well, how do you do it then? Shiloh's cheeks lit up. You could tell he was a little bit uncomfortable to have Cove's expectant stare on him. I'll play too.
I love making sand stuff. I've never really made one before.
There's nothing else to do. I mean, we've already told him that we've made sandcastles before.
Okay.
I love making sand stuff. Oh, I bit my tongue. Okay. Shiloh. Sorry, I don't like Shiloh very much right now. I'm just like, this little shit. No kidding. He put his hands back to his seashells and sand and nodded.
I don't do a lot. Here's how I like to get a house started.
Shiloh, focusing more intently than you'd ever seen him, guided Cove through his process. You happily used your own method. Didn't take long for the three of you to each have humble structures prepared.
That's all, kind of. You can do anything now, like make it bigger, add some seashells, carve a pretty pattern. I bet you'll have great ideas.
Okay.
I'm gonna make it bigger. Mine's gonna be a real castle.
Cool. This is gonna be a house.
Looking at the base of your sandcastle, you decided to make a house, a castle, a mansion. A castle! Looking at the base of your sandcastle, you decided to build a fancy castle. The better part of the next hour was spent focusing on your own work. The boys were the same. Even Shiloh didn't sneak as many peeks at everyone else as he usually did. You finished building before either of them did, glancing up from what you'd built. Seems like you'd got done so fast because they already searched around for their extra decorations. Shiloh had grabbed most of the really interesting stuff, and Cove had lots of the shells, but there were still options. I thought I said onions. There were still onions. The first thing you reached for was a red bottle cap, blue seashell. By red bottle cap. Green. It was the best fit for your castle, you decided. It was see-through and sparkly, so you tucked it away somewhere secure inside, barely poking out to make sure it didn't get lost. Pleased with your result, you finally took a proper look around that wasn't focused on the sand itself. Both Cove and Shiloh seemed super immersed still. You knew you could probably sneak a peek at either one's work. I want to see Cove. I want to see Cove's. The castle Cove had built looked surprisingly tidy, especially for someone in a cast. He must have worked really hard. He wasn't even finished digging the huge gaping moat in front, but it was already enormous. You got the sense from the enthusiasm he was digging with that the doctor was probably going to find a bunch of sand when he finally removed the pink plaster. Oh, rip. The silence was then broken. What's on top of yours, Shiloh? You peeked closer and discovered something shiny sticking out of Shiloh's sand chimney.
Oh, it's just a gum wrapper. It looks like smoke.
Neat.
That's good. That's smart. Yeah, I didn't think of that. I guess I don't see it. I don't see it. Fucking Shiloh. No kidding. You should be an architect. Kind of looks more like a worm. You really know a lot about this. Shiloh smiled without a word. And that was that for the current topic.
June, can I see what you did?
Sure. He scooted just a bit nearer and began surveying your work. The castle you'd built was pretty impressive, all things considered. It had archways, tall walls, and even a little moat circling it. You would probably feel safe living there. Maybe your moms were the queens. Shiloh quickly decided to jump in the new conversation.
Hey June, what did you do?
I made a castle. Shiloh didn't look so happy anymore. Oh.
You both built castles?
Yeah.
Oh.
Aw, that's neat. How you guys match. Too bad we didn't all do that. Next time we should.
Damn, Shiloh. Wouldn't that be boring? If something is only one of that thing, that makes it special.
Yeah. For sandcastles and stuff. people too. My dad always says how everybody is their own man, a real individual. I'm my own man too. Yeah. I don't think I'm very special. Me too, Shiloh.
Why?
Why not? Nobody else is you. Thanks, Cove. Shiloh simply shook his head. I'm not different.
Mood.
A beat passed between the two. Cove then looked down at his own work again. Okay. He didn't seem to be bothered leaving the disagreement hanging there. Cove had other things on his mind. My dad tried to get me to make sandcastles the first time we came to this beach. I didn't want to. Cove trailed off again. Oh wait, Cove trailed off. Again, there was another moment of silence. Shiloh shifted and opened his mouth to say something, but Cove spoke up before he could. You didn't think he noticed that Shiloh was going to talk. Hey, do you know what happened when your moms met my dad, June? You blinked, not expecting the question. You thought hard. I wasn't there. They didn't tell me. I just remember what happened when I met your dad. Mr. Holden had been a weird stranger then. Well, he was still kind of strange. No other parent acted like him, but you knew him better at this point. Now that you thought about it, it made a lot of sense that Cove's dad talked to him about people being unique.
That's true. He is kind of unique.
You were pulled from your thoughts when Cove continued.
Oh.
Oh, well, I was there. I don't think my mom has met your dad. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she hasn't. June's parents and my dad met the same day I met her. I'm gonna say what happened.
Rip Shiloh.
Shiloh frowned to himself, ducking his head. His hat cast a shadow over his face. You could still tell he was upset at not being included in Cove's choice of topic. That was kind of boring for him, though giving people their own turn to say the things they want is important too.
I want to hear. I don't care if this save's coming. I want to hear what Cole wants to say, but I'm also like, I would feel bad if Shiloh wants to talk too. Shiloh could talk about stuff after Cove had the chance to share what he planned on.
When we moved here, we didn't bring a lot of things with us. Wait, actually, no, we'll go back. We'll hear Shiloh's first, and then we'll go back to Cove's. I think Shiloh wants to talk too. Huh? We were talking, just not right now. I'm talking to you. He can listen.
Cove, you dumbass!
Shiloh's expression barely flickered at the words. He still looked put off. Cove continued like the interruption hadn't happened. He was determined to tell the tale.
Damn, Cove. You cold, but also Shiloh, you little shit. Maybe you deserve it once in a while.
When we moved here, we didn't bring a lot of things with us, only some stuff that would fit in Dad's car. We didn't even get a moving truck. I sat there while Dad brought it all inside.
The way he goes like, it's so funny.
I didn't want to get out because I knew Dad would make me look around the new house. I really didn't want to do that. His lips twisted into a frown as he recalled that. Then I saw your moms. They were in the car too and stopped at your house. I guess they were coming back from somewhere or something. My dad noticed. He waved his hand, then went over to the front of your house where he started talking to them. I don't know what they said. I couldn't hear it. But he couldn't see me anymore since he was looking the other way. So I opened the car door and left. I wanted to get away and went behind the houses. I found those hills there, the ones where we met for the first time. Cove nodded, then stared at you. You stared back. He didn't go on to say anything more. Is that it?
Cove's brow wrinkled, like he didn't understand why you were surprised.
Huh?
That's all that happened. Okay, why did you tell the story if nothing happened? You really gotta get better at telling stories. That was a pretty bad story. Thanks for telling me. That was it? Wait, I'm gonna save. That was all? Oh, it's so stupid. I feel bad for Shiloh. Also, I don't really feel bad for Shiloh because Shiloh being kind of low. I don't know. Shiloh a little shit. I mean, he's not that bad. He's like 5 or some shit. You know what I mean? But also like Shiloh. I want to know everything. You really gotta tell me. Why did you want to tell the story if nothing happened? You really got better at telling stories. That was a pretty bad story. What would I say? I don't know. I don't want to discourage him, but like I was like, why did you want to tell the story?
I feel like, okay, we'll pick the canonic one that we'll like stick with, and then we'll look at the other options afterwards. Which one should we stick with? I feel like, why did you want to tell the story if nothing happened? Or thanks for telling me. Or I guess you really got better. Get better at telling stories. I guess like part of me is curious, so I'm like, thanks for telling me. This one will be canonic. We'll stick with this one. Why did you want to tell the story? It kind of didn't have a point, but that's how our parents met. I didn't make the story up. That's not really my point. Cove was just not understanding the issue here. Shiloh's mouth twisted in a scowl of disbelief, but he said nothing. Why'd you bring that up anyway? There was a slight shrug of Cove's shoulders.
Well,
I was thinking about it because of the sandcastle, blah blah blah. Okay, let's load back. You really got better at you really gotta get better at telling stories. Cove didn't seem to accept the critique whatsoever. But that's how our parents met. I didn't make the story up, if you say so. Okay.
well.
Okay, let's go back. Thanks for telling me. You're welcome. Even if not much happened, you weren't going to complain about knowing the story. Shiloh's mouth twisted in a scowl of disbelief, but he said nothing. Take that, Shiloh. Why'd you bring that up anyway? There was a slight shrug of Cove's shoulders.
Well,
I was thinking about it because of the sandcastle. It made me remember when I moved here. Dad showed me the beach first, before we went back to the car to unpack. He was really excited about it for some reason. Cove's brows furrowed a little more as he quietly raked his hands through the sand. I get it. You thought maybe Mr. Holden wasn't that excited about the beach and was instead hoping Cove might be. But the line of conversation had come to its end. Even Cove was done with it. Some other topic had popped into his head. Shiloh fidgeting uncomfortably in the sand had made Cove aware of his presence again. They looked at each other and you could only wonder what this might be about. Do they have a crush on each other? No, I'm kidding. Hey Shiloh. Yeah? Why are you always turning so red? Damn, Cove is so blunt. Thanks for asking everything that I don't have the guts to ask. Even when nothing is happening. Clearly startled, he jerked back. Neither you or Shiloh had expected that to be how he got included in the conversation again. I don't know, I guess. Okay. It's kind of weird. Shit. Shiloh's eyes were wide with embarrassment and his lips twitched, and he was blushing even harder than before. Maybe it wasn't only this. Perhaps it was simply the last straw. But it was a big deal to Shiloh. A huge deal. He didn't look sad. He seemed almost panicked. Oh, poor Shiloh. You weren't sure if he was about to cry or run away or what, but you soon got an answer. Why do you wear glasses? Most kids don't wear glasses, and nobody's named Cove.
who asked you to come?
Who asked you to come? It was probably your dad bugging June's family with some more cause you don't have anyone else who'll ever play with you. Bitch! I don't want to play with you. Shiloh, asshole! Kids being kids, yeah. Cove blinked. The tension on the beach was suddenly uncomfortable in a way you didn't know how to even mention. It didn't seem like the kind of thing he'd get upset about, though you hadn't ever known what kind of thing would bother Shiloh. I'm sorry. Me too. I was just wondering. Hey, let's build another sandcastle you tried to play on your own. It's like, leave me out of this. Are we gonna build more? You nervously messed with the sand. You picked up some sand and turned it over in your hands. There didn't seem to be much you could do to stop the fight, and you weren't sure what to do with yourself. Cove looked over at what you were doing and started building his own set of walls. Shiloh, oh no! Maybe I picked the wrong one. It's fine. Shiloh took a... well, it's fine. That's how it happens in life too. Shiloh took a breath before kneeling back to his own patch of sand. It seemed like they both decided to try playing again. You're glad for that. Thank God. You all went back to making more sand buildings, but the whole mood had changed. Shiloh's cheeriness was clearly gone, and Cove looked as confused as ever about why the other boy had blown up. Oof, awkward. Okay. The air stayed uncomfortable the rest of the afternoon, right up to the moment that Shiloh's mom appeared at the beach to take him home. Cove and Shiloh had mostly followed your lead and barely said a word. His mom standing behind him, even Shiloh's goodbyes had been quiet. Friendly, cheerful, but noticeably quiet. But with Shiloh gone and the sun going down, you knew it was time for you and Cove to head to your houses. You followed him as he made his way out of the sand. Okay, partially interrupting this, this just made me realize this is partially kind of good practice for me trying to read fanfics out loud and writing, and then not writing, but then recording podfics to upload to AO3. Okay, anyways. Imagine though the amount of takes I probably would have to do to like read an entire podfic. I'd cry. You followed him as he made his way out of the sand. The walk home was quiet. You passed by familiar landmarks, shoes thumping against the sidewalk in near perfect unison. Cove was clearly caught up in thinking about something. It's okay, Cove, your name is fine. You asked Cove what he was thinking. You stayed silent. What you thinking, Cove? The prospect of asking made you nervous, but you did it anyway. Hey, is everything, okay?
Oh.
I was just wondering. Cove fell silent again for a few more seconds and sighed. Why'd Shiloh act like that? When I said he was all red a lot. You were being rude to him. He was just being a baby. You shouldn't make fun of him. I don't know, he's just Shiloh. He gets embarrassed. You shrugged at Cove with no answer to give. You're being rude. No, I wasn't. It looked like that to me, and it wasn't just saying that one thing. You're not very nice to Shiloh. I didn't mean it like that. Shiloh's kind of weird to talk to. See, that's kind of rude. I guess I can get it why he would do that. Sometimes I get really mad too. Despite seemingly coming to a conclusion, Cove's mood was still sour. Hey June, was Cove was Shiloh telling the truth? Huh? His gaze left yours as he dug the sole of his shoe into the ground. He looked oddly vulnerable for a second. Does my dad make you hang out with me? I know he talks to your moms about that a lot. An uncomfortable weight settled in your chest at the question. You liked spending time with Cove. You didn't even have to think hard about it. You knew you did. But you couldn't help feeling guilty. Cove still didn't know what happened when you met Mr. Holden. Nobody's making me spend time with you. Your dad does stuff so you'll hang out with my family, but Shiloh shouldn't have said that. You decided to tell him about how his dad offered you money. Well, remember how you talked about how our parents met and I didn't know what happened? Yeah. I kind of had something happen that you didn't know about when I met your dad. As you struggled to find the right words, Cove looked at you passively. You wilted under his gaze, breaking eye contact. You stared at the ground. I was walking home and your dad was sitting in front of the house. It must have been after you ran away. My moms weren't there either. I think they were looking for you. Your dad saw me. He got up and came over. Mr. Holden told me that he had just moved into the house next to mine. You snuck a look at Cove. He was still listening, his expression as plain as before. You paused for a moment, wondering if you should really keep going. Told the full story. Even if it was supposed to be a secret, you thought Cove should still know. Your dad wanted you to have a friend, so he offered me money, $20. Cove was so still you thought he hadn't heard you. Then his eyes widened. Mouth fell open, but no sound left him. Oh. Silence stretched between you two, so tense that it was almost tangible. You shifted from one foot to another, and your hands tensed up. Cove? Instead of speaking, he closed his mouth. His eyes bent up, crinkling his forehead. He looked more sad than surprised now. He was going to cry. You were certain of it. Fuck! I didn't take the money, bro! I didn't take it! The money! I didn't want it! Honest! Cove raised his hands and brought them up under his glasses, his fingers pressed over his eyes, hiding them from your sight. Then right in the middle of the street, tears began to fall. No! His shoulders shook with the force of his sobs. You could glimpse wetness through the cracks of his fingers slipping down his cheeks. You opened your mouth, but you had no idea what to say. You stepped closer, you placed your hand on his head, you touched his shoulder, you stayed by him. Placed your hand on his head. Unsure, you slowly placed your hand on top of his head. Your mommy did that for you sometimes. But Cove shook his body from side to side, rejecting your presence.
No!
Go away! You flinched at the shout. As you stood there listening to him cry, you felt uncomfortable over the scene he was making, concerned for him, regret for telling him about the money, bad about everything. You wished you were still making sandcastles on the beach before Cove was sad, before Shiloh was mad, before everything had been so much better than that. Cove continued to weep with his face covered by his hands. Worse, his voice raised in volume. You were frozen in place. The situation was awful and you kept feeling worse every second. Ah! Stop being so loud. Please don't cry. I'm sorry, Cove. You hugged him. You started crying too. I would have either started crying too, or I would have hugged him. I'm gonna hug. You stepped up and tried to wrap your arms around him in a hug. Cove squirmed away from you again, though ducking his head. It was a full rejection. You heard a door opening and you flinched, expecting to see one of the mean old grandparents preparing themselves to yell at you. At this hour, most people weren't around, either because they were working— I should have cried. Should have fucking cried. Either because they were working or down in the town, but the grandparents rarely left the house, except to complain at children making noise in the street. You didn't want Cove to have to deal with that right now. You tried to come up with something you could do for him, for the situation, for anything. Give him a kiss! No, I'm kidding. But the door that opened now didn't belong to the grandparents. To your utter surprise and relief, it was Cove's own. His dad was already home. Oh shit, we're gonna get in trouble. As he peeked out his door, Mr. Holden momentarily looked unsure. Perhaps he had suspicions on the noise outside, but wasn't entirely positive. The kid crying is pretty distinct, and there aren't a lot of kids. Maybe he didn't want to believe something might be wrong with his son. His face fell as he spotted the source of the commotion. It was pained and it was scared, and it reminded you of the one he'd worn the first night you'd met Cove. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Holden didn't go down the steps in front of his house. He just jumped right over them and stumbled into a run. He skidded to a stop before Cove, bent down on one knee, then solidly cupped Cove's teary face with his hands.
What's wrong?
Are you hurt anywhere? Cove continued to cry, unable or unwilling to cough out an explanation. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Holden! Runs away. Not taking his hands from Cove, Mr. Holden turned to you for an explanation, his eyes wide and imploring. He wanted to know if you tried to make me hang out with him. I told him about the money. That serves you right, bitch! Sorry. It's not my fault, Mr. Holden. As you spoke, Mr. Holden's chest rose when he inhaled a deep, shaky breath, culminating in a gasp at your final words.
What?
Why would you? He clamped his mouth shut, shaking his head. He faced his crying son again. No, it's my fault. I shouldn't have done something like that in the first place. He cast his eyes down, sighing. When he next spoke, it wasn't part of a conversation anymore. It was barely loud enough for you to catch his words. June's only a kid. Yeah, I'm only a kid. I'm only 8. You can't expect things from me. I'm a kid. I'm a child. Tears were still streaming down Cove's face. Smiling sadly, Mr. Holden wiped Cove's cheeks with a thumb. He furrowed his brows and looked at the ground. When he next glanced up, his mouth was set with determination. Mr. Holden finally took his hands off Cove. He reached for his wallet. Confused, you stared at the little rectangle all adults seemed to carry in some shape or form. It had been the source of all these problems. You were sure that Cove wouldn't want to be reminded of it right now. Mr. Holden was clearly of a different mind to you. He inexplicably retrieved another $20 bill, rolled it up, and raised it to Cove's face. Cove's eyes were hidden behind tightly clamped fingers, so Mr. Holden poked Cove's nose with the bill. Cove peeked between his hands and grunted as he saw what he had been prodded with. Even if he was surrounded by sobs, you were glad that something else had finally left Cove's mouth.
Come on.
Hey, Cove, can you stop crying? I'll give you this cash if you do. Bitch! This fucking— oh my god, this— oh my god. Oh my god. What a stupid guy. What a stupid man. What the fuck? Okay. Anyways. Cove dropped his hands from his face. It had already been red and wet with tears, but now his features were scrunched up in a scowl. Personally, thinking about me, I probably would have taken the money. As a kid. Not for the first time. Not as in, like, what's it called? Taking the money to be friends with someone, but like taking the money to, like, stop crying. Not for the first time. You questioned Mr. Holden's tactics. He had to use his 2 hands, but Cove firmly shoved his dad's own hand away. But Mr. Holden just chuckled at Cove's reaction and tossed the money aside. It unfurled as it flew through the air, rising before slowly drifting to the ground. What a rich guy. Anyway, Mr. Holden took Cove's must be the alimony money. Mr. Holden took Cove's outstretched wrists and lowered them to Cove's sides, stopping him from hiding his face once again. Okay. Cove's dad clearly wasn't going to let go. Having Cove turned his whole head away, tears continuing to roll down his cheeks as he glowered at the ground. You can buy a lot of cool things with that, but it can't do everything, can it? Cove didn't respond, not even to look at his father. Mr. Holden continued. But your old dad likes to make things nice for you with the money he earns. But you're smart. You know I haven't really done anything.
I'm sorry.
I still make you sad and upset, just like right now. I'm sorry. Cove sniffed the harsh line of his brows mellowing. Mr. Holden, damn, his waist is snatched. Okay, sorry, I got distracted. Mr. Mr. Holden squeezed Cove's hands as he continued. Oh, BB, June is smart too, right? Mr. Holden spoke in a soft, encouraging tone, and Cove continued to calm. I feel like if he offered me the $20 to be like, June, would you not? I will pay you $20 to stop hanging out with my son, like a K-drama, right? And then we would have the opportunity to be like, no, I want to hang out with Cove, bitch ass. And then Cove would be like, wow, June really does want to hang out with me. Okay. Stops crying. But anyways, help. I mean, like, that's what I thought that he was gonna do when he pulled out the $20. Okay, wait, let me snooze this ad. Okay, you have nothing to worry about except for me. Except for me. Mr. Holden chuckled. Cove pressed his lips together, mulling over his father's words. Though the stream of tears had eased, drops still budded in his eyes and threatened to spill out. Let me hug you, Cove! I love you, son, so much. Wow, I don't feel like I'm supposed to be here anymore. More than anybody else. Sometimes that makes me a little too hasty to see you happy, and I make it all worse. I really am sorry. Wow, Cove's dad, kind of like me. Oof. Oof. Scrunching his eyes tight, Cove nodded. When his eyes opened again, they were red and glossy, but there were no tears left on the precipice of his lower lashes. Oh, give me a hug, Cove! I am your 8-year-old friend. That did not get paid to hang out with you. I like you as a person genuinely. Aside from the occasional sniff, he was mostly back to his usual self. He swallowed.
Okay.
Though Cove had refused to echo Mr. Holden's exact words, the sentiment seemed to be enough for his dad. Sorry, Mr. Holden. We're not good at keeping secrets. He moved his hands up under Cove's armpits and hoisted Cove high into the air with a grin. Cove's hands flew to his glasses, holding them back from falling off. Cove's lips were shut tight, all betrayed by the telltale smile in his eyes that he was trying hard to hide. Mr. Holden laughed, lowering Cove so that he was securely pinned against his chest. Cove looked away, face angled to the ground. Now that his dad could no longer see him, he was allowing himself a smile. Oh, cute! Mr. Holden might have missed it, but you didn't. Cove wriggled, pushing a hand against his dad's shoulders. Can I go back down now?
Yeah.
Mr. Holden set Cove gently on the ground, waiting until his feet found their footing before releasing him entirely. I have something to do. Or I have to do something. Wait here. As Cove wandered away, Mr. Holden's gaze stuck to him like glue. You sighed, eyes downcast. You felt weird that you'd only been able to stand there while the event unfolded. You weren't able to fix it. I couldn't do anything. Don't worry about it, please. We don't need another tragedy today. He winked and you weren't impressed. Bitch ass. Okay. Hey, I mean that. The first part anyway. There's only so much you can do to try to fix someone else's mistake. Okay. As long as you admit this is kind of your fault. He smiled sincerely at you. You've done plenty for Cove. Just the fact that you were honest with him when his own dad wasn't proves it. Yeah!
That's a relief.
Thanks for being such a good kid. I hope you'll keep spending time with the boy. I'll spend time with him even if you don't tell me to. As though the sound of his arms summoned as though the sound of his name summoned him, Cove returned, clutching the bill his dad had cast aside earlier. You cocked your head and Cove's dad raised his eyebrow. Cove looked at the crumpled note, then walked over and held it out to you. I stopped crying, but I don't want this. You can have it. He gave you a small smile. Behind him, Mr. Holden was still watching Cove closely, clearly relieved. You shared the feeling. Cove was making peace with the deal that happened behind his back. You decide to take it. You decide not to take it. I don't want your money! Shaking your head, you push the note back to Cove. I don't need it. But I don't want it. You were at a stalemate. Mr. Holden hummed thoughtfully, tapping his head. He gazed up at the wide sky as he pretended to give the conundrum serious consideration. I know. He plucked the bill from Cove and tore it right in two. You and Cove gasped in unison. Dad, we can't do anything with it now. True, it won't work at the store like this, but now you can split it. Crouching down, he held out the pieces to you and Cove. You both looked at the two halves Neither of you reached for them. Damn, this bitch has too much money. The fuck? You should have just like bought an ice cream with it and given to the two of us. The hell? It still has value as a keepsake, a memory. And that's one of the most valuable things you can use money on, I guess.
So,
That sounds pretty good, huh? Maybe I'm getting smarter. I think you're getting stupider. Wordlessly, Ko stretched out a hand and took his half. You took yours, running a finger along the jagged edge of the bill. It was cool to think that no other note would share the exact same feature, the precise peaks and troughs of the terror, except for Kove's. Oh, that is kind of cute. Okay. Mr. Holden, you get a pass, which would bear them in reverse. It did feel like there was value left in it. Mr. Holden stood up, stretching his arms out casually. Well then, it's probably about time for dinner. Oh, dinner. Me and the Rugrat need to be going in. Don't call Cove that, bitch. Anyway, you probably should too. I bet your moms want to see you. Alright.
Bye.
Bye. Cove didn't let me hug him.
thanks very much.
Have a good night. And thanks, June. Father and son waved at you as you turned and dashed back home, the note clenched tightly in your hand. You felt lighter. Lighter. I'm dying. Not a lot of people tell him about the money so early. Oh, really? I don't know. I want to be like, you know, your dad tried to pay me, but I wanted to be friends with you for real. I didn't take his money. I can't be bought. I'm a genuine person. Me like, damn, you just went for it. Yeah. I don't know. In real life, I'm not sure if I would have the guts to be like, yeah, your dad tried to pay me. But like in here, I'm just like, well, I mean, I don't think sometimes and you're asking me, so I'm just gonna tell you, so you must be ready for the truth. Okay, the ad is gonna start. Oh, the ad is gonna start soon. I'm kind of like, what's it called? I'm kind of hungry. So in an hour we will end. But for now, I will wait. I think, I don't know, I'm debating between, what's it called? It still says ad starting soon. Also, oh, is library also a DLC? I thought that library was like, I thought it meant, what's it called? I thought it meant like, this was like a feature and you could go into the library, and like look at like pictures or something of like Cove or one. Everything under the first 5 are DLCs. Oh, damn, there's so many DLCs. Wait. If you didn't have it, it would be grayed out. Oh, okay. I'm gonna look at Steam while we're in ad break. And I'm just gonna look at all the DLCs. Because I know that there's a lot of DLCs. I think I have all the DLCs. Thank you for the DLCs, my friend. My bestie. But I'm curious what the DLCs are. Step 1 expansion. Oh, okay. So you can buy them based off the expansions. They're so cheap. Also, this game is free to play. If anyone wants to play this game, it is free to play. Nodders. Oh, sorry. I'm looking at the Steam page and it's like Jamie last, changeable name. And I'm just like, oh, I forgot that like your name is last or something. And it's just like, I just thought it was because last name for last. 16 to 24 hours of content in total. I wonder if that's including the DLCs or not including the DLCs. Increases overall playtime by multiple hours. I'm going to be stuck here for 40 hours. Because I am going to try to play all of the game on stream so that I can show my friend the VODs. Okay. I'm gonna blow my nose. I don't know what to do during ad breaks. Because like typically during games, there's like not as much, or like what's it called? Either I can't control when the ad breaks happen, or well, I can't. I usually can't control when the ad breaks happen, but like usually I can't control what's happening in the game when the ad breaks happen, or I'm like just traversing from one place to the next place, or I'm doing a puzzle and it doesn't really matter too much if you miss stuff. But here, it's like every moment is important to the story. I don't know. I feel like for me, I would be like, I want to know what happens. So, yeah. But yeah, next one is fireflies. I don't know how long that one took. Maybe we can do 2 more or 3 more. Let me check something. I'm still thinking about if I should try to make a sandwich. My mom is already home. What the fuck? Okay, well that's kind of awkward. I'm gonna close my door. I'll be right back. You mean this entire time when I was calling Mr. Holden a bitch ass, my mom was downstairs and probably heard me? Fuck. Okay. That's fine. Okay, well, she heard me anyway, so we're just gonna play for another hour as planned. Oh god, Lizzie jump scare. Don't laugh at my pain. Feels so awkward. Okay, anyways. Okay, everything's fine. Alright, tonight we're gonna catch fireflies. At this blunt declaration from your sister, you looked up from your macaroni and cheese dinner. Ooh, mac and cheese. Ah, that reminds me, we have mini tacos in the fridge, but we don't have salsa, because I accidentally knocked down the salsa from the top of the fridge. Like the top shelf of the fridge the other day, or like the other week, and then like it fell onto the floor of the kitchen, and it like the container just shattered, and I got salsa like everywhere, and I had to clean the bottom of the fridge and then the floor, and then it was just such a waste of salsa. It was like 2/3 full. I was like, man. And I was like, should we save the rest of the salsa that was like still in the container? But then my mom was like, no, there might be plastic shards in there, and I was like, oh, you're right. And I was like, god damn it. If we had salsa, that I would eat the tiny tacos. It's fine. Fireflies were a familiar sight over summer, coming out on the warm nights to dance through the sky. Tonight was particularly balmy. You know, there were... Oh my god, sorry, I burped. I tried to mute, but I don't think I muted it. Tonight was particularly balmy. You knew there were bound to be tons of them around. Oh, you are you? Yeah! You started eating faster. You looked over at your mom's. You pushed your food around your plate. Sure! Yeah! You rocked lightly from side to side in your seat, already excited for your after-dinner activity. Catching fireflies was a great way to spend a summer evening, and you could already envision the little lightning bugs drifting through the darkened sky. Oh, that reminds me, there's like, what's it called? There's this musical called, Maybe Happy Ending, and like there's like a scene with fireflies in it that's really, really cute. It's really, oh, it's cute. Okay, anyways, I highly recommend it. It's about like these two retired helper robots that go on a quest to try to like find like one of the helper robots like owner, basically. It's very cute. Yeah. That's a good idea, Lizzie. Can we, Mrs. Reinz? Shiloh tapped his fork against the table excitedly. Shiloh's here, this bitch. His face lighting up as he looked at Lizzie. It was unusual for Shiloh to be here. Like always, his mom had to bring him over really early in the morning before her job started. But normally, she would have picked him up by now. She called before dinner to let your moms know she'd be late. You didn't hear why. Probably more work things. You thought maybe getting to hang out with Shiloh for longer is what made Lizzie want to keep running around outside. Ooh, does Lizzie like Shiloh? Staying at home and watching TV was never an option for her with guests over. That's why you were pretty sure she'd get your moms to agree.
Well...
It's already so dark out there. Lizzie gave Mom the best puppy dog eyes she could, slowly spooning mac and cheese into her mouth while you waited there for their response. Oof.
There.
Now I'm thinking about lasagna. Okay, anyways. Let them go. Nights like this don't happen every day. Your parents exchanged a look, then Mom eventually sighed and nodded back. Yes! Along with Lizzie's cheers, you threw your arms up in triumph, but waited until you'd finished chewing to say anything because you knew it was rude to talk with your mouth full.
Fine.
Fine, fine. Just make sure you stay on the hill behind our house with all the poppies, okay?
Duh.
Duh, Mom. That's where most of them are. The idea had only just been planted in your head, but already you could just picture all the glowing lights spread out in front of you, like the fairies from the bedtime stories Mommy read sometimes. All too quickly, it became a race to see who could finish their food first. No choking at the dinner table now. That's right, if someone died, we'd have to cancel the Firefly trip after all. Mom said it like a joke, but you knew that they were both telling you kids to slow down. Shiloh did immediately. When you glanced at Lizzie, you saw her still eating faster than she should. Elizabeth.
Jeez.
No one's gonna die, sheesh. A knock on the door interrupted Mom before she could no doubt scold your sister. Damn. I'll get it. Your big sister jumped out of her seat and ran over to the door, pulling it open without even looking at the window to see who it was.
Huh?
Huh? You shifted in your seat to try sorry, my neck. I'm like, oh, stretches. Okay, you shifted in your seat to try and get a glimpse of the unexpected guest.
Hi.
Good evening, Cove! Sorry, that's for me. Good evening, Cove. Your mommy had already walked to the door by the time you managed to see past Shiloh's flappy hat. A big smile stretched across your face. When you lifted your hand and waved, Cove's pink cast went up to return it shortly after. Didn't matter why he was there. It meant he could join you all in catching fireflies. Then for a few seconds, Cove said nothing. He only stood there and looked up at your mommy with a face almost like he was considering turning around and leaving. My dad told me to drop this off, cause I guess he borrowed it from you. Cove took a familiar screwdriver out from his large side pocket. Eyes now dropped to the floor. We left ours back home when we moved. Great. Thanks. Bye. Damn, Lizzie.
Thank you.
Thank you. Here, why don't you come inside for a bit? Lizzie crossed her arms and lifted her chin. Cove shrugged, and Mom stood from the table too. I'll give your dad a call to let him know that you got here all right. Cove shuffled fully inside, eyes remaining on the ground. Mommy closed the door behind him.
Hi.
Hi, Cove. Shiloh gave Cove a friendly smile while waving by holding up his hand and opening and closing his fingers. Holding up hand, opening... Oh my god, you are 8. Okay. Sorry. Cove nodded in response. Cove, are you gonna catch fireflies with us? You could come outside with us if you want to. You weren't sure what to say now. Are you gonna catch fireflies with us? You could see Lizzie eyeing you for mentioning the excursion to an outsider, but she'd get over it. You dragged your foot over the floor in front of you, feeling too shy to say any more.
Yeah.
I can do that. I've never caught one before. Hell yeah! Too bad he didn't have the chance. It's too bad he didn't have a chance before now. The fireflies weren't out when he first moved in, and there must not have been anyone where he used to live. We can't go until after dinner. After she pointed this out, Lizzie walked back to the table and took her seat. There wasn't much left on her plate. Since this was very true, you decided to finish up your own stuff as well. Cove stepped closer and eyed what was on the menu for your family's meal. Have you eaten yet? Yeah, my dad and I ate earlier. What did you have? Eggs. Oh. The artist that I like that draws a bunch of our life fan art is called Gotta Eat Eggs. Eggs. Anyways. The clipped one-word answer seemed to discourage Shiloh from asking any more questions. His eyes slowly wandered back to the last scraps of food on his plate. Eggs. I want to try to commission them for an Our Life thumbnail. Crying. Knocks on their door. Please. Please. Anyways. Her phone call with Cove's dad must have ended. Good luck. Thank you. Her phone call with Cove's dad must have ended because your mom came back into the room.
Okay.
Cove, your dad said you can stay for a little while if you'd like, but he's going to come get you before it gets too much later. Sure.
Fun.
Oh, fun. This will be so nice. As you polished off your meal, you hoped it would be too. Now I'm thinking about lasagna. The three of you all finished eating shortly after, and Lizzie led the way outside. I wonder what would happen if I put more cheese on my lasagna. Remember, don't stray too far, because we always buy like the... It's fine, Mom! We always buy like the beef frozen lasagna from like Costco. And it already has cheese on it because it's lasagna, but I'm just like, oh, what if you added more cheese to it? It would, I feel like it would probably be good too. I don't know. Okay, anyway, Shiloh trailed so closely after Lizzie, he was nearly stepping on her heels. Cove hesitated at the door. You smiled lightly at Cove, gesturing for him to follow. Come on, bitch, let's go. After a moment, he did.
Bye.
Bye, children. Okay, the two of you were a good 10 or 15 feet behind Lizzie and Shiloh by the time you walked outside. You pushed the door shut behind you, watching their figures get farther and farther away.
Hurry up!
You're so slow, June. We don't have all night. You started to run when you heard Lizzie's voice calling you, but paused when you saw Cove still walking at a relaxed pace. Are you not gonna come? You tugged him along. You walked with him. You waved at him to hurry. You ran off. Walked with him. You fell behind, sidling up next to him and matching his stride. He noticed right away.
It's okay.
You can go ahead if you want. You smile and shake your head. After a short while, the two of you reached the hill behind the house. Maybe I should have tugged on him. Ah! I don't think I would have been that forward though. Ah! The fireflies were out in full force, floating on the breeze, their gentle glow winking in and out and creating an almost magical effect. Lizzie had already climbed to the top. Shiloh was spinning in circles somewhere around the middle.
Wow.
Wow. Shiloh took a moment to come over and welcome the both of you to the hill. Hi guys! It's really great out, huh? See how many there are? Yeah. Yeah. A firefly danced through the air, landing on Cove's sea green head. Shiloh couldn't help but giggle. You and Shiloh couldn't help but giggle. Damn, we control we control Shiloh now. You quietly looked on. You shooed the bug away. Personally, this is me. I'm like, wow, until it gets close to me. Then I'm like, ah. Let's just giggle. Covering your mouth with a hand, the sound escaped you, and Cove looked at you in confusion. What? You gestured to his head, and he reached up, making the firefly dart away. Cove jumped, then followed after the glow.
Oh,
Look! Lizzie has one! That's amazing! Shiloh ran to the highest point of the hill, making sure not to lose his hat or backpack along the way. You hummed. Damn. Sorry, I was just thinking how Shiloh has a backpack. When I was younger, I would always have like a backpack with me everywhere. Ugh, I feel like I'm too much like Shiloh. I don't like this. You hummed as the group divided and conquered, shifting your gaze to the dozens of other fireflies sailing around. The game was on. You had a bandage on your thumb and tried to be cautious of that. We did? We had a bandage on your palm and you tried to be cautious of that. You had 2 bandages on your hand and tried to be cautious of that. You were good at not getting cuts or scratches, so you weren't too worried about that. I'll put one on my thumb. Let's say I got a paper cut. Spotting one close by, you approached it with assassin-like stealth, crouching down to make yourself seem like less of a threat. Slowly dragging one foot in front of the other, you crept towards it, arms outstretched. You closed your hands around the little glowing orb, careful not to crush it. The firefly landed on your palm, almost docile, and you stared down at your prize in delight. Its tiny little legs tickled your skin and you giggled at the sensation. Ah, back when I used to not be afraid of bugs. Back when I was not afraid of ladybugs and shit, and praying mantises. Ooh. Cove kept up with his own target, but when he tried to grab his pink cast, waving awkwardly through the air, foiling his efforts to clap his hands around the firefly. Cove watched it vanish into thin air with a dissatisfied expression on his face. You encouraged him to try again. You told him about the firefly hat. You made a joke about what happened. You did your own things. You walked up beside him and gave him an encouraging smile. Did you catch one? You nodded, and Cove gave up his hunt for the moment, coming closer and peering at the insect still crawling across your palm. You held out your hand and he leaned closer, eyes widening a tad behind his glasses. Cove remained hypnotized by the little bug as he inched his hand closer to yours. Oh my god. Ultimately, he settled his hand slightly over the top of the ones you were holding open. It tingled. Oh. You stayed very still. You pulled your hand back. You were so nervous you thought you stopped breathing, but no matter what you didn't want... but no matter what you didn't want to scare the shiny treasure. Oh, damn, his hand is huge. What the fuck? The firefly, noticing the new connection, crawled up onto Cove's hand. He quietly gasped. His hand is huge! He's 8? The fuck? I thought we chose medium size for his hand. Or for our hand. His hand is huge. Okay, anyways. It worked! Yeah, you got one. Cove's lips turned up in a slow smile and his eyes shined brighter than the bug. Thanks, June. With a laugh, he gave the palm of your hand a friendly smack, performing an awkward low five. Startled by the extreme movement, the tiny light disappeared before you could even blink. Your firefly was gone. Oh, rip.
Sorry.
Oops. Sorry. You scolded him. You forgave him. You teared up. No kidding. That's okay. I couldn't keep it forever.
You're right.
Bugs have to stay outside. Let's get another. You decided to collect more. You decided to sit on the grass and watch. Let's get more. Uh-huh. We can work together. His face broke out into a wide grin. Yeah! We'll get a bunch. Damn, his eyebrows are kind of wiggly. With renewed vigor, you ran out into the hill. You're not sure how much time passed while you were in the thick of it. All you could focus on was the adventure at hand. No critter was safe from your grasp. At first, you tried to keep a tally of how many you'd caught, but once the number grew higher than 10, you had no more fingers left to count with. You were having the time of your life. At that point, that's when you count all your toes. You're like, okay, I have 10 toes, so I have 10 fireflies, and then you start counting on your hands again. You're having the time of your life, racing up and down the hill with the crash of the ocean and the sound of everyone's laughter echoing in the background.
June!
This way! You followed the sound of Ko's voice to the top of the hill, watching as he stretched his arms in front of him, reaching his fingers and only narrowly missing his target. Cove and you took turns trying to scare fireflies in the direction of each other. You showed him some techniques that you had learned, like how to cup your hands correctly, and he listened attentively before trying for himself. There were a few times when you almost ran into each other, giggling as you dove to the side at the last moment. Luckily, disaster was avoided each time. It was an overall huge success, with both of you catching multiple fireflies each. Eventually, the fireflies began to thin out and your energy started to lapse. You decided it was time to call off the hunt. Cove didn't complain. Oh, he's a little blushies. He breathed in heavily and his face really seemed flushed. That was fun. A lot of fun. Damn. Every time he does like the half-lidded eyes, kind of like, ooh. It's like, I don't know. Anyway, it's too much like the seductive face, but he's 8, so he shouldn't be doing this face. I don't know. You smiled at him broadly, happy that he had enjoyed the activity. Yeah, it was.
Come on!
June, Cove, get up here. We're gonna have a race. The shouting caught you off guard. It had been quite a while since you had heard from Lizzie or Shiloh. You glanced over at them both, standing on top of the hill again, Lizzie beckoning you with quick hand gestures. If she was like that, you knew there wasn't much room for disagreement. Up the incline you went. From the corner of your eye, you saw Cove was coming as well. He didn't care for Lizzie a lot, so you thought he might be intrigued just by the idea of a race. Hi.
Cove.
Hi. Cove, you can't roll down the hill. You could hurt your arm again. You'll be the referee for the rest of us. As Lizzie pointed this out, Cove froze in place. Oh, it was that kind of race. He frowned down at his cast. That was the second time it got in the way of tonight. What? Yeah, you'll watch and see who gets to the bottom first. That's important. Got it?
I guess.
Oh, that cast was sturdy. If he was careful, he could have done it. Lizzie might have just been looking for a reason to make someone else the referee, but it was already decided. Oh. I'll stay with Cove.
Really?
Why? You don't have to. Oh. It's okay. I want to watch. You moved beside him on the top of the hill, even though Lizzie eyed you and made a face. That's not how races work. We only need one referee. Shrugging your shoulders, you refused to budge, and Lizzie let out a huff before throwing her hands in the air. Ooh, I hope Cove doesn't think we're weird, because we always want to hang out with him. Oh, fine, I'll be the winner, whether you join or not. Rip Shiloh. Lizzie moved to lay down, and Shiloh did the same. Cove stood slightly to the side to get a better vantage point, and you stood next to him. Countdown! Cove stood up a little straighter. It seemed like he was taking his newfound referee duties seriously. Aw, he's so determined. 3, 2, 1, go! Lizzie and Shiloh took off, letting gravity do the work and rolling at a high speed towards the bottom of the hill. Aw, his little, I don't know, he reminds me of Buster Baxter from Arthur, with like his little like teeth here. Oh shit. You and Cove leaned forward to watch them go, eyes peeled for which of the two would reach the bottom first. They were both neck and neck until about halfway down the hill, Lizzie started to veer off to the side, giving Shiloh a huge advantage. She obviously hadn't noticed a thing, and as soon as Shiloh reached the bottom of the hill, he jumped up excitedly and threw his hands in the air. I won! Almost immediately, he fell back onto the grass, still dizzy from his roll down the hill. Lizzie stomped out of the bush she had ended up in, spluttering angrily and brushing leaves from the front of her dress. Not bad. You got lucky. Let's do this again and see who wins for real. Kids, it's time to come in.
Ugh.
No! You snickered, feeling grateful you hadn't been a part of the mini debacle. You caught Cove's eyes and saw he was doing the same. It had gotten late and was beginning to feel just a bit chilly as you made your way out of the hills, but the cold in the air hadn't dampened anyone's spirits. The four of you walked back home together side by side down the neighborhood street, discussing the evening with each person trying to prove that they were the one who caught the most fireflies. Or cute. You knew that whoever really did catch the most, it didn't matter much anyway. All that mattered was that you all had a good time, which judging by the smiles on everyone's faces, you did. Oh. Library! Sorry. I like going to the library. This is like the thing I did the most as a kid, going to the library. Either that or going to the mall, but really like I would be dragged around to the mall while reading books that we got from the library. Every year the Sunset Bird Memorial Library held a summer reading program. Oh hell yeah, summer reading programs are the best. Because like, what's it called? If you just read a lot, then they will give you free shit. And like that's how I would get toys, or like they would give you books and stuff like that. Like you could pick from a cart of books and then like they would like let you have like the books or whatever. Or sometimes you would also get like a pizza coupon for like a free slice of kids pizza, or like a free like kid size pizza. And then like it was so good. But yeah, anyways, it's so worth it. Anyway, public libraries are the best. I think I still have like a map, like a pirate's treasure map on my wall from like when I was a kid that has like, what's it called? I got it from like the summer reading program one of the years, because one of the years like the theme was like pirates. Every year. Your moms and Lizzie were big fans of it. Me too. Mom and Mommy because it encouraged reading, and Lizzie because she could win prizes. Yeah! When it came to what you thought of having to read a bunch of books and then going to the library with a competitive Lizzie, you loved it, you didn't care. I loved it! Each time it had been one of the highlights of your summer. Your mom still brought up the time when you shyly made her a thank you card for letting you participate. Yeah! You and Lizzie went with Shiloh before, and this year you'd brought Cove too. His dad had been so over the moon about Cove being included that he'd driven all four of you. You never had been in Cove's dad's car before. It seemed a lot shinier than your mom's. Rich guy. Anyway. After herding the group inside, Mr. Holden gave you all a wide wave with the arm that had a stingray on it. Have fun, kids! Stay in sight of the librarians, you hear? I wish I could watch you in action, but your poor old dad has to finish up some work.
I got it.
Though I'm sure that won't get in the way. Heck, I'd probably hold you kids back. There's pointedly no reply from his son over what was likely meant as only a joke. Oh, Cove's dad seems to deflate a bit. Rip. I'll swing around when this shindig ends, damn. For like a guy who doesn't look that old, he talks like an old guy. Yeah, you can go home now.
Aw.
Aw, you don't have to throw me out the door. Your sister already in full competition mode cut him off. For once, Cove looked grateful she was there.
Come on!
We have to go find a table, Mr. Holden. You can talk to Cove after when we win. Okay. See you in about an hour. Have fun. Did I say that already? My advanced age is really catching up to me now.
Bye.
Bye, Dad. Bye, son. The four of you watched him shuffle out of the library, glancing over his shoulder at Cove more than once. Rip.
Bye.
Bye, Mr. Holden. Thanks for bringing us. Thanks, Lizzie. Oh, wait, no. Thanks, Lizzie. I don't know what you're thanking me for. Are you copying Shiloh? Distracted, Cove was already glancing around the gigantic library. I want to go explore. What? I said I want to go look around and see what's in here. But the quiz starts soon. That's why we came. Why, at the first signs of conflict, Shiloh's eyes darted between Lizzie and Cove. Then you can do it without me, right? You don't need a bunch of people. Didn't your dad say to stay with the librarians? You shouldn't go somewhere by yourself. Cove leveled an unimpressed stare at the both of them, then his eyes met yours.
Hey!
Why are you looking at her? June is with us. June can come if she wants to. Oh, but the quiz though, I don't know. It's a summer reading program. It's just a quiz, and I'm kind of like, I don't know. My summer reading program is like they would give you like a progress card, and then like you would have to like complete challenges for every stamp. So it would be like, oh, finish one book, oh, read this many hours, etc, 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 and then you get prizes. So if it's just a quiz, then it's like, what's the quiz gonna be about? I don't know. Part of me is curious about what the quiz is gonna be like, but part of me is also like, well, Cove is asking to hang out. But we have been hanging out with Cove too much since here seeing your decision. I'm gonna save and then think about it later. But then technically our character has already done the quiz multiple times before. But then also you can win prizes from the quiz. Or Cole, why can't you just stay with the group and do the quiz? I mean, we can come back to the library. I want to know what happens. Also, apparently, I feel like we don't really get an allowance. And if we get prizes, Cove is like, me for real. I mean, but there's time to explore after the quiz. It's not gonna be that long. Unless, I don't know. I don't want to say it's more fun, but like, I don't know. But it would be fun to show Cove around the library. Man, I'm easy. I'm just gonna follow Cove. He's gonna think I'm weird, but I feel like he wants me to go along with him anyways. Hello, Crystal. Thank you for the follow. Sorry, I'm still thinking. I don't know. Maybe we'll just. I'm curious. I mean, but technically we've already been to this library our entire lives, right? Probably. But like, the prizes, it's free shit. Hail Cove Holden, son of blonde Mr. Holden, and the last neighbor of Jamie, or in the neighbor of Jamie Last and family. I'm curious of how you do the quiz, but stairs. Cole, can we stay and do the quiz? The quiz. The free shit is winning me over. I didn't grow up being able to buy shit or like buy toys really. So then like, it's a free chance to buy toys or get toys. Enjoy the game. How is it so far? Or enjoy the game. How is it so far? It's a lot of fun so far. It's very cute. What's it called? This is my first time playing, but I have a friend that's played a lot, and she was like really encouraging me to play because she really likes the game. But yeah, so far everyone is really cute. Shiloh's kind of annoying. Mr. Holden's kind of sussy. But yeah, so far everything's very cute. I'm really bad at making choices because I'm not used to playing visual novels. So sometimes the choices are kind of like this. I don't know what to choose. And then sometimes, like, what's it called? I've only played like maybe like I know this isn't an ultimate game or like a dating sim or whatever, but like I've played like two-ish dating like ultimate games before where they make you like choose shit. And then and Persona 5, and usually I like look up what characters would want you to say to go for a certain path or for you to get affinity points and whatnot sometimes, because I don't know, I don't want to fail. But yeah, so then like I'm really trying to just like work it out, and also I'm trying not to be too curious and go back and look at what the other options say, but I am a little bit curious. But I'm trying to pick the decision before I like see all the rest of the decisions, so I have to go back to the original one. But yeah, run from Shiloh, like how Cove ran from him at first chance. I mean, he's kind of, Shiloh's just a little shit. He was like, yeah, we're friends, and then like, what's it called, he like ignores my hand when I try to pick him up, and then he makes Lizzie go into the water, or like he like pulls Lizzie into the water, even though like our character's kind of like, I don't think Shiloh would be shady enough to do that. I'm just like, I see you, Shiloh. I feel like you're gonna grow up to be kind of fucked up. I don't know. Anyway, I mean, he's 8, but you know. Lizzie's entire face lit up with a bright grin. Yeah, we're friends. Completely focuses on Lizzie. Yeah, fucking Shiloh. You shot her a small smile in return. I'm sorry, Cove. But Cove, meanwhile, was making a face you couldn't read. I'm not picking you, or I'm not picking them over you, Cove. It's just the free shit, man.
Okay.
Without another word, he turned and walked away on his own. Cove, don't get kidnapped, okay? Once Cove was gone, Lizzie's mind was immediately stuck on the quiz again.
All right.
Let's win this one.
All right.
I'll do my best. It took only a few minutes for your team to be set up with pencils and papers that had multiple choice questions to fill out. There were 10 normal ones and 2 bonus ones. It's okay, at least you saved. No, but I'm not supposed to go back. You were glad everyone got their own paper. If groups had to share one, Lizzie would for sure write whatever she thought was best. From past experiences, you knew it wasn't worth it to try arguing with her about different answer ideas. You'll just have to pick what you think is best and leave Lizzie and Shiloh, who always agrees with her anyways, to choose their own things. First question. It wants to know what fruit was giant and shared a book title with a boy named James. I should know this one, but you guys pick whatever you want. The starting answer you marked on the quiz was peach. Giant peach. You gave Lizzie a tiny nod once you finished writing. Alright, what's question 2, Shiloh? Come on, let's keep going. This one asks, which member of the Bucket family is the protagonist who wins the trip to Willy Wonka's factory? Shiloh quietly repeated the big word to himself all in one go. Maybe to make sure he got it right. Protagonist. That's the main character of the story.
Thank you.
Thanks. You're so smart, Lizzie. Kiss ass. Anyway, so who is it? Charlie. June. Right, Charlie. You looked back at the paper and wrote, Charlie. Without even giving your answer sheet a glance over, Lizzie scanned the question guide and looked at the next one. Kissin' Kate Barlow was famous for one type of makeup. It wants to know which one it is. Is this from Holes? Nail polish, lipstick, blush. Blush. But isn't that not makeup? It's a normal thing.
You dumbo.
You can wear it on your face too. It's powdery red stuff.
Oh?
Oh? I don't know this book. Who's gonna guess? You looked at the options and picked. Wait, it is lipstick, right? Or was it? Wait, if it's from Holes, then it was. If it's Holes, was it nail polish? Because is it Kate Barlow from Holes? I want to look it up. Oh, it saves. Cause like, wait, no, but then is it lipstick? I don't know, cause I feel like she had like snake nail polish, right? But then like I think she also kissed people as like a you know, cause I think she had like snake poison in her nail polish when she like scratched some guy, but then she also like kissed like the corpses of people that she killed, I think. So technically, and then technically, since like it says kissing, it's like probably like they're probably not thinking that you have knowledge of the book, so they're like, yeah,
Lipstick. Here's the context clues. Use. Okay, we'll do lipstick.
Alright, that's a cool name she's got. When that settled, Shiloh took it upon himself to check the next question. I don't like this one. Who was the mean green man who terrorized? The green man who terrorized Whoville. That means he bullied them really badly and was terrible. You know everything. That was a little funny since Lizzie said she didn't know something just on the last question. Did he not hear that part? Shiloh could be kind of weird sometimes. Fucking Shiloh. Without even listening to her eager audience, Lizzie turned to you and pointed at one of the options.
Okay.
It was the Grinch. Pick that one. You put your pencil to the paper and marked Grinch. You marked down the Grinch as the bully who picked on Whoville. By the time you'd finished writing, your sister was already onto the next one. Which of these stories was not written by Hans Christian Andersen? One of these is The Little Mermaid. That's an ocean book. Cove's gonna be sorry he didn't do the quiz. Yeah, I bet he wishes he didn't go off by himself. Ugh. Since those two were focused on talking about Cove while he wasn't here, you decided to check for yourself what was written. Little Mermaid, Cinderella, Thumbelina.
Ooh, Hans Christian Andersen.
I think Cinderella... Was Cinderella by the Grimm brothers? I think it is. Cinderella was your choice. Okay, now what? It's question 6. We're so far. Yeah, we're making good time. The other groups are probably still on the question 3. For this one, we just gotta answer. What's the name of the darling family sister who flies with Peter Pan in the first book? Jo sounds like Jojo. That's a good name. Your cat's name? Who would name their book character after your cat? I think it's Wendy.
All right.
Right, it's gotta be Wendy. I was only saying. You went with
Wendy.
Lizzie wasn't showing any signs of slowing down, and she went right into the next one.
I know.
Cub, Tiny Bear, and Baby Bear. Which one was the one from Goldilocks and the Three Bears? That's easy. Lizzie confidently marked down a choice. This time she hadn't declared her thoughts out loud. Shiloh moved to write as well, stopping only briefly to check over Lizzie's shoulder, just in case. You were certain he wanted their quizzes to be exactly the same. Friends always matched. That's what he liked to believe. You decided that the best sounding answer was... Baby Bear. Baby Bear made the most sense to you. Hey, this next one is only a question. They're all questions, Shiloh. I meant... it says, I'm late for a very important date. Who am I? Oh. The answers were all animals with colors. I remember. It's Alice's story with the white rabbit. Really?
Really?
What?
It's okay.
I just thought that was it, but we don't have to go with that one. It's okay. The animal who was always running late was... the white rabbit. Lizzie watched you finish writing and bit her lip at the next question. The Narnia book series ended with one girl being, hey, is this the real ending? I didn't get to the last book yet.
Jeez.
I'm not looking at the list. I'm not looking. Write something down for both of us. You pulled the paper away from Lizzie's dramatic show of covering her face and turned away. Out of the girls who visited in the books, the one left out of Narnia in the end was Lucy, Susan, Polly. It was Susan. Or Susan, but you checked her full name and glanced up at Lizzie again. Are you done?
Yep.
Yep. Here, I'll read the next one.
Thanks.
Shiloh lit up with delight at the word, then cleared his throat.
Damn, he whipped.
The middle initial B in the child detective Joony B. Jones' name stands for what? Your older sister slumped forward with a sigh. There's so many different book questions, no one could have read them all.
Sorry.
You guessed that the B in Joony B. Jones stood for Brenda, Beatrice, Brittany. I thought Joony B. Jones' older sister's name was Beatrice. Oh, don't remember. It's been too long since I've read this. Joony Beatrice Jones. The other two put something down as well. This next one is a bonus question. We're almost done. Oh yeah, we can make up anything we missed on the other two, or on this one or the next one. It's not really a book question though. The sun being blocked out by the moon was a phenomenon called... They put some astronomy books on the bonus reading list. I haven't gotten to them either.
Right?
But I think it's a solar eclipse. It blocks out the sun, right?
Yeah.
Yeah! Damn, these kids giving me all the answers. Wait, what was it? It's... The sun being blocked out by the moon. Yeah, that's a solar eclipse. Wait, is that solar eclipse? Sun being blocked out by the moon was a phenomenon called a solar eclipse, you decided. Your teammates had kept on trucking. Is that it's a solar eclipse right now? Lunar eclipse? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Your teammates had kept on trekking forward to read the final bonus question.
What?
This one is even less on our reading list. Huh? How? Fill in the remaining characters to complete the title of the book that's a classic of English children's literature, The Secret Game Guest Garden. I have no idea. Why are all these last questions so bad? Shiloh glanced down at his lap and started twiddling his thumbs. You'd think he wanted to apologize again, but the words were left unsaid. In the list of G words, you went with gangster garden. The secret garden had a nice ring to it. I'm finished! With all the questions answered, Lizzie beamed. Okay, we need to hand these in. I can do it! Fucking Shiloh. Bet you're fucking gonna lose them. Here. He snatched up his, Lizzie's, and even your own paper. Yeah, you better snap up my paper. And hurried up to hand it over to the judge. Lizzie decided to get up from the table too. Hey, June.
It's not as much fun without you.
Thanks for doing this again. It's not as much fun without you. We have to do it every year. Aw, Lizzie. Lizzie grinned just in time to prevent you from saying anything else. Shiloh skipped back over. All done. It'll be a couple minutes, sorry, but I asked them to come to us first. That's smart. Cove's dad should be here soon.
Yeah.
He doesn't like to be late. Ah. As though he was a ghost, Cove suddenly appeared standing behind Lizzie.
Hi.
Hi, Cove. I guess your dad isn't like the rabbit. When did you get here? He shrugged. A while ago. The question about the classic book was The Secret Garden. Oh. Lizzie huffed, her eyes rolling to the side. They must not have picked that answer. And the revelation seemed to end the conversation. The four of you sat at your table and waited. Now that you're close to the scores, Lizzie's mood had gone right back to being just as intense as before. She wanted to win something at least. You could tell that Cove was kind of thankful he hadn't stuck around to compete. Finally, the librarian came up to the table with a basket of prizes. Group 6. Congratulations, you did great, and one of you got perfect marks. That's a first place score. So you get a bunch of stuff. Here's a bag with all your goodies, including stickers and a free pizza voucher. Yeah, pizza. Okay. Lizzie snatched up the prizes and clutched them to her chest. Her smile was polite, but her eyes were all competitive fire.
Yeah.
Thank you! We're gonna win again next year! That's the spirit. I'll be looking forward to seeing you all then. Prizes delivered, the librarian wandered off to go let the other groups know how they'd done, right as Cove's dad spotted you from between two bookshelves. Hey kids, how'd you do? Cove went off to wander around, but we still won.
Huh?
You left, Cove? I wanted to look around. But your friends... It's okay. Lizzie's really smart. And June and Cove too. Wasn't this fun? Your sister looked down at her prizes and flashed her best, friendliest fake smile at Mr. Holden.
Uh-huh.
It sure was. Those stickers were probably going to end up all over the house. Oh shit.
That's...
Even so, next time you should... Cove? Cove's dad glanced around, slightly frantic, but Cove, just like always, had snuck off without thinking to say anything. He's leaving! Cove's trying to be the first one to the car! With a sudden burst of speed, Lizzie darted for the exit, still in Victor to be mode, even for something like a race to ride in the front seat. There was nothing else for the three of you to do except head after them, pretending the librarians hadn't noticed all the commotion. Oh, I'm gonna save. Part of me is like, oh, I wish I went with Cove, crying. Lizzie had claimed a window seat at the car. She was on a winning streak today. Cove had sighed as she shot past him at the last second, and he had to sit in the middle. But he cheered up some as you hopped in the back seat next to him. Hee hee. Before silence settled over the car, Mr. Holden cleared his throat. Cove, you really should have stuck with the group. The quiz would have been fun. That was the plan when I dropped you off. And that's where your friends were. You didn't have to be by yourself. I wanted to, and I didn't leave the library. I'm glad for that much, but... well, there's a lot of trouble you can get into on your own, even in the library. Just be careful next time. I worry about you, and I bet I'm not the only one who didn't want you to unexpectedly run off. Okay, son?
Okay.
Okay. That's my boy. Now, enough guff from your old dad. Oh my god, so old. So you guys won, huh? Congratulations. Or congrats. That's a mighty fine job. It was a shoo-in. Then why did you care who did the quiz or not? Oh, because it's tradition. We always do the quiz together. It gives us an edge. Oh, it's because I'm the one who gets all the answers right, huh? Huh. So yeah, thanks, June. You returned your sister's smile. We're taking the prize next year too, no matter what it takes. Maybe we should get started now. We'll go over the whole library. You can't read all that. Just watch us. I don't want to watch you read. You kids, no need to fight. It's good that you're setting your sights high though. Or you're setting your sights high though. It had been a fun day. You would like to have spent more of it with Cove, but this... Let me save here actually. Okay. There'll be other times you could hang out with him. Oh, and then you can't go back. Okay, wait. I wanna check. Okay, I wanna check this. If we say nail polish, and then
Okay.
okay.
All right. I know. It's okay.
I just need to know.
Jeez. Sorry. Yeah.
And then we're gonna get these wrong, so that we don't have the
What?
So we don't
What?
have the Oh wait. Okay. Wait. Group 6. You kids did so well. Here's a poster with some temporary tattoos and stickers as well. Thank you for participating. Okay.
Yeah.
We're definitely gonna win first place next year. The spirit. Okay. Oh, okay. We might have won first place if COVID stayed, but he didn't, so we didn't. Oh, okay. There are more save pages above. Oh, okay. Whew. Okay, but yeah, okay, so the nail polish answer would be wrong. Wait, but then I want to know... Okay, wait. If I do her lipstick and then
Okay.
Grinch and then Cinderella, and
All
then I want to know if without
I
the
know. It's
the
okay.
other the extra credit problems,
Jeez.
if I would have gotten everything right.
Sorry. Yeah. What? Hi.
Oh, okay, I didn't get everything right. Okay.
Yeah.
What is the answer? Okay, it's fine. Anyways, we don't need to know. Okay, I'd rather go exploring.
Seriously?
I want to see what we do with Cove. I also feel bad that he gets like left out, but I mean, like at the same time, we'll go back to our original save, of like letting him wander alone and whatnot because pizza voucher. But I want to know what happens. Hehe. Seriously? Cove looked surprised but happy at the same time. Hehe. This was something you'd quietly admitted you were looking forward to, and you'd still picked his idea instead. Oh. Fine. Let's go, Shiloh. Okay. Her arms folded, your sister stormed off. Shiloh had to race to keep up with her. I mean, at the end of the day, too, the quiz was not that fun. Like, as opposed to, like, what's it called? Like, the quiz is okay, but, like, childhood memories, getting to, like, get a map or, like, you know, a stamp card and, like, checking off how many hours of reading you had done, it was, like, really, I don't know. For me, I'm just like, fuck the quiz. Give me the map, and I'm just gonna, like, you know, like, cross off every single time I've, like, read something. Yeah. Her arms folded, your sister stormed off. Shiloh had to race to keep up with her. Also, like, with this, it's like they give you a set reading list versus, like, you being able to read whatever you want. She cares a lot about that. Shiloh looks like a chihuahua trying to keep up with a horse. Oof. You couldn't help but laugh. Since you've been here a lot before, we could play hide and seek. I thought you wanted to explore. Hide and seek, not exploring? Yep, if I'm searching for you and you're searching for me, we'll really have to look at everything. Oh my god, his little buck teeth. You weren't entirely sure of how effective that would be, but couldn't say he was totally wrong. I'll hide first. I think I also played hide and seek when I was younger in the library. Decision made, Cove took off towards the back of the library. You'd already agreed to play with him instead, so you covered your face and waited for 10 seconds. When you looked up, he was nowhere to be seen. You glanced over at the way he went. Cove hadn't had much time to hide, but he was already invisible. place you decided to check was next to the Peter Pan poster, beside the fairy tale display, behind the solar system model. Fairy tale display. Near the older kids section, there was a display with a bunch of fancy looking books. There were old copies of old stories. Leaning over the Hans Christian Andersen section, hand resting on the glass above where the Little Mermaid and Thumbelina books were, you peered into a tiny corner. Oh, okay, so I picked the right one. And there was Cove, seemingly lost in thought. Maybe the answer for Joony B. Jones's middle name is wrong. Wait, I want to look it up. Also, wait, I just realized Joony B. Jones and Joony. I'm like, oh wait, I have the same first name as Joony B. Jones, motherfucker. Middle name. Oh, it is Beatrice. Okay, I thought she had an older sister. Wait, Joony B. Jones' older sister's name. Oh, she doesn't have an older sister. She has a younger baby sibling. I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. Oh, okay. Man, I'm just like, wow, I did read a lot when I was younger. Joony reference, crying. Joony reference from like, what's it called? When did I read Joony B. Jones when I was younger? I don't know. Maybe when I was like 7 or something. I was like, damn. The sleeper agent. I don't know. I wasn't like a really big fan of Joony B. Jones like books. I think I just read them because they were there, or like, I don't know, they were like popular kids books that were there. I don't know. I didn't really like the art style on the covers. I don't think I read them. It's okay, you don't have to read them. They were pretty thin. They were like really, they were maybe like 30 to 40 pages. I feel like, I don't know. Joony B. Jones. Joony B. Jones book length. 80 pages. I don't know. I just remember like seeing the covers. Not that like the art style wasn't very cute, but it was mainly just because like her fashion sense was like super out there, and I was like, I don't really like this. Oh, I was like reading this cover and it was like Joony B. Jones has a peep in her pocket, and I thought it said Joony B. Jones has a poop in her pocket. And I was like, oh, I don't remember that book. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I had to click back on my page before I lose my fanfic. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by AO3. I'm like checking how many new fanfics got uploaded in the past hour and a half for K-pop Demon Slayers or K-pop Demon Hunters. I keep fucking up the name. Okay, wait, no, I can do this when ad break happens later. And there was Ko, seemingly lost in thought. Oh, that was fast. You waved to get his attention. I didn't think you'd find me so fast. Nice one. Well, thanks. He shrugged. It's just the truth.
Okay.
Your turn now. I'm gonna cover my eyes and count to 10. I promise I won't peek. While Cove had his eyes securely behind the palms of his hands, he went to go hide by the fire. Whoa! Sorry. I'm like 911. Near the stuffed animals. You went to go hide beneath the giant stand, saying that if even Baby Bear could help Smokey Bear stop fires, you could too. Stretching out under the stand, you wondered why those two bears were together in the first place. That train of thought occupied you until Cove's shoes scuffed by, stopped, and lifted up the curtain you were sitting under. I can see your elbows out the side, June. Oops. You smiled as you crawled out and pushed yourself back up to your feet. Great spot, though. Before you could even register the compliment, he backed up at least a whole foot and started bouncing slightly in place.
Alright.
It's my turn again. Start counting so I can go pick a spot. Okay. Cove darted off before you even had a chance to fully close your eyes. 1 Mississippi. When time was up, he was long gone. Again. There were still a lot of good places to hide, so you figured he was... in all the old Christmas stuff. Ooh, Kid Detective poster. You figured he was probably near the poster with a gigantic image of a smirking kid detective. Oh, it's probably Joony B. Jones. Sorry, my tracking. I was like leaning too far back in my chair, so my tracking was off. Oh yeah. Cove could have hidden in the itty bitty little reading area next to it. Glancing past the poster itself briefly, your brain registered the words Joony B. Jones, don't call her Beatrice, in big imposing letters. You paused to stare at it for a second, thinking, why would I call her Beatrice if her name is Joony? Sorry, I'm getting distracted by her name being Joony. Shaking your head to clear away the distraction, you tiptoed in to see who was sitting in the comfy chair. And sure enough, it was Cove. Damn. But he was so absorbed in the book he was reading that he hadn't even noticed you yet. I wonder if, like, you really do just find him at the first place you look, or if, like, I just got senses or something. I don't think most people read while playing hide and seek. Cove glanced up at you in one rough motion. Oh, hi June. I wasn't sure when you'd get here. It took a while. Not that long. It could have been worse, but it could have been better. Let's keep playing. I'm doing good. He put his hands over his eyes, but before you could run off again, a librarian approached the two of you. Ah, kids, I've been looking for you. Cove peeked between his fingers at the stranger. Us? You must be Cove. Your dad told me he was waiting by the entrance. Cove blinked, mouth opening like he was going to say something, then glanced down at his pink cast. It was a pretty clear giveaway. Sure. Is my sister Lizzie with him? She's taller than us and has orange hair. You're June, right? You nodded. Phew, I found both of you at once. That's right, she's with him, and the little guy with the freckles. Come on, let's go get you reunited so we can close up for the night. Oh, damn. Ready to go home, you and Cove followed him up. Oh, it's a guy. You and Cove followed him up front. All the librarians at my library as a kid were like ladies, so I'm not used to like male librarians. You and Cove followed him up front, where the ragtag group of family members and Shiloh were all waiting. There you are! She was pouting. You could tell from all the way across the room, and it was only that much more obvious as you got closer. Did you win? We came in second. Or wait, no. We came in second. Hey gang, I thought you'd have been with them the whole time, Cove. I'm glad you didn't just go off by yourself at least. Cove glanced over at you, then back up at his dad.
Yeah.
Me too. A broad smile spread over Mr. Holden's face. I'm sorry, Mr. Holden, but at the same time, not sorry.
That's...
This is not the timeline that we were gonna live in. Even so, next time you should... Cove? Cove! Cove's dad glanced around, slightly frantic, but Cove, just like he always had snuck off without thinking to say anything. He's leaving, blah blah blah. Okay. Though Lizzie had been victorious in claiming a window seat in the car, you could tell by her crossed arms and occasional pout that she had still not forgiven your betrayal. Cove had sighed when he had to sit in the middle after Lizzie shot past him at the last second, but he cheered up some as you hopped in the back seat next to him. Did you say you came in second place? That's some good going.
No.
No, it's not. She levied another glare at you over her shoulder.
Sure.
Sure. Striving to improve is good too. I was winning in our game. You nodded, even though you felt that with another couple rounds you could have swung a victory. Hide and seek with just you two? That doesn't even count as winning.
Why?
Why not? It's not special. There's no judges or prizes. You eyed the seat that she'd fought so hard to win. That wasn't much of a prize either. Dad? Yes? You could see Cove's dad's eyes in the rearview mirror, suddenly attentive at his son's call. We need a prize. Oh. As a matter of fact, Mr. Holden focused intently on the road ahead of him, or road ahead as though a suitable reward to please Cove might appear before him. Right, the big thing on the flyer for this was a chance to get a free pizza coupon, wasn't it? How about I call up a takeout place and we can have pizza at home for dinner? Lizzie huffed, pulling her arms closer to her chest. Great, now only Cove gets anything good. Hey there, I'll ask all your moms if it would be alright for you kids to have some. Pleased you smiled as you stared out of the window at the scenery whizzing by. Thank you, Mr. Holden. Yeah, thanks, Dad. Okay, your money's good for something sometimes, occasionally, Mr. Holden. You're welcome. I do what I can. But you really should have stuck with the group. The quiz would have been fun, and that was the plan when I dropped you off. We stayed together and didn't leave the library. I'm glad for that, I am. Well, there's a lot of trouble you can get to, even blah blah, even if you do have a buddy along for the ride. Just be careful next time. And I worry about you, and I bet June's parents wouldn't want her to run off unexpectedly either. Okay, son?
Okay.
Okay. Well, Cove's such a rebel. That's my boy. Now, enough guff from your old dad. Let's decide what kind of toppings we're gonna get. Pepperoni! Sounds good. Anything else? No mushrooms. And the conversation continued from there. Ah, now I want pizza. With debates on what was best to put on top of a pizza for the rest of the drive. Mr. Holden wanted anchovies, ugh. And the other 3 kids in the car had to band together to explain how gross they were. The way Cove's dad laughed up in the front seat made you wonder if he was doing it on purpose. You'd had a fun day already, but closing out with the promise of a free pizza after all, and more time to hang out with Cove made it even sweeter. It was a shame that you hadn't been able to do the quiz, but skipping it for just 1 year didn't hurt. It was worth it. Okay. It was worth it. Sorry, the ad break happened while I was not paying attention. We would have keep playing. Cries. Okay, I'm gonna drink some water real quick. Okay, I am back. Okay. And it's only 4 more. I don't know. Okay, wait. So that one took us... Did that take us an hour? No, it didn't, right? It made me... Okay, right now it's 2:22. So we'll see how long it takes to do one. And I don't know. I want to get to step 2. I want to get to step 2. I want to know I want to know what Cove looks like in step 2 based on our choices in step 1. Okay. The night was incredibly still. You couldn't really ignore... I love Ghost. Oh, okay. You couldn't really ignore how silent it was. It was almost eerie. You could even hear Lizzie snoring in the next room over. It was hard to believe how much of a blur today was. Summer sure did a slip past right by you. Sorry. Summer sure did slip past right by you. What's 4 more, right? Yeah. Yeah. No. I mean, I did sleep like after the sun came up yesterday, so more. What's up? You flicked through the moments like pages in a scrapbook as you laid in bed. The ones that stuck out all seemed to include your new neighbor Cove. It was funny how he'd become such a big part of your life in such a short span of time. Oh, you thought a lot about what adventures you could have tomorrow until sleep started to catch up with you. Then you heard something scrape against the window. Oh fuck. It wasn't that uncommon for wind to push a tree branch against the glass. Summer breezes were the worst sometimes. But the more you tried to ignore it, the louder it seemed like it became. It was like something was trying to get your attention. You lifted your head off the pillow to get a better look. Nothing was there. Nothing you could see, at least. You just went back to bed. It was only your imagination. Or you had to investigate the mysterious sound. It was too creepy to ignore. Lifted your head off the pillow to get a better look. Nothing was there. Nothing you could see. The more you tried to ignore it, the louder it became. Investigate. You practically jumped out of bed and crept down the stairs to go outside. Your moms were still awake. They stayed up so late, it seemed. Luckily, they were watching TV and didn't hear the soft click of the front door opening as you slipped past. You looked around the neighborhood for a few seconds, checking over each individual house. It looked normal, but it didn't feel that way. Oh my god, we're gonna get kidnapped. You knew you weren't supposed to be out here right now. We're gonna get kidnapped by that grandpa that's like fucking annoying. Or not fucking annoying, but like fucking meanie on the corner that like yelled at Cove and made him cry. You knew you weren't supposed to be out here right now. It was exhilarating. It made you regret your decision. It scared you. You didn't know what had come over you. If something bad happened, no one would know where you had gone, and the thought of that made your stomach tighten in fear. This reminds me of like when I was like younger, like my parents would never let us, or like would always tell us not to bike around the block by ourselves, or like to bike alone. And then like I would always bike with my sisters, And then like, what's it called? One day, I think like my parents were doing stuff in the front yard, and then I was like biking in circles around the driveway, and then I was like, well, I want to bike around the block. It's not that far. It's fine. And then like, what's it called? I like imagine like this is our block. My house was like over here. And then like I like barely made it here, and I was like, I want to go back, but I was like already super scared shitless. And then I was like, but then like my brain like didn't know, my brain didn't realize. I was like, I could turn back this way and just go home. My brain was like, just like got to this corner, started pedaling even faster, like as fast as possible to get back home. And I was like, ugh. I was so scared. But then I made it home, and then I was like, I'm never doing that again. I was so scared. I was like, I'm gonna get kidnapped. The ease with which you had slipped out only served to make you feel worse. Your moms didn't need to be vigilant because they had trusted you not to do exactly what you were doing.
June.
June. Oh my god, it was Cove. Motherfucker, I knew it was you. Oh, he's wearing a sweater. Oh, you're so cute. Pats him on the head. You twitched at the sudden call, immediately calming down upon seeing Cove walking up to you. It was strange, and yet also completely normal to have him appear like this right now. What are you doing? I saw you standing around in the middle of the street from my window. You weren't sleeping either? Why not? Cove turned up his lips to smile, almost as if he were amused by the question. Because... Why are you smiling like that? What were you doing? Kidnapping Freddy Fazbear? No! Oh man, that reminds me. I missed there was like a Discord promo or something if like you like accepted the quest and then you had like Dead by Daylight open for 15 minutes, then you could get like a, I think it was a Springtrap banner or something, and I'm just like, man, I missed it. Did you hear a weird noise? You should be in bed. Because what? I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. Whatever the reason is, at least you are no longer alone in the dark. That reminds me, or like what's it called, this also reminds me, there's like this like trailer I keep seeing, because I don't know why like YouTube or just like places that have like video trailers, like, man, it's mainly YouTube, they keep giving me like, sometimes they just give me like scary movie trailers. So then like I got like a trailer for Megan the other day, and then I got like a trailer, I think there was like an interview where she was like insulting like Freddy Fazbear or something. She was like, I would kill them or something like that, or yeah, the Faz Squad or whatever the fuck, I don't know. But like, what's it called, like there's like this trailer coming, or for this movie coming out for, I think it's like, what's his name, not Steven Spielberg, Steven Williams, it's the scary guy that like wrote It and whatnot, like I don't remember his name. But like there's like this like movie that's coming out where it's like I think all the kids from the same class get kidnapped. I think it's called Weapons. I forgot what the guy's name is called. Oh, I'm sure it's like the same guy that like, what's his name? Stephen King. Yeah. Oh, okay. That's why it has a PH on a V. Okay. Yeah, it's that guy. I'm kind of curious what's gonna happen in the story, but I'm also not gonna watch it, so I'm probably gonna read the Wikipedia once the movie comes out. But this is what that's giving me right now. It's like, ooh, Pied Piper. Whatever the reason is, at least you were no longer alone in the dark.
Why?
I'm still afraid of the dark, honestly. I heard a strange noise. You too? That's why I was up. Oh my god, we're gonna get kidnapped. Cove hesitated for a moment, looking down the street before his aquamarine eyes fell on you again. I haven't read a King book in forever. I've never read one. I read Children of the Corn, like the Wikipedia summaries for all the Children of the Corn movies, and I got scared. So I don't think I could actually read a horror book. I didn't even read Goosebumps when I was younger because it looked too scary. Had to read Stephen King books for school. Books, like multiple. Damn, your school went hardcore. I don't think I had to read any horror books ever for like school before. There's too scary. Looking down at the street before his aquamarine eyes fell on you again. Did it scare you? Yeah.
It's okay.
Me too, but it's okay. Nothing's gonna happen. You could see Cove was trying to be brave for your sake, and it made you feel a little bit better. I was kind of wondering if it was the wind, but what if it's not? What if it's a person? What if it's something that's not a person? The unsettling noise suddenly rushed through the air. Cove and you flinched. It sounds even worse than before. Aw, he's all cute. You were about to agree with him when the noise came yet again, tearing through the still night. The two of you rapidly looked around, trying to find the source, but to no avail. There was no sign of an answer to this puzzle. You thought that it could be anything. It had to be a ghost. There's got to be a regular reason for it. It had to be a ghost. Invisible, creepy thing luring children from their beds. It had to be a monster. The thought terrified you down to the bones, and you regretted leaving the safety of your nice warm bed. You shakily inched closer to Cove. He was there for you, and right now you were counting on that. Hey, can you tell where it's coming from?
Not really.
Oh, then we'll have to look more somewhere else. Maybe we'll see something. Okay, let's go. As you walked the familiar streets of your neighborhood, fear coursed through your veins. When your hand brushed against his, you realized that you hadn't been the only one who had tried closing the gap. Oh, they're gonna hold hands. Oh my god. Shadows cut corners and angles where you didn't expect them, distorting the features you saw every day. The noise came again, shrill and hard. It set your teeth on edge the way it ground its way through you. Cove's throat bobbed. His eyes glistened in the dim light. You stayed frozen to the spot. You took a deep breath to calm yourself. You ran to hide behind Cove. Oh, my phone is running out of battery. I'm gonna turn low battery mode. Okay. Oh, wait. One second. I think I have... Maybe I can use this cable to charge my phone. Oh, that was an accident. I didn't realize I could do that. Oh my god. Oh. I forgot that you can pop the front out of your Steam Deck. I haven't used my Steam Deck since I got it. Kind of bad, I know. But now it has a purpose, question mark. I don't know. Last time I tried to use my keyboard, it is just USB-C though. Ooh, okay, it's charging. Last time I tried to use my keyboard cable in order to charge it, but it didn't work. Or, well, it didn't really charge very fast, so hopefully this one charges faster. Stayed frozen on the spot. I feel like I would run to hide behind Cove. With a noise that escaped you in a sort of shriek, you darted behind Cove, using him as a human shield. June! Holding onto the back of his shirt, you used it to keep it in front of you, even when he awkwardly tried to spin around in order to see you. You can come out here. He lifted his uncasted hand up to where you could see it. You accepted his hand. You didn't take his hand. You gripped his arm instead. I feel like I'd grip his entire hand. You appreciated his offer and wanted the support, but you felt you needed a stronger hold. You twisted both your arms around his elbow, holding him closely. Cove nodded acceptingly. Cove shut his eyes and pressed his lips together.
So...
Where did you want to check? The park, the beach, the hills behind my house. I kind of want to go to the hills, but the beach... The beach stretched out in front of you, nothing in sight along its sands, no matter which way you turned. Part of you had imagined the noise as some creature of the deep washed up on the shore and calling for aid. That theory had to be taken off the list for now. Still, you'd spent enough time on the shore to know that the real finds often required a sharp eye and careful attention. Sound screamed past your ear. You hunched up, shoulders high, as if ready to endure a blow, but the only damage was to your ears. There didn't appear to be any immediate danger, despite every bone in your body telling you that something wasn't right. But you kept going forward. You ran away. You stuck back to your neighborhood quietly. Kept going forward. You couldn't stop when you had already gone so far. You had to find out what was going on. Terror washed over you, raising the fine hairs on the back of your neck, and Cove gave your shoulder a squeeze in the show of support. His eyes were wide, his breathing heavy. Then he whispered to you, "Let's see if there's anything here." Cove began to cove the beach for clues. You followed suit. The angry wind sent grains of sand rolling across the beach like waves. You stayed clear of the water, which was rough and choppy tonight, and scoured the area for hints as to what might be happening. You saw something glint in the sand, full of promise, but when you eagerly uncovered it, you found that it was just foil from a chip packet. You stowed it away with a sigh. Did you find something? No. Cove shrugged and gave you a sympathetic smile. That's how it goes sometimes. You like hunting for treasures on the beach too, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever found anything mysterious or weird? You were expecting him to mull over the question for a bit, but Cove answered immediately. Teeth. Ugh! Is there something else? You've told me about your big shark tooth before. No, not that. People teeth. Ugh! No! Yeah. You know how grown-ups sometimes don't have their own teeth any longer, and they get fake ones so they can still eat? Oh god. You nodded, listening in fascinated horror. I found some. The top half. How'd you know it was the top half? It had a pink top of the mouth bit, like this. He opened wide and pointed to the roof of his mouth. You let out a squeal. What did you do with them? Mom took them from me. I don't know what happened to it after that. That was too bad. Think of the prank opportunities, the right thing to do. Gross. Way stranger than the stuff I've seen. Still not as strange as the stuff I found. I don't know if we could beat teeth. But I'm kind of curious. Gross. Hope you wash your hands a billion times after you touch them. I washed them, I'm pretty sure. Oh, only pretty sure? Once you were satisfied nothing out of the ordinary was to be found on the beach, you had to consider your next step. The noise wasn't as clear as when you first stepped outside. You could still hear it shriek, rending through the peaceful night. You decided to check the park now. The private playground was as empty as ever. You could just about hear the mysterious sound as if you were quiet, but it simmered down to a whisper. Cove was practically shaking when he realized it had progressed far enough to reach there. He swallowed hard, but faced you with a determined face. My dad says, good detective work starts at home. He watches a lot of crime shows, so maybe it could be good to look closely. Okay, Mr. Holden, you get another 10 points for liking detective shows. Hot. Okay. The two of you swept through every corridor of the park. No monkey bar, swing, or tire went unchecked. Huh. He was squatting on the ground, squinting at something in his hand. Intrigued, you checked over his shoulder so you could see too. Lol. I'm just saying it like it is. I think his dad's only 27. Oh. Okay. Damn, he young. What the fuck? Oh, okay. Damn. Single available, only 27. Damn. Okay. But tries to solve all his problems with money. I don't know about that. Cove held it in his open palm. Coiled inside was a length of sparkly chain, grains of sand embedded in the fine links. Although this is 2006, 27, so he's kind of old now. Oh, cute. Lifting it up, it became apparent how this had come to be here. You'd seen bracelets and necklaces enough to recognize that the clasp which held it together had snapped. It's broken. It's silver. Werewolves hate silver. Other things too, I think. If this noise is caused by a monster, we can protect ourselves with it. You'll scare it away with junk? What if it's not real silver? We're 8, so... Yeah! Oh, he's so cute! Okay. He flicked the chain as if cracking a tiny whip. I wonder if there's anything else we could use out here. Cove considered this, frowning. I should have grabbed some garlic before I left. His frown evolved into a scowl. It probably wouldn't have worked. Dad doesn't have real garlic. He doesn't have real garlic? He has fake garlic? The fuck? He gets fake garlic? Oh, it's just little flakes in it. It's just little flakes in a jar, not real balls you have to cut up like Mom uses. Flakes might be easier to use. It's still real garlic, just chopped up. It can't taste as good. We won't need it anyways. Flakes might be easier to use. We could sprinkle them around as we walked.
I guess.
From his begrudging tone, you could tell he was still firmly on the side of fresh garlic. You had exhausted all possible places to search in the park. Straightening up, you mused over your next step. It's gone. What? Then you realized the noise, which is complete, had grown fainter and less frequent during your search, had died off completely. You and Cove shared puzzled looks, but neither of you had an answer for what caused the mystery sound or made it go away. You tried to hide a yawn behind your hands. We should go back home. But the hills! The hills! Man, okay. Man, I didn't save it all. I want to know if it was the hills. The night was still as you walked home, with none of the usual background noises or the eerie whistle from before. You could hear every step you and Cove made like a cough in the movie theater. I thought we were gonna be able to see all of it! The two of you came to a halt outside your front door. Never before had it looked so ominous. You wrung your hands nervously. Would your absence have been noticed? Do you sneak out a lot? This is the first time. Not really. Lots, you were lying. Lots, you were telling the truth. This is the first time. I like how it's like, lots, you were lying. You were telling the truth. Yeah, I've never tried to do it until now. I feel like he sneaks out a lot. Thought so. How'd you know? I hadn't seen you out my window this late before. That was fair, though it could have been possible you were just so good at sneaking that this time was the first time he had caught you. Are you worried about getting caught?
No.
No. He was so forthright with you that you believed him completely. But your dad, won't he get mad or sad if he catches you? He's never happy with what I do. Oh. You sympathized. You encouraged Cove to see it more positively. You stayed out of it. You don't know how to react to that. Sympathized. That must be hard. Yeah, he and Mom do what they want. Why shouldn't I? Alright, I'm going in.
Bye.
Okay, good night. What a sad kid. Good night, Cove. Thanks for coming with me tonight. I'm not sure I could have done it myself. I wanted to go with you. Oh! You beamed at him. Oh! Was he always blushing like that? I think he always was blushing like that. Oh! You turned the doorknob as slowly as a clock's minute hand, holding your breath for the telltale click of the lock, then nudged to open. When all that happened was the door opening rather than the blaring alarms that you'd feared, you melted with relief. Ah, melting like cheese. Ah, cheese. Back inside your house, you were surprised to find your mom still watching TV. Weirder still, it looked like they were on the same TV show, the same show they were watching before you left, yet you were positive you'd been out investigating for hours. Perhaps you could use their distraction to your advantage. If you could just get up the stairs, you would be safe from suspicion, but how could you get there? You tried to sneak past. You decided to walk in your own house nonchalantly. You couldn't. You had to give up and come clean. I probably would have tried to sneak past, but we're just gonna pretend. We're just gonna try and be smooth about it. Sometimes the best thing you could do was to hide in plain sight. You strode across the room in the direction of the staircase. June? Your moms knew you were up, but they had no idea why. They abandoned the couch in their show to hurry over. They were still in the state of surprise. You weren't in trouble yet.
Are you okay?
What are you doing down here, sweetie? Did you have a bad dream? You told the truth. You lied. You did not answer. Oh, you lied. You couldn't bring yourself to own up to what you had done. I heard scary noises, so I came down here. Their surprise gave way to concern.
Sweetie.
Honey. Your mom took you by the hand and led you up the stairs. Oof, your hand is cold. Why didn't you come over to us? I was supposed to be in bed. June, you won't ever be in trouble for coming to us when you're frightened. Oh, we'd much rather you come to us than try to solve things all by yourself. I'm sorry. Her phrasing made you feel bad. Oh. The nervousness ate at you as you were tucked into bed. Your moms assumed that your flushing and insistence on delving under the covers was part of your fear, and spoke to you softly until you calmed down enough to peep out from underneath your sheets. Once your moms had left, you turned over the night's adventure in your mind. It was still hard to believe that you'd really done it. It was harder still to believe that you'd gotten away with it. Even now you half expected to be caught somehow. Perhaps you'd left the door ajar, or trailed sand where they had already swept up. You hoped that Cove had gotten home okay, though he hadn't been worried. Being told off was never fun. Wriggling down deeper underneath the sheets, your thoughts turned towards the unsolved mystery. You and Cove had only just begun to scratch the surface of it. Maybe you'd solve it and maybe you wouldn't, but what mattered was that you'd shared the experience with each other. You were still so energized by the night's excitement that you tossed and turned in bed for some time, thinking up theories to share with Cove when you next saw him. Sleep eventually claimed you, but the adventure merely resumed in your dreams. Oh, so cute. I have a feeling it was the hills. The next morning proceeded mostly like usual, though your mom seemed to be giving extra consideration since finding you last night. Oh, they know we lied! You later learned Cove didn't end up in trouble for the nightly escapade either. It was unclear whether it was because his dad chose not to punish him, or if Cove got away with it. It was amazing to you that it all worked out for you both. As for the sounds that started this all, the adults around were convinced it was nothing more than the wind. For your imaginative mind, that wasn't nearly enough. How could they accept something so simple so easily? Maybe it'd make more sense when you were grown up too.
okay, I'm gonna save here, and then we're gonna go back to the library because I want to know what happens. Okay. Okay. I want to know what happens if you go to the
Why?
I want to know. Yeah, I want to know
It's
what
okay.
happens. We ghost.
Not really. So...
The hills. I think it's the hills. You and Cove ascended the hill, lit only by the stars in the night sky. The wind rippled through the grass and ruffled your hair, without the sun's light to translate what you were seeing. Every bush in the distance looked like a creepy figure or towering monster. The noise was just as loud here as it was in your neighborhood, with just a little indication behind the cause. Or just as little indication behind the cause. You kept going forward. You couldn't stop, but you had already gone so far. Oh, one second. Oh, it was my mom. My mom, oh, she got an email at work that she wasn't supposed to click, but she clicked it, and it was like a email from like HR, or like not HR, but it's like, you know, the IT department. They try to fool you into like, you know, like clicking on something that's like scam or like spam. So she clicked on it, and then like she got an email that was like, oh, you have to do training because you clicked on this thing. And yeah, she already went through cybersecurity training last time, but she has to do it again now. She's like, help me with it. I'm like, okay. I was like, did you get an email? Or like, did you get like, and I was like, don't click on those things. They're gonna make you fill out an email. And she's like, I already got one. I was like, no. I was like, not another one. Oh, that's her. Oh, my mom. Okay. Oh no, yeah. I'm like, why are you clicking on it? Just don't click on it. Wow. It's okay. You couldn't stop when you had already gone so far. You had to find out what was going on. She was like, do you want to go outside? And I was like, yeah. I need to plant blue peonies in Pikmin. I need to get blue peonies in Pikmin. The top of the hill was oh, I'm hungry. The top of the hill was an excellent vantage point to survey the town from. Everything appeared normal. There was no out of place sight pinpointing the answer to this mystery. Without visible markers to guide your way, you supposed it was up to you and Cove to deduce the source of the sound. The hill had many great hiding places, and you intended to check them all. You upturned rocks, peered up trees, and rummaged in thick grass for anything that might bring some closure on all this. You stuck close to Cove as you hunted for the source of the noise. When the shrieking noise shook the air, seeing him beside you calmed your racing heart. Seeking to ease your nerves and put aside thoughts of what might be out on this dark, spooky night, you decided to strike up a conversation. Your search for a topic was more fruitful than your search for the noise. Your eyes fell on Cove's cast, and you were instantly inspired. Have you broken any other bones?
No.
Oh. Well, shit. Don't know what to say for that. It turned out that wasn't much of an engaging topic for him after all. I broke my leg once. My arm was broken before too. I've never broken any bone. I sprained my ankle before. I've never broken any bones. Lucky. That's the truth. I've never broken any bones before.
I don't want to break any bones. Oh shit, sorry, I'm trying to fix my tracking to make it a bit more what's it called, slightly more accurate. Okay, lucky. That put an end to the injury discussion, but Cove's calmer mood alleviated the bleak atmosphere like you hoped it would. Cove cast his eyes out to the darkness, feeling bolder. Does this make you feel strange? We were people who heard weird noises at night and are out looking for what it is. It's like we're at the start of a book or a movie and we're the main characters. Yeah. It's a horror story. It's an action story. It's a fantasy story. It's a documentary. It's a fantasy story. The world they found outside looked like their own, but it wasn't. They had stepped into another dimension without even knowing.
Really?
Damn, he looks like he's not impressed. He's like, oh, okay, this kiddo. Yep, it's a dimension where everyone's been cursed to sleep until the monster making the noise is defeated. How are we gonna defeat the monster? We'll find magical swords that can defeat the dreaded beast with one blow, like One Punch Man, except with our fists. Well, whatever the noise was, you were confident that you would establish that was not coming from the hill. Oh, I guess it's not from the hill. Okay. Once you were satisfied nothing out of the ordinary was found on the hill, you had considered your next step. Hi, Intense! Oh, thank you for the hydrate. It's been a while. Yeah, I've not been streaming recently because of work. Work and life. Damn, you work. Yeah, I am on a 1 week vacation from work, and then a bit of a vacation next week as well from because I'm going to go to Anime Expo, and then after that I also have another week of vacation. It doesn't feel real yet, I think, because I'm like, wow, I'm taking a really long vacation. It's really nice. Taking away little Joony. Yeah, I'm not that little. But yeah, I'm just like, hopefully I will get to do a lot of chores and decompress and, like, you know, play a bit more. I was saying how earlier in the week I might do some streams where I'm cleaning my room, so it might kind of be boring for you guys. But then I can just chatter away about random shit. I still need to do my post off Kai recap and whatnot, which might not be that long. But yeah. Hopefully I'll be able to finish Judgment during my vacation. I need to restart. Not restart, but I need to play from like the beginning because my footage got wiped. Although I did find some recordings from February, so I need to double check. Actually, let me check that right now real quick. No, I'll check it during the ad break. I'll remember to check during the ad break YouTube channel. Okay. But yeah. I found some recordings from February when I streamed Judgment, so I'm not sure if, like, maybe I can start from back there and I can just upload those streams or something. Once you were satisfied nothing out of the ordinary was to be found on the hill, you considered your next step. You figured out you checked the heart too. I'll see what happens if we decide to go back home. The sheen of the adventure had worn off and you were longing to be snuggled up in bed. Whatever the noise had been, it would have to be wait to explore another day. Let's go back home. Cove looked at you for a moment and you couldn't quite tell how he was feeling about your declaration. Yeah, okay. It was a relief he'd stick with you on this. You would not have wanted to leave without him. The two of you made your journey home together, your shoulders bumping every now and then as you attempted to stay close for safety. As you moved yet closer together, you were glad that Cove had come out to join you. Okay, I think we finished all these. Okay, let me... Okay, we'll back here. Okay. Barbecue! Oh, I want barbecue. Oh my god. I think I'm just getting really hungry. You'd been brought along to the big park today, which did an excellent job of living up to its title. Oh, barbecue. Oh. The park near your house, with its lonely playground equipment, wasn't even a quarter of the size of the expanse of the grass and trees that laid before you now. Wait. Okay, so the last story took around 30 minutes. So then I guess like each one is around 30 minutes. Maybe we'll try to finish this one in the next 30 minutes. I'll take a break and then heat up some food and then come back and then play some more. The park near your house with its lonely playground equipment wasn't even a quarter the size of the expanse of the grass and the trees that laid before you now. No. Why no? As it was in the next town over and too far for you to walk to by yourself, you didn't get to visit it much, and you unless you share with me. No. I don't have enough food for you two. It's for me. You didn't get to visit it much, and so you soaked up the environment. Another difference between this park and the one in your neighborhood was that this one had visitors other than you, Shiloh, and Cove. I'll bring some and we can share 50-50. What are you bringing to the table? We'll barter. Today it was the busiest you'd ever seen it, thanks to the community get-together luring people in from all over the local area with promise of barbecue and fireworks. Depends. What are you bringing? I'm either it'll be bulldog, cheese bulldog with chicken, or it'll be chicken, rice, naan, and garlic sauce. Those are the two options. I'll work from there. I'm kind of leaning towards the chicken, rice, and garlic sauce and naan. Fancy. I made some cheese bulldog earlier, but then I want to savor it, so maybe I'll save it for when I'm not streaming. But yeah, oh my god, garlic sauce is so good. Maybe I'll skip the naan. I don't know. Today was the busiest. I'm finally running out of my bulldog. I have so much cheese. I'm like also running out of bulldog. I like have so much quattro cheese bulldog though, and I'm not like a huge fan of the quattro cheese flavor. But I bought those before I knew that, so sad times. Also, my phone is at 6% battery. I could bring spring rolls with dip if needed. Oh, okay. You're wrap duck. Oh, okay. You're invited. Okay, we'll share. We can share. I'm British and uncultured, so I'm not sure what that is. But okay. So bulldog is like a Korean. It's like a Korean ramen noodle type thing, but it's like no broth, and it's just like known to be really spicy. But it tastes really good, and then I put cheese in it. I want to learn how to make proper corn cheese because I tried making corn cheese last time. It didn't taste very good. It tasted kind of bitter. I don't know why. Ooh, that sounds good. Yeah, it's really good. They have different flavors. My favorite one is like the cream carbonara. That one is really good. It like can be really spicy. Like the normal bulldog, there's like the normal bulldog, the ×2. There's like I think my friend really likes the ice one, and then there's like the carbonara, the cream carbonara, the quattro cheese. I keep almost saying quattro formaggio. The quattro cheese, and then there's a couple other ones I haven't tasted before. But I really like the cream carbonara one. That one is my favorite. Sadly, the ice one was discontinued. Crying. Oh. So sad. Yeah, I hate it when like they discontinue flavors. I think like my all-time favorite like ramen brand, I think they might have gone out of business or they like stopped making them because I can't find them anymore, and I'm really sad. I have one like that I think is like is probably expired by 2 or 3 years, but I'm still gonna eat it. That reminds me, I bought some like of these like chocolate cookies from when I went to, I think it was like Kiyomizu-dera in Japan. Oh, I forgot what the place was called. But I bought these like baked chocolate thingies. They're like cookies basically. And I was gonna bring them to my coworkers, but I kept not going to the office because I was too busy, or I would keep forgetting to bring them. And my mom the other day was just like, oh, these are expired now. And I was like, let me try one of them. And I tried eating it and it still tasted good. So I'm like, okay, well, they're expired now. I guess I'm gonna eat them all. I recently tried corn soup. It was actually really good with cheese, plain. It was kind of bland. Oh, what's it called? I haven't had corn soup before. It's only been somewhat recent where I've had what's it called? Where I've had the comfort. It's only been somewhat recent where I've been comfortable eating corn that isn't baby corn. Junie, do you have a P.O. box? No, I don't have a P.O. box right now. But yeah, what's it called? But it's because I went to eat dinner with one of my mutuals that I didn't know very well enough to, or I don't know, just in general, like how I wind up trying food is I wind up being too embarrassed to not try something. And then I like what's it called? I get too embarrassed to not try something, and then or not, I get too embarrassed to say that I don't want to try something, so I wind up trying it. Except for mushrooms. I'll never be too embarrassed to be like, I don't eat mushrooms. But I just get too shy to be like, oh, I don't want to try it because I like corn scares me, because corn just looks like teeth, so then I always kind of get scared of it. But ever since then, I like, what's it called, we were at like a Korean barbecue restaurant, so I ate corn cheese, and like I really like cheese, and then the corn cheese tasted really good actually, and I was like, oh, okay. So every time we get Korean barbecue now, I'm like, can we get corn cheese with the Korean barbecue? It tastes really good. And then after that, like somewhat recently, when I was in town for Fanime, I went with some friends to Hot Pot, and then I got to eat corn from the hot pot, and I was actually pretty good too, and I'm just like, wow, I'm slowly learning how to eat corn. I think like when I go to Chipotle, I don't remember if I've gotten corn in my Chipotle before, but I think that's one of the next steps, is I'll try to get corn in my Chipotle too. Share the corn cheese. I will bring some corn cheese to the potluck, to the picnic. Well, in the future, get one. I'd love to send some chocolate from the UK. Wow! Thank you, Intense. Maybe one day I will think about it, but not anytime soon for sure. I feel like there's like a lot of logistics involved, but yeah, I feel like PO boxes are so fun. I want to send something. I don't know. So I'm like really bad at sending out mail. But like I feel like one day I want to send out like mail to like content creators. I remember ProZD used to I don't know if he still has one, but ProZD used to have a PO box, and then he would like open the stuff that he got on like camera or on video, and then like upload them to YouTube, and I was just like, wow, I wish like back when he still had that, I should have sent something, but I also don't know what to send. I really admire people when they are just like, yeah, I'm gonna send this thing, and then like, you know, like they're really out there, or not out there, but you know, they really like put themselves out there and then they do the thing. I feel like for me, I just like wind up being too shy. I feel like, what's it called? It's kind of like with comments on YouTube channels and whatnot. I like have a tendency never to comment. It's kind of different with chat. Like when I'm watching people's live streams, sometimes I have like the urge to chat, but usually in like comments or like people's tweets or like different things like that, I wind up being too shy to like say anything. So I'm just not used to talking. I don't know, like when I read all the fanfic, I'm not used to commenting, and I'm just like, well, I'm too shy to say anything, just leaves my kudos and leaves. My girlfriend and best friend are both super shy too. It's a self-doubt thing sometimes. Yeah, I think I've gotten so used to not doing things like that like I don't even think about it anymore sometimes, or I like very easily talk myself out of it. But like, I don't know, my friend, like, she always like, what's it called, she always like puts herself out there, I feel like, and like gives stuff to people she admires or whatnot, and I'm just like, wow, that's what I really admire about her. I was like, wow, you're so cool. I was like, one day I'll be like that too, like I'll do it too. Yeah, I don't know, one day I'll be able to comment on AO3 fanfic. Okay, before I talk too long. Oh no, we have 15 minutes. Okay. Oh my lord. Today it was the busiest you'd ever seen it, thanks to a community get-together luring people in from all over the local area with the promise of barbecue and fireworks. I forget women don't watch that stuff, they watch that stuff, they read it. Oh, with fanfic? I don't know. I watch stuff too, but I also read a lot. I don't know. I feel like that's a me thing though. My friend sent me this thing where it's like it was like a tweet, I think, of like how many words are in like Harry Potter and in Lord of the Rings, and it's like 70k, 250k, 100 something k and whatnot, and I'm just like, I do read a shit ton. But I've always had a tendency to read a lot ever since I was young. Joony self-leaked. Did I? Oh. Wahahaha. It's okay. I don't think I did. You're currently in Cove where just two of many, what seemed like dozens of cars were parked up already when you had arrived. You saw Cove hesitate as he took in the growing gaggle of strangers. By your mommy, Lizzie bounced on the balls of her feet, barely containing her excitement. Oh my god. Whenever there's like huge walls of text for the options, I'm like, whoa. The crowd made you nervous. You couldn't wait for the fireworks. You looked forward to meeting more kids. You'd rather have stayed at home. Your tummy was already rumbling for the food to come. You'd be surprised how much dopamine words give. Haha. Oh, thank you for the posture check. I will try to correct my posture. Oh, yeah. It was funny. I did my tracking when I was slouched over because I was like, I'm gonna be slouched over the entire stream anyways. Ooh, my secret. That's true. It's a weapon men should use in the combat of relationships. What, words? I feel like men are pretty... I don't know. I've never been in a relationship before. Oh, I got this. But I feel like sometimes men are kind of stupid when it comes to words. But I mean, I'm also kind of stupid when it comes to words. What? I mean, also, like, Cove in here is pretty stupid. He's a guy. Also, Mr. Holden's kind of stupid. He's also a guy. Intimacy is just a war. The art of... what's it called? Art of Sun Tzu. But yeah, what's it called? That's true. When people are nice to me, I am very happy. The art of war. The crowd made you nervous. You couldn't wait for the fireworks. You look forward to meeting more kids. You rather stayed at home. I feel like if I wasn't with friends, I would have rather stayed at home. Your tummy was already rumbling for the food to come. This is me right now. Even if it was bigger, this park wasn't as special as the one back home. It's just a man and his wife trying to be naughty. Oh. It was going to be so good. Oh, food. Food. Mommy had told you that the people running the community event weren't charging for it, but she wanted them to get something in return. Go get the yummies soon. Which is why you'd not been allowed to touch the beautifully iced cupcakes she had carried on her lap during the drive over. It was a special treat for them. Every time the car made a turn, she'd clutch the box tight enough for her knuckles to strain, much to everyone else's amusement. Mr. Holden's contribution to the party, a huge pack of juice boxes, was tucked under his arm after being retrieved from the car's trunk. You bet there had been no such dramatics around that cargo getting here in one piece, but the box did lack the beautiful shimmer of Mommy's treasured cupcakes. Woo!
Okie dokie.
Everyone all set? Should be. Oh my god, sorry. When Cove's dad like appeared, I like didn't see the top of his head at first. I thought he was bald. I was like, what happened to your hair? Should be. Cove, did you put sunscreen on before we left? Yeah, I always do. You don't have to tell me. Mr. Holden deflated, his attempt at caring for his son rebuffed, but he triumphed with a smile. Poor Mr. Holden.
Kid.
I don't want you getting sunburned, or getting burned, or dehydrated either. It'll be a busy day. Well, don't you think there's going to be any risk on that second part? Mom nodded at the tables up ahead, laden with all kinds of food and drink. She was right. There was plenty to go around. Yum! Oh my god, I didn't even realize this was a dating sim. It's okay, we're 8 years old. We're 8 years old right now. It's more a visual novel than a dating sim. Or it's like half dating sim, half visual novel. It's kind of like growing up story. You don't have to date and whatnot if you don't want to, although we are going to date. Oh, thank god. It's okay. I thought we joined you on one of your reads. It's okay. I don't really play dating sims, and usually when I was reading some of the Ultraman fanfic that's like the guy who turns into Ultraman, like that's like slash reader, like shipped with the reader, like self-insert shit, but like it was only because I fell into the hole briefly, but there isn't very much fanfic in general for it, so I climbed out of the hole very easily. Just a chill, feel-good visual novel. Yeah. But yeah, what's it called? It's okay. My reads are not that steamy. Well, actually, I read a lot of smut recently. But my reads are not always very steamy. I see. Yeah. The parents headed over, with you, Lizzie, and Cove trailing after them. A bunch of grown-ups were clustered around there, chatting, but you were more intrigued by what was on the tables. Some of it was familiar. Chilled meat, oh. Sliced vegetables, big bags of chips. But there was a lot that you didn't recognize. Your moms had said that you weren't to touch the food until they said it was time to eat. But I'm so hungry. You didn't see the harm in taking just a little. You wanted to listen to their rules. You didn't want to risk getting caught. I feel like for me, I tend to be a bit of a rule follower. I don't want to get in trouble. Unless the temptation is too real. It seems the key to Joony's heart is food. I mean, like, who doesn't like food? You know what I mean? Like, don't you? I don't know. Food is just good. You don't want to risk getting caught. Would I sneak a snack if I wouldn't get caught? Yeah. I mean, but our parents also said not to. But I feel like if we were so hungry, then like I don't know. For my parents, I feel like if my parents like if I was so hungry that I really couldn't wait, they wouldn't be too mad if I snuck food. But they would have wished that I had asked first, probably. But they also probably wouldn't care too much if I had snuck food. They mainly cared that I'm full, or not full, but not hungry. I don't want to risk getting caught. I'll listen to them. I did sneak out recently and I did lie to them afterwards. You felt that it was important. You saw that Mommy and Mr. Holden had deposited the food and drink they'd brought. Mommy gave the cupcakes one final worried look before turning to you with a smile. Since that's the topic at hand, how about we freshen up with something to drink? Yeah! That'd be great. Along with the ones out, there was a giant ice cooler on the ground, stuffed full of cans of soda, boxes of juice and milk, as well as bottles of water. Your drink was soda, water, juice. Juice! You slurped the sweet juice through the straw until all too soon you were sucking up only air. Oh, so slow. Or not so slow, but so... What's it called? I feel like juice boxes, like, hold less than soda cans. I don't know. I feel like they're gone too soon. You're from an Asian household, no? Is it true you must eat at a table, like nothing in your bedroom kind of thing? Or am I sorely mistaken? I think it depends on the family. For my family, like, what's it called? It is true that you have to eat, or that you're supposed to, like, we grew up eating only at the table, but that was mainly because, like, we didn't want to bring food all over the house in case, like, it spills, or in case you leave behind crumbs, because we didn't want bugs and stuff. But like for my family, we don't really eat all together. I think it's like probably like starting when my sisters were in high school, or like got busy in middle school and stuff like that. Like in our house, it was kind of like homework comes first. So like they would eat while they were doing their homework and whatnot. So then they wouldn't always be able to eat at the table. So then, or they wouldn't always be able or like free to eat at the same time as the rest of us were. So then, like, what's it called, we wouldn't always eat together. I think like starting from then, like we like slowly over time, especially after my sisters went to college, and then like then like we slowly started to eat just like whenever people would be hungry, or whenever people would be full, or not full, whenever people would cook, then like we just eat then, and people just come whenever. But I think that's just a family thing. I know like a friend who her family, I think like eats, I think they all eat together at first before they split off, rather than like all of them coming at whatever time they want. Your little group took a break while everyone quenched their thirst. Mr. Holden smacked his lips, pantomiming enjoyment. That hit the spot, but you kids should go have fun. You can take your stuff with you and join the other kids playing games. Just don't go too far from the tables. We'll be keeping an eye out, so don't even think about sneaking off. We're not going to the other parts of the park today. Lizzie huffed at their comments. They did sound directed at her, but she scanned the surroundings, nodding her head towards a group of kids like a general directing their battalion. She pointed the way.
Come on!
Let's get over there! Cove's mouth was downturned as he looked from the parents and the other adults to the new kids, clearly not favoring either option. But ultimately, he hunched his shoulders and tagged along after Lizzie. You went to play with the other kids too, you stuck with your parents. Let's go follow Cove. You followed after Lizzie and Cove, who were waiting for you on the outskirts of the group of parents. Hurry up! You picked up the pace, moving into a jog, but when Lizzie pelted away at full speed, you and Cove had no choice but to break out into a run. Oh, is Shiloh not here? Thank God. No offense, Shiloh. Shiloh. As you approached, they turned around to greet the newcomers.
Hi!
I'm Lizzie. That's my little sister June. The one with the cast is Cove. You offered a smile. Cove simply lifted a hand in greeting. There was a chorus of hellos and names from the other kids. One of the kids looked to be about Lizzie's age or older. A couple seemed to be the same age as you and Cove, and there was one tiny little thing with his arms folded over his chest. What are you up to? The first kid, a boy with curly black hair and neon green sneakers who'd introduced himself as Hayden, shrugged as he looked to the others. Not much. Oh, I see. Interesting. Or kind of interesting. In our house, we can cook or eat anywhere, though I stay Oh my god, that's my name. Oh my god. Now you're doxing yourself, Hyde. First time I've ever seen it in a game before. Ayo. Nice. We can cook or eat anywhere, though I stay at my desk because we don't have a family table. Yeah. I don't know. When I was at my apartment, like when I was in college, we would just like kind of just do our own thing and we would just eat everywhere or wherever. People know my name. I don't mind that much. Like, I don't know if there are any other games that I know that have like that name in it. I don't know. Sometimes it's hard to find your name in a game. The second kid to pipe up, Lisa, had half her sandwich, or sorry. I don't know where I don't know why I said sandwich. I think I'm just hungry. Here it's not a common name either. Oh, that's true. I think I've only met like one other Hayden before. Lisa had half her face obscured behind the huge glasses she wore. I'm sorry, I keep distracting you. It's okay. We haven't decided yet. She glanced wistfully over her shoulder. Following her gaze, you saw the spray of water first and heard the shriek as someone got splashed in the face before you spotted the person shooting them. Some people are playing with water guns, but there aren't any left. The smallest kid, Noah, grumbled at that. You guessed that was why he was sulking. Spencer, who hadn't said much, patted his shoulder. So that's out. A new kid raced over with a glint in her eyes and her braids streaming behind her. You spotted the plastic orange pistol in her hand too late when the trigger had already been pressed. Ack! Rude. Hey! Lizzie, who'd been caught first, was fuming. Cove wiped the water from his face. You rubbed at your ear, trying to dislodge the water that had pooled there. Don't spray people, you laughed. Watch out, he has a cast. We pushed her away. Without a water pistol, your only option to get her away was your hands. The girl staggered backwards, her face twisted in indignation. Are you crazy? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? You shouldn't spray people. You got him wet and he has a cast. Oh, I'm sorry, Cove. The girl simply darted off to find more victims, unaffected by your reaction. She didn't mean anything by it. Lizzie tutted, flicking her hair out of her face. The girl not meaning anything by it didn't change the fact that she'd been sprayed. Cove looked similarly unimpressed. Lisa's face lit up as she had an idea. Hey, we should catch her. She won't be able to spray people if she's running away from everybody. Yeah! Cove nodded as the other kids murmured their interest, or lack of it, in the game. Let's do it. That doesn't sound like a good idea to me. Okay, you nod along. No thanks. You shook her head. I don't know if that sounds like a really good idea. You sat on the sidelines as the other kids chased after the girl with the pistol. Spotting them racing after her, she laughed and shot her pistol in the air. Only a few drops squeezed out. She swerved, causing discord within the group as they stumbled over each other in their uncoordinated attempt at turning. Go, go, you cop! You watched quietly. Go, go! You cheered for the kids about to pounce on their target. The gap between the hunters and the hunted was narrowing. Eyes wide, you watched as Lisa lunged and tackled her friend to the ground. Got her! Panting, she punched the air in triumph, then pushed her glasses back the bridge of her nose. The girl who had been caught giggled as she got to her feet, brushing strands of grass from her knees. Smiling, Cove came to a stop. Lizzie whooped in delight, clapping her hands. The boy with their bright sneakers grinned. You're it now. Catch us if you can. Yeah! I'll do it. You won't get away from me. They all dispersed, squealing and laughing as they tried to evade capture. The sour mood from earlier had evaporated entirely, replaced by a light and playful atmosphere. Several rounds later, when most of the kids had taken at least one turn as it, the scent of smoke wafted up to your nose. Oh, barbecue! Caught by surprise, you looked up and found that the brilliant blue of the sky had turned orange. Okay, it's either barbecue / like sunset or there's a wildfire. The sky had turned orange as the sun sunk down on the horizon. With all the excitement, you'd lost track of time completely. Okay, not a wildfire. Looking over, you saw people standing over the grills, poking at them to life. It was nearly time to eat. Hell yeah. We should get over there. I'm so hungry. Our parents are at different spots. Yeah. Bye. It was cool playing.
Yep.
Bye. You waved goodbye to the other group of kids before hurrying over to your parents with Lizzie and Cove. A tickle unfurled in your throat, growing more persistent as you came closer to the source of the smoke. As the three of you approached the tables, your parents spotted you and came to join you halfway. You tried to greet them, but another cough obstructed your words. Ooh, that's quite a cough.
Aww.
Are you alright, sweetie? Nodded confidently. I'm fine. No, you shook your head. I'm fine. Are you sure? No one needs to go up to the girls if they don't want to. Just let me know what you need. There was no response from the other two kids here. I can do it. You marched over to the grills. Can you get it for me? Would you please get it for me? You hung your head, moving no closer to the smoking grills. Please, could you get it for me? Of course.
So,
The main thing being served is kebabs. You can have whatever you'd like on it. There's different meats and veggies.
well,
What would you like on yours? Mom is right. There's plenty of options. Oh, no, beef. Beef and potatoes! Beef, potatoes. I don't know if I want any pork. Chicken, shrimp, onions, pepper. We're just gonna get everything. Would you like the kitchen sink too?
shush.
It's great you like so many foods. The veggies will make you extra healthy and strong. No! Judy, you tell me I'm a growing girl, okay? I'm only 8. I got a stomach. May I pick one, please? You can have some of the food. Order given, you waited for your food to be ready. Lizzie headed towards you, having issued her own request. Hi again! I heard what you ordered. I'm getting a chicken kebab with all 3 colors of peppers. You'll share? There's enough to share. There's enough to go around. Noticing that Cove approached, she turned to him. What are you having? Oh, I want food too.
Why?
Why does it matter? I don't know. I was just asking. I'm getting beef and shrimp with all the vegetables, except onions. Lizzie hummed while evaluating his response. That's okay, I guess, but chicken is definitely the better one. Then you can eat all the chicken. That's what I say usually. When I'm like, I don't want mushrooms. No onions. Mutsu, do you not like onions either? I don't know. When I'm just like, I don't want mushrooms, and people are like, but onion, or not onion. When I'm like, I don't want mushrooms, and people are like, but mushrooms are so good. Then I'm like, you can have my mushrooms, and they're like, okay, I'll accept this. And I'm like, yeah. I hate onions, Patsy Mutsu. I'll eat your onions occasionally. If there are onion rings, I'll eat those for sure. You don't like mushrooms or onions? Only thing I can't eat is tomatoes. Oh, I like I don't like mushrooms. I like onions and I like tomatoes, but I don't like mushrooms. The skin tastes weird. I think tomatoes... Have you had tomato soup before? I think tomato soup tastes good. I used to not like tomatoes in sandwiches, but then I got used to it because before we would buy these like pre-packaged like sandwiches from Safeway and stuff. And they would have like tomatoes in it. They would like have like lettuce and then like mustard and whatnot. But I slowly, maybe I can ask my mom if we can buy like a sandwich from Safeway. But yeah, what's it called? Like after a while, I kind of got tired of scraping off like all the stuff from the sandwich I didn't eat, aka everything except the meat and the cheese. I would eat all the cheese and all the meat, but none of the other shit. I got tired of like scraping all the other shit off that I kind of just slowly started eating it. But yeah, but it's not necessarily my favorite thing to have tomatoes in my sandwiches. Oh, let me snooze this ad. Okay, sounds like we got a plan. Junie, you eat my tomatoes, I'll eat your onions, and Junie, you get Junie's mushrooms. But I want the onion rings. But I can turn the tomatoes into tomato soup. Then you can eat all the chicken. I'm going to. I want some of the chicken too. All the chicken in the world? Chicken is the worst. This is a stupid argument. Chicken is the best choice. I want some chicken too. All the chicken in the world? Oh yeah, I can let you have some still. You're welcome. Thanks, Lizzie. You can keep the onion rings. Hell yeah. Okay. Lizzie peered over to the grills where the kebabs were being handed out. A growing assortment of kebabs collected in your parents' hands. They're coming over. Don't get jealous of mine when you realize you made the wrong choice, Cove. I didn't make the wrong choice. There isn't a wrong choice. We all made good choices. Same to you, Lizzie. You sighed. We all made good choices. There isn't a wrong choice. It's just what kebab somebody eats. The person serving gave your mommy one final kebab. Then your parents moved over to rejoin you. Between them, they were carrying 6 kebabs, one for each of you, including Cove and Mr. Holden. We've got the goods! Cove's daddy is looking for a place we can sit. In the meantime, they began passing out the kebabs to their rightful owners. Lizzie smiled smugly as she received hers. These are pretty big. Be careful not to drop it. Try not to poke yourselves with the ends either. They're sharper than you might think. Hearing that, you tentatively pushed the tip of the skewer against your finger. It felt like the point of a newly sharpened pencil. Though it didn't hurt your hand, you wouldn't want it scraping the roof of your mouth or jabbing your tongue. Mommy clucked her tongue. It would have been nice if the options were a little easier to manage and less messy to eat, especially for the smaller kids. There aren't even plates for everyone, so we could set the food down for a second.
True.
That's what you get for the price of free, but we can hack it, right? Lizzie nodded her head vigorously, clutching her kebab like a trophy. If they had napkins, we could use those. Your parents led you back to the tables. It was immediately evident why Mr. Holden had been sent to scout one out. The benches had quickly filled up as people got their food. Mr. Holden was standing over a corner section near the edges of the sitting area. He beckoned your group over to join him. You clambered onto the bench, taking care not to let your kebab slip from your fingers. Cove took a seat next to you. Lizzie took the other side. Your mom passed the final unclaimed kebab to Mr. Holden.
Thank you.
This looks delicious. Thank you for getting us a spice out here. Everyone tucked into their food. Though you didn't think you'd use much energy standing around, you felt very ready to enjoy your dinner. Oh yeah, food. Perhaps it had been the delicious smells that had filled the air, along with the smoke that had so irritated your throat. Mr. Holden, what do you do?
Well...
I do a lot of things. Do you play golf? Only if you count mini golf. One look at Lizzie's stricken face confirmed that she did not. Damn, she's so fussy. She could enjoy the occasional round of mini golf at a mini golf place, especially if she had an audience to impress. But your sister took her passion very seriously. Even then, it's been years since I gave it a shot. I suck terrible. I'm terrible at golf and mini golf. Cove groaned at the feeble pun. Mom chuckled. You weren't sure if she was responding to the joke, Cove's annoyance, or Lizzie's offense.
Don't worry about it.
Just as well, she'd be dragging you to the green every week. That's because I've got dedication. You need a good drive or two to get far. Mr. Holden nodded, clicking his tongue in appreciation. Cove looked from his father to your sister, lost in the conversation. Outclassed in golf and wit. I don't get it. Just golf stuff. You should give golf a real try. You should give real golf a try. Maybe I'll even teach you some tricks. Don't try to change my dad to be more like you. Oof. Lizzie gave Cove a dirty look at the accusation. Mommy felt the need to move the topic ahead before it got too heated.
Oh, nice.
That's really sweet of you, but I'm sure Mr. Holden is busy. He might not have time for another hobby. Yeah, I don't think I'm made for that. Still, the offer is appreciated.
Why?
Then tell me something you do already. Or just go away every day. Or, oh wait, no. Imagine she said that. You just go away every day. I like scuba diving, though with the business, that's more work than play these days. Surfing and reading, snorkeling. Oh, okay, my ad is gonna start in 30 minutes or 30 seconds, so once it starts, I'm gonna go make food and then I'll come back, even if we don't finish. Those are things Cove likes. Wow, it's a good thing you live by the beach. Those are things Cove likes. Mr. Holden exaggeratedly puffed out his chest. What can I say? My boy's got good taste. He takes after his dad in that way. The sun had been setting when you'd gotten your food, and by the time you'd finished, night had truly fallen. Your sticky fingers were the only remaining evidence of your meal. Or, I want to have sticky fingers, I'm hungry. The kebab had been a great great combination, more than the sum of its parts. The seasoning of freedom to choose every ingredient yourself was what made it something to remember. Rising from the table, Mommy held up her water bottle. Okay, now that the food is gone, you've got to wash your hands.
Okay.
June, Lizzie, please hold them out. Lizzie complied, coming over and cupping her hands together in front of her. Mommy splashed some water over her fingers, and Lizzie rubbed them together, working off any residue. Here. Mom passed her a paper towel from her purse, and Lizzie used it to dry off her hands. Your turn, June. You readily held your hands out to catch the water. Copying Lizzie, you washed your hands, taking care to clean every crevice between your fingers before wiping them dry. Nearby, Cove had taken his own course of action, wiping his hands on his pants and leaving a stain where his fingers had been. Mr. Holden shook his head.
Come on.
Let's clean that off, pal. He scrubbed at the fabric with a scrunched napkin. Okay, I'm gonna go make my food. It's not that bad. Okay, 1 second. What time? I should have made a thing. Image, browser text. I think I have bathroom. Okay, we're not going piss girl, but we are getting food. Oh, how do I edit this? Getting some food myself. Here be in. Oh.
Ho ho ho!
Oh, I am back with food. Oh my god. I also refilled my water bottle. Let me move myself back. I think I might have heated it a little too long, so I will wait a little bit for it to cool down. Find my mouse again. Okay. Dad, it's not that bad. When everyone was cleaned up, or as clean as they could be with the limited facilities, Mom spoke up.
Let's go.
Let's go make one last check at the coolers and restock on drinks before the fireworks show. No time! We have to get a good spot! Everywhere's gonna be taken! How about I go ahead to save space again? You can meet up with me in the field after getting the drinks. Then I'm going with Cove's dad. I'll find the perfect place.
Okay.
Sure thing. I could use an extra pair of eyes. Mommy shook her head ruefully at Lizzie's even more enthusiastic than usual attitude.
That's fine.
Alright, me, Cliff, and Lizzie can go find a place to sit. Pam, Cove, and June... do you want to go get the drinks? Okay. You nodded. Okay, I'll get all the stuff we need. No, I want to help pick the spot. I don't want to get the drinks. You considered your options. You nodded. As Mommy, Lizzie, and Holden, or Mr. Holden, headed off into the wide open field where the fireworks were being set up, you, Cove, and Mom in returning to the cooler... You joined Cove and Mom in returning to the cooler where you'd picked up drinks earlier. Even as you approached, you suspected you wouldn't find much in it. Where it had originally been stocked to the brim, it was now half empty. The ice, which had cushioned the drinks and kept them cool, was largely melted, with only a handful of pieces floating like tiny icebergs. Slim pickings. The drinks that remained looked to be bottles of plain water, but you caught a glimpse of something more colorful in amongst them. Mom rummaged around in the cooler, excavating a couple of juice boxes from the bottom in the process. Aha! June, Cove, you can take one of those if you want. The perks of helping. Take a juice box to share and a water bottle for yourself. Cove hesitated, but decided to take a juice box for himself. When you were each loaded up with your chosen drink, plus an extra bottle or two for someone else in the group, Mom's phone started to ring. She juggled the water bottles over in the crook of her arm and looked at the caller. It's Mommy! Hold tight while I get this.
How are you?
Hey hun, how's it going? Did you find our perfect spot already? She nodded along to the call, punctuated by uh-huh. As Mommy gave her directions, catching her eye, she gestured toward the grassy area. We've got a place! Come on, we'd better hurry before the show starts! You and Cove jogged after your mom, who led you through the field, and the separate groups of people assembled there back to the rest of your families.
Hello.
We're here! And we come bearing drinks, though there wasn't much left. The three of you handed over the spare drinks. You held up the extra juice box. I brought this for someone.
How sweet.
You're so thoughtful, June. Thanks. Despite Mommy replying pretty expectantly, there was just one person who made a claim to the sweet drink. Can I have it? Okay.
Thank you.
I love you, June. Thanks. Aww. You two are a real pair. Once everyone had been equipped with a drink for the big event, you sat on the grass beside Cove and waited for the magic to begin. Most people in the park had taken a seat now, with a few stragglers silhouetted back at the tables in the distance. A few rambunctious kids were still dashing about, but their number was steadily decreasing as their parents called them over in restored order. Someone bearing a cardboard box weaved between the groups. Pausing every so often, you nudged Cove and pointed. What are they doing? It looks like they're handing something out. I can't make out what it is.
What a pickle.
I hope it's not drinks. Mommy chuckled, but Lizzie and Cove were now watching the bestower of the mystery goods keenly. Are they gonna come to us too? Mom softly put her hands on top of your sister's shoulders, as if she feared Lizzie might bolt over to the stranger. Lizzie didn't even glance at her, eyes locked on the potential prize. I don't know.
In that case,
We'll have to wait and see. You were intrigued. You didn't care. We were intrigued. Studying the man with the box closely as he gradually meandered nearer, you could make out that he was handing out small items to most of the groups he stopped at. They seemed too short to be water bottles, but beyond that it remained a mystery. Then the box man made his way to your group. Evening, I'm handing out dessert. Oh, hell yeah. Any takers? There's dessert? Lizzie squealed, hopping off the ground. The man chuckled. Oh, I'm gonna take that as a yes. Ice cream's on the menu. Vanilla flavored with a twist of either chocolate or strawberry syrup.
Nice.
None for me though, thanks. Same, but the offer is appreciated. I want chocolate! Can I have strawberry? And a strawberry for me too, please. Now you were gonna have to make a decision. Chocolate or strawberry? Chocolate! I'm gonna get strawberry. I'm gonna get chocolate. You pulled on your mom's shirt and whispered that you wanted strawberry. You pulled on your mom's shirt and whispered that you wanted chocolate. You didn't want either. You were lactose intolerant. Rip.
Oh.
And a second chocolate for this one here. Reaching into the box, the man brought out the requested ice creams and tossed them out. It came packaged in a little plastic cup, complete with a wooden spoon stuck to the paper lid. The condensation wet your fingers in a pleasant way.
Thank you.
Kids, are you gonna thank the nice man too? There was a chorus of thanks. He cordially nodded and walked off to another group. The man couldn't spend much time with each group, considering how many he had to get to. You peeled back the tab that covered the ice cream that got right into your unexpected treat. It tasted amazing. Lizzie was definitely enjoying hers. Cove was too. You couldn't help thinking about how Cove had strawberry while you had chocolate. Can I try yours? Want a bite of mine? But you didn't mention that out loud. Want a bite of mine? He looked around awkwardly but nodded nonetheless. You caught a bit of ice cream, making sure to hit the chocolate swirl that distinguished it from Cove's, and held it out for him. He nibbled at it. Do you want some of mine? Yeah. He scooped out a chunk of ice cream with his wooden spoon before holding it out to you. You took it gladly. And it was gone in one bite.
Oh.
Aww. Mommy was gazing at the two of you. Her mouth was an open smile as if she was about to say something else, but Mom tugged on her collar. Don't embarrass them. Hey, if you're sharing, I'll take some. You don't need it. You both have the same flavor.
So?
So what? You're not taking any of mine. Lizzie stuck her tongue out at both of you and turned her attention back to her own cup of ice cream. Lizzie munched away happily, but it ultimately didn't succeed in monopolizing her attention. Eyes wide, she looked at her mommy and pulled on her pants.
Please!
I didn't get strawberry. Can I have some of yours, please?
Of course.
Of course, sweetie. Lizzie cooed with excitement as Mommy presented her with a dollop of ice cream and syrup mixture. Licking her lips, Lizzie lapped it up. Mommy, come on now. Lizzie has all the ice cream she needs. She simply laughed and pinched Lizzie's cheek, then dug her spoon in again and held it out to you. I just can't resist. June, would you like some of mine? She's got a whole cup of ice cream to eat already and had a bite of Cove's. I think that's plenty. But that's not the same as getting a little extra from your mommy. I mean, I'm not gonna turn down the ice cream. You ate the treat being offered, much to Mom's chagrin and Mommy's delight. Cove watched the exchange silently with a blank expression. Mom, on the other hand, shook her head, a fond smile on her face. Well, you'd better at least give some to me too. You could have gotten your own if you wanted ice cream.
What?
The kids have ice cream already and they're getting some of yours to boot, and I have nothing? Now is when you decide to be firm? Laughing, Mommy fed some ice cream to your sulking mom. She could never actually follow through with being tough.
There.
All better now? Yes. Cute. Good. How about you, Cliff? Would you like some? No, I'm still okay, but thanks for keeping me in mind. Damn, her ice cream gonna be gone. Cove, it's only fair that you get the choice too. Cove shook his head firmly, concentrating on his own cup. Mommy smiled. Okay, as long as no one is feeling left out. Mommy was always so nice to everyone. Then the first firework cut through the sky, whistling as it ascended until it hit its crescendo with an explosion. The park flashed as if alight. Squealing, Lizzie leapt to her feet, her forgotten ice cream tumbling to the ground as the firework cracked into the tiny drops of glitter in the sky. It's starting! Everyone else looked up to the sky as another firework whizzed through the air. With each explosion, Lizzie would jump into the air. The event was thrilling. It was impossible to tear your eyes from the scene. The loud noises hurt your ears. You covered them with your hands. It was kind of neat. You shrunk back, hugging your knees to your chest. It was impossible to tear your eyes from the scene. Cove sat by his dad, captivated by the sky sparkles and flashes overhead. Mr. Holden watched the fireworks scene impassively. He did smile at you and even gave a thumbs up when he noticed you looking over. Mommy hopped to her feet, pulling Mom with her, pushing her into joining Lizzie and jumping up in tandem with every crack of a firework. Mommy then bent down to offer you a hand up too. You got up to join your family. You got up to join your family, beckoning for Cove to join. Cove got to his feet, tailing after you as you stood with your family. Your mom's faces lit up, literally and metaphorically, as you approached. The 5 of you shrieked and leapt along with the sparkles in the sky, not trying to contain your joy at experiencing the sights together. The fireworks continued, some twisting like the coil of a spring as they arched in the air, others shooting straight from the ground and shattering into a million tiny specks. Every color got its spotlight in the show, from fiery reds to eerie greens and blues that could rival the ocean. The show built up to a grand finale that boomed over the park and filled every inch of the sky, the twinkling lights representing the full spectrum of the rainbow. Cute! The exhilaration that had fueled you while the fireworks were going off was sapped dry now that the show had finished. You collapsed into a giggling heap on the ground, suddenly aware of your legs ached from your exertion. Cove tumbled down with you, his expression gleeful. Mr. Holden watched his son with an expression much happier than the one he'd worn while watching the show. Lizzie gave a final whoop of delight and shared a high five with Mom as Mommy shouted for an encore into the night. You didn't know what that meant, but you liked the way it made Mom laugh. Though the sun had gone down long ago, the air on your bare arms was warm. You took in your giddy family, their spirits buoyed by the firework display, then your new friend and his father, who looked happy in their own quieter way and smiled. This had been a pretty special night. Oh, so cute. Oh, so cute. I think so far this one has been... I feel like barbecue is maybe my favorite right now. I'm going to eat a bite of my food. Barbecue time for me. Are you enjoying this so far? Yeah, it's really cute. I'm enjoying it a lot so far. I don't want to stop playing. I want to get to step 2. I want to see what happens in step 2. Also, I'm going to eat another bite. They're so cute. I am kind of like a little impatient at like, what's it called? Cove, like what's it called? Seeing how Cove like reacts to you, I think, like in the next step. Because right now he's still like kind of like base Cove, right? So then like I'm like, I want to know what happens when he changes based on how you interact with him and stuff like that. I'm like, I want to know. I hope it's okay watching me play this though. It's my first time reading out. I feel like it's my first time reading out everything for like for a video game playthrough. So I don't know if it feels weird or not. I don't know. I guess I do read like when we play Judgment and whatnot. I do read all the lines there too, but it just feels a little it feels scary too. I enjoy it. Hey. Oh, thank you. It was early and you were on your way to the playground. Lizzie planned on joining you there later. You weren't sure what she was busy with right now. Older kid stuff, you imagined. Probably got homework. That was okay. What was forefront in your mind was if Cove might be free to come too. Oh, I think my mic is covering my mouth. As you walked the familiar street, wondering how you might find your neighbor, he appeared right in front of you, almost as if he was a mind reader. Hi, can you play right now? Or can you play now?
No.
Sorry. Oh, do you have summer school?
Cove looked strangely serious. It had to be an even bigger deal than whatever mystery thing Lizzie had to do. I'm leaving, June. You're what? What? Where? He shifted, and your gaze was drawn to the backpack slung over his shoulders. Cove liked to stuff things into his pockets from what you'd seen, but people sometimes carried bags with them. It hadn't been very attention-worthy until now. Yeah, I feel like I haven't seen him wearing a backpack till now. Is he going to visit his mom or something? The pack was decorated with cartoon waves and dolphins. He gripped one of the straps tightly with his good hand. I just wanted you to know. Cove didn't glance up and meet your eyes. You started to grow worried. Is he running away? I don't get it, but where are you going? Oh, can I go too? I'll come with you. I don't get it, but where are you going? You didn't answer. It was as if you hadn't said anything. I'll come back though, sometime. I don't know when, but we can do stuff then. He directed a fragile smile your way. Without another word, Cove turned on his heel and started to walk away. Bye, see you when you're done. Wait, you couldn't say anything else to him. Wait! He kept going, his focus wasn't on you anymore. What was that about? You watched as his back grew smaller and smaller, then you realized you were still standing in the middle of the sidewalk. You thought about your earlier plan of playing at the park. Suddenly it didn't seem as fun anymore, not without Cove. But it wasn't like you could force him to play with you. He had things to do. You went to play at the park, you stayed there. You stayed there. You could play at the park or some other time. It wasn't like it was going anywhere, and you couldn't bring yourself to leave like this. You didn't move from your spot. You just continued to look on quietly. It didn't take long to realize that he was just going up the street. You were positive there was nothing good over there. Not the park, or the beach, or the store street, or his house, or anything. You hesitated, unsure if Cove would want to be bothered before running up after him anyways. He was new. He might not know what you did. You slowed down once you reached his side. He glanced at you from the corner of his eye and frowned. Go away, June. But there's nothing out this way. That way. His mouth twisted further. He didn't appreciate your warning. I'm still going. Why? What are you doing? Walking. Pikmin Bloom? Ayo? Join me? Or not join me. Friend me on Pikmin Bloom? Gonna find some mushrooms? Gonna find some big flowers? Gonna plant some flowers? Gonna get your steps in? But why do you have to walk that way? Cove let out a deep sigh. You got the feeling that he was starting to get mad at you. I told you, I'm leaving. I'm gonna be gone for a while. You stopped pushing and let him go. I still want to go with you. You can't. Why not? Cove came to a sudden stop. You almost kept walking ahead of him because you weren't expecting it. My dad doesn't know. If you come, you'll get in trouble when he finds out. You felt a knot start to grow in your stomach. You're not supposed to be leaving? His expression was grave. He shook his head. Dad isn't home right now. I left him a letter so he wouldn't get confused when he gets back. But you can't tell anybody about this, okay? You can pretend you never saw me. Okay. Bye. I won't tell anyone that you're going. I still want to go. I don't care if I get in trouble. I have to tell someone. Don't do it all by yourself. Cove's hard expression wavered. You could tell that he hadn't expected you to say that.
Really?
You don't think it's a bad idea or something? I think it's a stupid ass idea, but I've also felt the same way before. Nope, it's like we're going on an adventure. It's not a big deal, right? We're gonna have fun. I don't know, but you're doing it anyway. I should too. It might be a bad idea, but... It might be a bad idea, but... His lips curved into a smile.
Okay.
You can come. You grinned, pleased that he gave in so easily. You thought it might take longer since he was so set on going alone. You turned a bit in the middle of the sidewalk, and so did Cove when he saw. You pointed over your shoulder with a thumb. Let's go to my house first. I can get my backpack. We can't. Sorry. Don't I need one? It's not that. I don't want our parents to catch us. Your moms could think it's weird we have bags. They might ask. We don't have a lot of time anyway. He motioned to his backpack, patting it with his hand. Its front bulged out slightly.
It's okay.
Don't worry, I packed snacks. It'll be alright. Also, I took my dad's thick-ass wallet that has a ton of cash in it. You wished you could bring your backpack along just to be safe, but his explanation made sense. Alright, we can leave. Cove smiled. He seemed to be in much better spirits than when you first ran into him. You were glad. He wasn't always this upbeat. That was fine though, otherwise he wouldn't be Cove. But you liked seeing him smile. Oh, you're so cute. Cove took the first step, and you mirrored him. As one, both of you ran up the street. You were off into unknown territory. You're gonna meet a lot of annoying, angry-ass grandparents. I'm going to eat another bite of my food. Man, I love garlic. I like garlic sauce so much. I don't eat hummus, because it scares me a little bit. But garlic sauce is so good. It's so garlicky. Little runaways, little guys, just running away. You ran through the first few neighborhoods like that, your feet pounding on concrete. Whenever one of you got tired, you'd take a break for a minute. The moment there was a sound, you'd be off again, in case someone you knew might realize what you were up to. Because of how cautious you were, the two of you didn't run into anyone, not even other kids enjoying their summer. It was like you had suddenly become criminals, always worried if someone was on your tail. As tense as it was, you were still glad when you got the opportunity to take a proper break. Cove waved for you to stop once you got out of the residential district. The houses disappeared, broad storefronts taking their place. You were all the way in the business part of town. This was the first time you had come here on foot. Before, one of your moms always drove you to this place in their car. Cove leaned up against a nearby tree and wiped sweat off his forehead. You braced your hands on your knees, breathing hard. We're so gonna get kidnapped. You looked over at the road ahead. We're so far. A strange expression flickered across Cove's face at your words before he nodded. You spoke again, still huffing. My mom's bring me and Lizzie here for shopping. Yeah, I've never been here before. Not without Dad. He looked pleased by that. Damn, little independent little guy. We're doing good. It's not even nighttime. You're starting to feel good about it too. You were still unsure. we're feeling pretty good about it. It was weird and worrying to be here without your parents, but kind of cool too. You didn't think even Lizzie had been this far by herself. Sure, you were here with Cove, so you weren't alone, but still, it was turning out to be a good time. Cove slid his backpack off and unzipped it. You watched curiously as he stuffed a hand in and started searching for something. To your delight, he pulled out 2 juice boxes and offered one to you. Here. Thanks, Cove. The two of you took a moment to unwrap the straws and poke them into the special circle on part of the box. The juice was warm, ooh, but still good. You sighed contentedly after your first sip. Your throat was beginning to ache from how dry it had gotten. It really had been a while since all this started. As you took another sip of your juice, your gaze drifted to Cove's bag. He hadn't closed it yet. What else is in there? There's still a few juice boxes left. He peered inside and began to list off the items as he spotted them. I got some snacks from the kitchen too. Chips, muffins, bananas, candy. Ooh, muffins. That was already a lot, but he kept excavating more. Damn. I also took a couple of clothes, a flashlight, a first aid kit from my dad's bathroom, and a blanket. Damn, your backpack's huge, bitch. Oh, and some money my dad gave me a while ago that I haven't spent yet. Your mouth made a small O halfway through his lengthy list. Yeah, that's a lot of shit to put in your bag. Holy shit, man. Can you teach me how to pack for the airport? You brought a lot of stuff. I wouldn't have thought to grab a flashlight or a first aid kit. I told you I was going away. You didn't know what to say to that. The little smile Cove had been wearing earlier was gone by now, like it had never been there in the first place. You watched as he zipped up his backpack and slipped it on. He started walking without a single glance over at you, though he did still take small unhappy sips of his juice. Oh, sad sippies. For some time, the two of you went forward in complete silence. The more ground you covered, the more serious Cove seemed to become. He hadn't looked at you or said anything in a while. He'd just taken your empty juice box from you and stowed it away in his bag. That was it. You knew there had to be more to all this. The sun dislodged itself from its place in the sky, dipping lower and lower. The street lamps came on. It was as if they were anticipating nightfall. Tried to convince him to go back. You kept walking. We're gonna keep walking. We're not gonna be the one who like tells him to go back. Well, I mean, kind of. I mean, we could, but like, I feel like this is not the moment. Even if it was late, you weren't ready to turn back, and neither was Cove. The two of you continued to trudge past storefronts. Silence fell over you again. You had no idea how to break it, or if you even wanted to. People had said this was a really tiny town, but to you it felt absolutely gigantic. Eventually, the business part of town ended too. There was no sidewalk anymore, only a long expanse of road. You walked on the grass instead. Not even that was enough to stop him. Onward was the only option. Your journey stubbornly continued. The hunch you had about Cove's possible destination soon became a certainty. There was only one way out of town after all. Oh shit. Your feet hurt, you were tired, the two of you didn't have any parents with you, but somehow you had reached the very edge of Sunset Bird. That was what the sign had told you. You had lived in Sunset Bird forever. and it was a very rare occasion that you'd seen the sign. Mostly everything in your life happened inside the city limits. The endless road ahead seemed scary in a way. It paralyzed you. You glanced at Cove. You had made it here just before nightfall, but now what? Outside of town there was nothing. How would he get where he wanted to go? Cove, however, didn't falter. He kept walking. Ah, city boy. As he neared the sign, he finally stopped. That was a relief. He took off his backpack and sat down, crossing his legs beneath him. You lowered yourself beside the boy as he zipped his bag open and rummaged through it again.
Whoa.
What snack do you want? You're almost taken aback by his voice. It had been a while since you last heard it. Pursing your lips, you recalled the snacks he had listed off earlier. Muffin. I want... chips, banana, muffin, candy, nothing, I'm not hungry. Muffin. I mean, part of me is like, oh, nothing, I'm not hungry, because I'm like, oh, but I mean, like, realistically, we're gonna be rescued. Muffin. He pulled out 2 muffins. After passing you your food, he took a big bite out of the top of his muffin. The muffin, I feel like, is the one that's, like, most likely to expire. Or not expire, grow mold fast, you know what I mean? Nom nom. Well, they nom nom, I'm also nom nom. You peered over at your friend. He stared at the path still ahead with a solemn expression. You turned away. Eats my muffin. Nom 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 nom. The sun had set some time after both of you finished eating. Now it was dark, apart from the faint moonlight. You watched as Cove grabbed a flashlight from his bag. What are we gonna do? Sleep out here?
I guess.
Damn, okay. He was speaking defensively again. Cove flicked the flashlight on. A beam of light cut through the darkness, weakly illuminating the area you sat in. You pulled your knees up to your chest, wrapping your arms around them. You weren't cold. Summer nights were still sort of warm. You just felt like it. Can I ask something? Cove's focus didn't waver from the road, but he nodded. Why did you want to leave Sunset Bird so bad? At first, Cove was quiet. You started to think he wouldn't say anything. Then he spoke. My mom called today to check on me, to check up on me and stuff. She asked what Sunset Bird was like and how I was doing. It was okay. But when I asked if she'll come here, Mom said she couldn't. I can't go back either. Not right now. She has to move somewhere else first. Cove glared at the ground. His voice cracked as he continued.
It's not fair.
Why can't I even see her anymore? Oh, he used his uncasted arm to rub both of his eyes. Damn, he's such a crybaby. Me too. I'm gonna go myself. I don't need anyone to take me. How are you gonna get to your mom's place? That's such a bad idea. This was all too much and you started to cry. Me. Do you know the directions to your old house? You're being selfish. This is all too much and you started to cry. Cove's eyebrows shot up as though he hadn't expected you to have this kind of reaction to what was happening. What's wrong? You didn't give him any answer. When the surprise wore off, he tried more softly to coax a reply out of you. Are you okay? No, I want to go home. No, I don't feel good. No, I don't want you to go. No, you shouldn't do stuff like this. You simply shook your head no. No, I don't want you to go. His lips clamped together and he awkwardly held his hands up in front of him as though he wanted to do something but wasn't sure what. I'm sorry. I don't want to leave forever. It's just... Then he shook his head like he was trying to clear it. When he spoke some more, it was mostly to himself. If I don't go see Mom, then she's... Fresh tears glistened in Cove's red-rimmed eyes. He stubbornly tried to blink them away, but they slipped out his cheeks. You frowned at the sight, no matter what you hated seeing him cry. Don't cry, baby! Cove? Mom doesn't call that much, and I haven't seen her in so long. Cove hiccuped, wiping his face with the back of his arm. His glasses got shoved up awkwardly as a result. If I don't go, she'll be gone. She'll forget all about me. She wouldn't do that. How do you know? She's your mom. She loves you. Your mom's always said that, so it must be true for Cove's mom too. Cove sniffled. He seemed conflicted. I'm not sure if that's right. You were at a standstill. Bitch! No kidding. Everything will be okay if we just go home. We can't stay here forever and we can't go out there. We gotta go back. Then we'll stay out here. I'm not gonna go back. I don't know. My bad. I was like, what? It's okay, don't worry. Started to play Wiko, absolutely dominating the combat. Oh my god. Gamba Wua. I'm like Wuthering Waves is like a mobile game, right? I'm like I don't know. I can't get into mobile games as much as I try. Even though the character's always really, really hot. I'm so wow. No, it's not? Oh shit. I thought it was mobile. It's on Steam. Oh, interesting. Okay. Should we tell him to go home? I'm gonna eat while I think. Is it a gacha game? My first? Oh, I think Judy's model. Yum yum yum. I'm just eating over here. I think my first gacha game is like. Never mind. I'm just dumb. It's okay. I think my first gacha game was probably Fire Emblem Heroes. I don't know. I just like. I can't really get into gacha games, which is good though for my wallet because like I like once got into what's it called, Toreba, I think, and Toreba is like a it's a claw machine, virtual claw machine game. And I got addicted to that for a bit and I spent too much money. So I think it's good that I can't get into gacha games. I tried getting into IDV, but then like, I don't know if I'm very good at it. And I kind of wish that there was more of the single player story to play through because it was kind of interesting, but then I was like, oh, it ended pretty fast. At least you get physical items on Toreba. That's true. But at the same time, I have a closet full of like plushies. I don't know what to do with it. I have like a couple of fried chicken or I don't know if I have fried chicken. Like I don't have one fried chicken plushie. But I have like 5 pillows from Final Fantasy 14 that I don't know what to do with. Hee. Decisions were made. I'm just gonna finish eating my food. You know, I'm almost done, and I don't know what to pick. So, I will be mute for like 1 minute. Well, I'm almost done with my food. Oh, I think my model or my phone ran out of battery. Let me see if I have an air cable. I don't know if it'll charge this quickly. Ooh, this cable is kind of short too. Let me find another one. Technical difficulties. If all else fails, we will go back to... Where's my... Freaking
briefly use my iPad, which has 15% battery. Okay, I am using my iPad for face tracking, so hopefully it's not too... Hopefully it's still okay. I guess I could use my Switch charger. Oh, I have too many figures on my desk. Oh, that reminds me, I haven't opened my Switch 2 yet. Okay, I'll do that eventually. I'll do that soon-ish. God, okay, I can use my Switch 2, or my Switch tracker, or my Switch charger to charge my phone. Okay, I'm smart. Okay, but for now we'll just use my my iPad until my Switch, or until my phone's back to normal. I think everything will be okay if we just go home. We can't stay here forever and we can't go out there. We've got to go back. We can't stay here forever and can't go out there. We gotta go back. Then we stay out here. I'm not going back. Then we'll stay out here. I'm not gonna go back. His lower lip trembled at your declaration. Are you sure? You don't have to. You can still go home without me. You didn't leave a letter or anything. I'm sure. Thanks. The final part of his statement was whispered. You're always there when I think I'm gonna be by myself. Oh, Cove! And that was that from him. Oh, Cove! The quiet resumed. It wasn't as awkward this time. Or so you thought. You looked up at the sign, tracing those letters with your eyes over and over for a while. You weren't sure how much time passed. All you knew was that one moment you were letting your eyelids droop while huddling near Cove under the sign, and the next you were snapped back to attention by the blaring beep of a horn. Cove froze. You whipped around to see a car approaching you. It was difficult to make out who it was. The headlights were so blinding. Instead of continuing down the road, the car slowed near where you sat. We're gonna get kidnapped. No kidding, it's our parents. The window rolled down, revealing the face behind the wheel. It was very familiar. Mom! She shouted back, and not just because there was some distance between you and her. What are you kids doing here? I've been looking everywhere for you. I'm sorry, Mom. She stopped looking at you, instead staring straight ahead. Both her hands were gripping the wheel. Guilt ate you up from the inside.
All right.
Get in. Let's get you two home. That at least made her showing up worth it. Your feet were aching like crazy from all the walking you'd done today. You yanked open the side door, slipped inside the back seat, then clambered over so Cove had enough room to climb into. He followed in wordlessly, tucking his backpack near his feet. Your mom looked at you and Cove from the rearview mirror. The two of you had us extremely worried. That wasn't a good thing to do, not at all. Shamefaced, you both dotted as one.
Sorry.
Sorry, Mrs. Reinz. Sorry, Mom. She softened immediately. Not enough to actually let it go, though. You'll have to apologize to everyone else, too. With that, Mom started the car up again and you were off. For the rest of the car ride, no one said anything. You thought all of you were pretty tired. In fact, you must have dozed off at some point because you woke up to the sound of the engine stopping. When you opened your eyes, you realized Cove was looking over at you. He was tense. We're back. You yawned and got out of the car. Cove came out after putting his backpack on again. Mom locked the car door and motioned you two towards the house. She opened the front door and let you go in first. Mommy appeared quickly. She must have been waiting nearby. There was a phone in her hand. It worried you, thinking about who she might have been talking to. The tight line of her shoulders relaxed when she saw you and Cove. Oh, thank goodness you found both of them. Yes, I did. They were at the actual end of town, right under the now leaving sign. What were you two doing out there at this time of night? Do you have any idea how far that is? How unsafe? You peeked at Cove. He still looked exhausted. His eyes were puffy and there were dry tear tacks stuck to his cheeks. I had to see my mom. June didn't, you know, I was like, I said the name June. I was like, wow, this feels like there should be another syllable. And I was like, I wonder why. June didn't want me to go alone. Your mom shared a look. You weren't sure what it meant, but they always did that. You wondered if it could be read, or you wondered if they could read each other's minds. Since they were communicating telepathically, you stole a glance around the house. Lizzie wasn't anywhere in sight. Where was she? She must have finished whatever she was doing that morning ages ago. Where's Lizzie? Your sister's in her room, fast asleep, the same way you should have been. She went out earlier to look for the two of you when she accidentally found out you were both missing. She tried to pretend otherwise, but you made her sick with worry. Said she checked all the hiding places she could think of, but couldn't find either of you. You and Cove exchanged remorseful glances at that. Mommy noticed the discomfort.
Okay.
You two must be sleepy. You can sit down wherever you like. Mommy smiled warmly and motioned to the living room. Cove looked up at her, then lumbered over. You followed close behind. The living room wasn't far, or separated by a wall, so you heard your moms talking softly. He wanted to go see his mother. Poor thing.
Well...
That explains it, at least. Still, I'm not sure it excuses it. It was so dangerous to go off into town like that. He must be having a hard time right now. You can't expect a child to handle it maturely. True, it can't be helped. But that's enough of that. We should tell Cliff and the others that he's here before the panic gets out of hand. There could be riots.
Is that alright?
I'll call, then go to the front to tell everyone still out there. You keep an eye on the kids. Make sure they don't get any more trips today. Got it, hun? Cute. Cove just sat there on the couch, setting his backpack down beside him. He stared at his hands. At least we got to eat the muffins. I'm sorry, June. You faced him quietly. I didn't want to make you feel bad. I don't want to fight. And you won't do it again? I'm sorry too. You took in his apology wordlessly. I'm sorry too. You don't have to. It wasn't your fault. It's alright. Despite Cove's protests, you couldn't help it. It would have been too hard not to say sorry after a disagreement. But having him apologize did make you feel much better. When it seemed silence would descend upon the two of you again, the front door opened. Your mom was back, and with Mr. Holden close behind her. He made a beeline for the couch, his gaze trained on his son. Damn, Mr. Holden going through it.
Cove?
God, are you alright? Strands of his hair had fallen out of his ponytail. His eyes were darkened like he'd been crying too. Cove stared up at his dad, his eyes wide behind the frames of his glasses. He hadn't really expected it to be such a big deal. I'm okay. Good, that's good. I'm so glad to hear that. He clasped a hand on his son's shoulder, attempting a smile, but the corners of his lips twitched and spasmed as if they wanted to will into a frown instead. Cove seemed to have that effect on him. Rip. Mr. Holden turned to you, still smiling weakly. I'm so happy you're alright too, June. Then he looked at your moms. Thanks for your help, as always. He laughed pitifully. Oh, poor Mr. Holden, single dad vibes.
I'm sorry.
And I'm very sorry for ruining your afternoon with this. I can't apologize enough.
It's okay.
It was no trouble, Cliff. Really, it couldn't be helped in a way. Something was bound to happen sometime. Besides, he wasn't the only one who decided it was a good idea to disappear today. I wonder who she's talking about, not me. Exactly. We're just happy the kids are safe and sound. Not for the first time that day. You recalled your original meeting with Cove. He had run away then too. Not as far as he had today. Cove must have had a similar thought because he mumbled an apology. Sorry, Dad. I won't leave anymore, I promise. Some life seemed to return to Mr. Holden thanks to his promise. Dude is dying. This time around, his smile was more genuine.
I'm so glad.
I want a muffin though. Okay, anyway, that's a relief to hear. Next time you feel like running off, come to me first, okay? We can talk about it. I'm here for you. Cove nodded. His dad reached out and mussed his hair playfully. Although he made a face, Cove didn't try to dodge the hand as he usually did. Let's go home, bud. I bet you're as tired as I am. Mr. Holden took over carrying Cove's backpack, still clasping a free hand on his son's shoulder when he stood up from the couch. The five of you walked over to the front door so you could see them off. Mr. Holden thanked your moms profusely at least 3 more times before he walked out the door. Cove was made to follow. But he stopped and turned to you before stepping through the threshold.
Thanks.
Thanks, June. You're welcome. A tiny smile flitted across his lips there and then gone. I'm glad you're okay. You waved him off. You hugged him. Hug! Before he was gone, you reached over to give him a hug goodbye after a hard day. He held you back more tightly than you could have anticipated, and you almost squeaked out a noise. I'm glad you're here. His embrace was tight but brief. He let go as soon as he said what he wanted to. And with that, Cove left. Bye, Cove. Mommy closed the door behind them. You were practically dead on your feet at that point. Your fatigue must have been obvious because your mom sent you right to bed with no more discussion on what happened that day. Once your head hit the pillow, your eyes slipped closed on their own. Your eyelids were so heavy you couldn't open them again until the next morning. We're gonna get chewed out. You woke up much more at ease than you had felt when you were last conscious. It was almost like it was a dream. Our grounding isn't gonna be a dream. But it definitely wasn't. Your mom's faces when you saw them assured that. After breakfast, you were sat down and your family went over yesterday's events in full. They were none too pleased that you joined Cove despite knowing that he wanted to leave. As punishment, your moms took away your TV privileges for the next few days. Lizzie was annoyed that she couldn't watch her shows with you around, but she adjusted. Whenever you expressed disappointment, your moms reminded you that they weren't punishing you for no reason. It was dangerous to go out on your own so late and without telling anyone. You could have gotten hurt or worse. As upset as you were, you understood. Mr. Holden talked to Cove about what happened too. You didn't know what was said exactly, but Mr. Holden forgave Cove immediately. He didn't do anything to punish Cove for running away. He blamed no one but himself for Cove's desire to leave home. Oh, poor Mr. Holden. Oh. You caught your moms discussing it once in hushed tones, frowning at each other. It was pretty serious. There was a word used you hadn't heard before. Self-flagellation. Doesn't that mean, like, what's it called? When you're, like, moving yourself along by yourself? Like, with like, cells or something? I don't know. But there was nothing they could do to change Mr. Holden's mind. What's self-flagellation? Your neighbors stopped you in Cove often for the next week or so to express their concerns and disapproval of the event. Okay. Grandpas. Still, as they did, days continued to pass. So did talk about Cove running away. Things eventually returned to normal, as they had to. Summer kept going and you kept having experiences you shared with Cove. One more is a sleepover, and then we can go to step 2.
Okay.
All right, kids, we're done with dinner. Come to the table. Your stomach grumbled right on time, as if you had heard your mom's words. You halted your game and looked over. Soon. Mama was almost done setting the table. She was walking around the mahogany wood in the process of putting down cutlery. Mommy was still in the kitchen, humming under her breath as she turned off the stove and put empty pots in the sink to wash. From beside you, Lizzie stirred, uncrossing her legs and standing up. She stretched her arms above her head. Finally! I'm ready to eat! Then she cast a sly glance in your direction. You recognize that look. Last one to the table is a rotten egg! Oh my god, Lizzie. I haven't... But it was too late. Lizzie had already bolted towards the kitchen. You tried to catch up with her, you stayed sitting, you yelled at her, you threw a cushion at her, Grabbing one of the cushions from the sofa, you threw it half-heartedly towards her in hopes of slowing her down. It wasn't firm enough, however, and the cushion landed with a plop on the ground instead. It was a short distance to the kitchen table. Lizzie managed to get there easily enough, slapping a hand over the wood. Mom moved just before Lizzie could bump into her. With an exasperated sigh, she resumed her work. I win again! You didn't win because you were racing by yourself. Because you cheated. Okay, you won. You didn't bother to talk to her about that because you cheated. I didn't cheat. You ran before me. Yeah, because that's how racing works. The one who starts first wins first. That isn't true. That sounds like something a rotten egg would say. Lizzie grinned, her hands on her hips, then looked over your shoulder. Cove, you can be the tiebreaker. Was that a real race that I totally won? You blinked. You hadn't noticed what he had been doing during this little event, which wasn't much. And you spotted Cove still on the floor. I was like, Cove's over? His legs were crossed beneath him, the arm with a cast resting in his lap. He looked at the two of you with a slight frown. It felt sort of strange to see him here still. To see him still here so late. Tonight, Cove had come over. Oh yeah, because we're having a sleepover. Tonight, Cove had come to your house for a sleepover. Your mom's and his dad had planned it a few days ago. It's not really that much of a sleepover if he lives across the street, but I guess he's still sleeping over. You weren't surprised. You were the one who had asked your moms about it. You were excited when your moms told you their idea. There was so much to do. It made you quite nervous. Joony, my best, just got her ass out of bed, so I'm gonna go, okay, what's it called? Have a good day, because I'm sure it's probably daytime for you. Love you, have a wonderful dream. Thank you for dropping by. Have a good day. You were the one who asked your moms about it. Wait, what was the log? Oh, 07. 07. You weren't surprised. You were the ones who asked your moms about it. You were excited when your moms told you their idea. There was so much to do. I feel like I wasn't allowed to have sleepovers, so I feel like it would not be my idea. You had considered all the games you could play and all the other stuffs you could do with Cove for days. And you even helped Mom search a storage room for a sleeping bag and extra bedding to prepare for his visit. Cove pursed his lips at Lizzie's question, but he didn't respond. Maybe he was planning on ignoring her. Not that Lizzie would make it easy. This wasn't the first time she had asked him to be a referee for one of her sudden races.
Come on!
Well, did I win or what?
No.
Oh, let's go.
What? I don't think you won. How come? It's not my fault, June Slow. Cheating's cheating and cheaters never win.
You always pick her side.
Well, Shiloh isn't here, so suck it up.
Anyway, Cove snuck a shy peek at you before answering her.
He's on our side.
I pick her and she picks me. Oh, that's so cute. You're a couple of rotten eggs then. That's enough. No one here is a loser or a rotten egg. You're each farm fresh. Which is a sentence I thought I'd never say.
All right.
Now listen to Mom and come sit at the table for dinner. All three of you. You and Lizzie obeyed, sitting across from each other at the edge of the table. Lizzie blew a raspberry at you when Mom turned her back. Your parents brought the last of the food, then they took seats further down the table instead of sitting right next to you and Lizzie. Only Cove was left out. He had stood up from his spot on the floor, but he hadn't made a move towards the kitchen. Cove, you can sit too. Slowly he eyed the 4 seats that were left. Thanks to the new seating arrangement that your parents chose, one free chair was beside you, another next to Lizzie, and the last 2 were on the other side of where your moms were sitting. Sit next to me. You can sit anywhere you want. You stayed quiet. Sit next to me. Cove's gaze met your purple eyes. You smiled. Briefly, he grinned back. He walked over, pulled out the chair next to yours, and sat down. You were glad he wanted to sit with you. He just needed to know it was okay. Now that everyone was situated, Mommy began to pass out the plates. I don't know. Sometimes when I'm sitting in a big group, I still don't know where to sit. I was like, I don't know who do I sit next to? That happens at work sometimes when I have to sit with my coworkers. I'm like, I don't know who I'm supposed to sit next to. I'm just like, What are you laughing at me for? Oh, my ad's in progress. Oh shit. Okay. Well, I'm going to. I don't know what to do. I guess I can go downstairs and put my plate away. I want to play. It's fine. But yeah. I think there's some rice crumbs on my desk. Okay, I'll be right back. Whee! Okay, I'm back. Let me see if I can switch back to my phone. taking a bit to load. Maybe it won't work. Oh wait, no, it's starting. Oh wait, no, don't emergency call anyone. Okay. Okay, back on my phone. Nice! Because my iPad is gonna lose battery in 9 minutes. Or not 9 minutes, but it's at 9% battery now. Nothing is charged. Begin, kids. I cooked a little bit of everything for dinner tonight. Back. Yay! Oop. Be sure not to avoid all the veggies.
Ugh.
Yes, Mom. Each person at the table serves themselves, except for one. Cove hesitated again. What a mood. He fidgeted with his hands clamped on the tops of his knees. He didn't seem very comfortable doing stuff in someone else's house. Mood! One dish seemed to have his eye at least. That's pineapple chicken. Wanna try some? Ew. Not really. Sorry. By then your moms had noted that Cove still had nothing on his plate as well. Do you not like any of the food, honey?
Well...
Maybe he hasn't tried Hawaiian food before. He hasn't? Wow. Please don't talk with your mouth full, Lizzie. Oh, he hasn't, whoa. Lizzie swallowed the bite she was eating, then she spoke again. You should try it now. She turned to Cove dramatically. Unless you want to shrink. That's what happens if you miss a meal. Elizabeth, that's not true. You know that. Cove squirmed under all the attention. He fidgeted with his fork between his fingers. I've had some things, just not any of this.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, shoot. I knew I should have asked your dad what your favorite foods were. It's alright, Lonnie. Maybe he'll find a new favorite today. You weren't so sure about that. Cove didn't look like he was going to be trying the food anytime soon. You let your moms handle this. I think you would like the pineapple chicken. It's yummy. Give me your plate. You should try something new. I think you would like the pineapple chicken. It's yummy. Give me your plate. Cove was a little confused by your request, but he handed it to you anyway. You took the plate from him and piled only the best foods on it. He watched you work intently, good hand shoved under his knee, shoved under his leg. When you were satisfied with the amount on his plate, you returned it. You should like some of these.
Thanks.
Okay. Thanks.
Good job.
That was very kind of you, June. Hehehe. You flushed at the praise. At first, Cove picked up the food. Clearly, he was apprehensive to eat something new, but he took a few exploratory bites.
Right?
It's good, huh? Isn't it? You don't have to keep asking. He still speared more meat with his fork and ate it, chewing thoughtfully. It's not bad. Mommy grinned at his words, satisfied even though it wasn't exactly a glowing commendation. Lizzie wasn't as mollified. You're so weird. Feels like that's being told to me. Don't be mean to your friend. We're not friends. Oh. Oh shit. Mommy floundered in the face of Cove's blunt honesty. You weren't surprised by Cove's declaration, but you did feel a little bad for Lizzie. He wasn't easy to get along with all the time, though Cove didn't make much of an effort either. Reminds me of a friend of mine when they taste new food. Oh, it reminds me of me. You hope Cove thought of you as a friend. The two of you were friends, right? You wondered how he felt about you. That still made you nervous about your own relationship with him. At least the two of you were definitely friends. That still made you nervous. That would make me nervous. Maybe he didn't like you as much as you thought he did. He'd never asked before. When you gave Cove a look, he returned a small smile that made you feel a little better, even though you were still unsure. Your mommy looked at Mom and only gave a shrug.
No.
Elizabeth, don't call someone weird. There's no such thing as weird person and non-weird person. There's just different perspectives. Yeah! It's not nice to say to anyone, but Pam... Mommy tried to whisper exclusively to Mom. Her attempt to make it audible over the sound of clanking silverware meant you caught the quiet words anyway. They're not friends. He said so. As parents, we can only try, and sometimes we fail. Not all kids will be thick as thieves. Now less talking and more eating, kids. Oh wait. Now less talking and more eating, kids. You need to clean up and start winding down for bed soon. But Mom! No buts. We've talked about this. Your bedtime will be moved back in a few years. But for now, you don't get to stay up late. Lizzie sulked, muttering under her breath about how it wasn't right. You laughed at Mom's phrasing. You groaned about it as well. You stayed quiet and finished your meal. Groan. You seemed way too early to go to sleep.
Isn't that great?
The sooner you sleep, the sooner a brand new day will be here. I think that's pretty exciting. You weren't sure you agreed. That's only how I feel about it when it's like a new Miraculous Ladybug is coming, like new Miraculous Ladybug episode is coming out in a couple days, and it's like I need to make time go faster. Otherwise, it's like, I don't know. I need to learn how to sleep earlier. The rest of dinner passed by uneventfully. Cove was silent for most of it, even when you nudged him and tried to get him to talk. All too soon, the table was cleared, the games in the living room were put away, and you were all steered to your bedrooms. Mom finished tucking you in and kissed your brow just as Mommy poked her head into the room. All ready for lights off, you two? You were comfortably in your bed, the blanket hiked up under your armpits. You could kick it off later if you got too hot. Mom had set up the sleeping bag on the floor for Cove, just beside your bed. He had already wiggled inside. I think so.
Good night.
Perfect. I'll go say goodnight to Lizzie then. Mom tweaked your nose, chuckled when you squawked in annoyance, and left. Mommy took her place sitting on the edge of your bed.
Sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams, sweetie. She pressed a soft kiss to your forehead. On your forehead, you giggled as strands of her hair fell forward and tickled you. Mommy smiled down affectionately at you, then moved her attention to Cove, who watched from his spot on the floor. Do you need anything before falling asleep, honey? What does your dad do? Sometimes he picks me up and lifts me really high, and he shakes his hands like he's gonna let go, but he catches me again. Oh, look at this Buster Baxter ass smile with the little teeth. He keeps doing that until sometimes he does drop me on my bed, or other times he lowers me down and we pretend like I'm crashing. Cove had become pretty excited when talking about the nightly ritual he and his dad shared. He seemed to realize how animated he was and bashfully quieted. Oh, you're so cute, but I don't want to do that here.
Aww.
Oh, how fun. Though I think you're right that it might not be a good idea to do that tonight. The sleeping bag might not be a soft enough landing. If there's anything else, you can always ask me or June's other mom. But I'm the nicer one, just don't tell her that. She laughed good-naturedly about it and stood up.
Take care.
Sleep well, Cove. Night. Leaning against the door jamb, she rested a hand on the light switch and looked at you. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the big beds bite. With the last smile, Mommy turned off the lights and stepped out, closing the bedroom door behind her. You listened to her footsteps fade as she walked down the hallway. Felt weird to not be doing anything, or saying anything with your friend nearby. You were meant to just lay there awkwardly, and that made you feel uncomfortable. You were happy that Cove was spending the night, but you couldn't shake the conversation from earlier at the dinner table. Cove had said that he and Lizzie weren't friends, but that wasn't the part that was bothering you. You couldn't stop from wondering what he really thought about you. You decided to ask him. Hey, Cove? Yeah. Are we friends? Cove didn't speak for a few moments, and you wondered if you'd startled him with the question. The longer the silence stretched, the more uneasy you felt about his impending answer. Do you think we're friends? We better be friends, you bitch. You wrinkled your nose at the question being redirected back at you. The way Cove had asked it made you think that maybe he hadn't even questioned it before, and now more than ever you wondered if you should have kept quiet instead. We're best friends. Yeah, we're friends. We're best friends. I don't know. Not really. You decide. You heard Cove shuffle around in his sleeping bag, and you looked up at the slivers of light cast upon your ceiling as you waited for him to say something. Well, there isn't anybody else it could be. So I guess we are best friends. Oh, hell yeah. You chuckled. That was an answer. That answer is just like him. And then you let your eyes drift closed, pleased that it was settled. Hee. You started when Cove sighed deeply. You turned your head to look in his direction. In the dark, you could only see a faint outline of a lump under the covers. Cove? What's wrong? What was that? Could you be a little less loud? Could you be quieter, please? Stop that. What's wrong? What's that? What's wrong? I can't sleep. Why not? He shifted, or at least you thought he did. You couldn't see anything since your eyes were still adjusting to the dark, but you heard his sleeping bag rustle. I want to be in my bed. Oh. Cove sat up. Your eyes had gotten used to the low light level, so you could see him better. He got out of the sleeping bag, wobbled towards your side table, and pulled open the top drawer. What is it? I'm getting my glasses. You sat up too, watching as he reached inside. He paused for a second, then pulled his hand out. Instead of his glasses, though, he was holding a book. Cove turned it around in his hands, trying to figure out the proper orientation for it. You knew even without reading the title which one it was. That was the one your moms would read to you. It was special. Be careful, that's mine! I thought you were looking for your glasses. What are you doing with that? I thought you were looking for your glasses. I was, and I felt this. It looks cool. The compliment he afforded your special book had you grinning, your confusion forgotten. It is really cool.
Oh?
Oh yeah? What's it about? The story about a squire who wants to become a knight and there's magic. Does it have mermaids? No, but... I love the main character because the squire is really brave and funny. It has cool pictures. Some of them take up the whole page. Mommy reads it to me. She's different characters. Different voices for every character. There's a dragon in it and crazy things happen. The squire tries to kill her because the king wants the dragon dead, so they have this fight. But the squire finds out the dragon's really nice. They decide they don't want to fight her after all, so the two of them become friends instead. You only realize afterwards that you spoke more strongly than you had meant to. Your cheeks burned. This must have been how Cove felt earlier. Thankfully, Cove didn't seem annoyed. In fact, if you didn't know any better, it seemed like he liked the explanation. Cove looked excited by your words. He's a little Buster Baxter smile. He flipped the book over and focused at the backside summary. He must be pretty interested in it. You were reminded of the hours you spent hearing the tales. No matter how many times you read it or had it read to you, you were still entertained by the story and the pictures inside. You glanced out the window. The moon was high in the sky. It was definitely the time you were supposed to be asleep. You couldn't keep staying up. You wanted to read the book with Cove. Let's read the book! You climbed out of bed and padded over to your side table. You opened it and rummaged around, pushing aside stuffed toys and crayons. Cove called to you in a confused whisper. What are you doing? Getting something we need. You let out a cry of victory, a quiet cry of victory when you found what you were looking for. You jumped back onto the bed before any hidden boogeyman could catch you unaware. I still do that. Cove continued to watch as you wiggled your way beneath the blanket you discarded earlier. You pulled it up over your head. What? You have to come here. Bring the book too. Oh, this is so cute. After a minute, the bed dipped as Cove got on. Then the blanket shifted. You fiddled with your flashlight in your grip, feeling for the switch. Oh shit, my eyes. Oh my god. With a click, the small space flooded with a bright light. Cove sputtered, putting a hand to shield himself up from the beam. Me too. Move it somewhere else. Sorry. Oh my god, my eyes. Oh. You hurriedly tilted the flashlight so it was shining down at the floor of your blanket cave and away from Cove's sensitive eyes. Now we can read, and my moms won't know. I do this all the time. I've never tried something like this before. I do this all the time. I don't stay up for too long because mom or mommy check up on me sometimes. I haven't been caught yet. I remember when I was younger, I would like read in the dark. I would like, what's it called? Like we would sleep in the same room as my parents. So then like, what's it called? There was like a nightlight kind of, because I'm afraid of the dark. But yeah, there was like a nightlight, and sometimes like I would like stay up, right? And then I would read the books, and then I would like, sometimes it would be too dark. So I would like go right next to the nightlight and like hunch over and like read my books there. I would play my DS under the covers. Yeah! Good times, good times. My mom was like, this is why your glasses are so thick. And I'm like, I don't know about that, but okay. But it is true. I think my glasses are thicker than my parents. Do you want to try? Cove nodded, pleased by his straightforward response. You placed the book between you two and flipped it open to the first page. Meanwhile, he laid down on his belly and shuffled closer, picking up the flashlight to shine it on the pages. His face was illuminated with a warm glow. He looks so cute here. You mirrored his position, leaning in so you could see the book better. Your foreheads nearly brushed until you shuffled back a comfortable distance. You wanted the story to be narrated. You thought it was best to take turns reading the book silently. You flipped through the pages to show Cove cool pictures. Narrated. You loved it when mommy read to you. Why not read it as loud as you dared this time? Oh, wait, actually that was probably a bad choice. She's probably going to get caught. Bro, have you been streaming all night until morning? Go to bed. Is that that? Oh, it's 4. It's fine. I just want to get to step 2 and then I'll stop. But like we're almost at step 2. This is like the last chapter until step 2, and then we play step 2, like one story of step 2, and then we go to sleep. Yeah. Though you felt a little embarrassed, your excitement over introducing another person to this special story won out. You didn't even need to study the pages for long. Oh my god, we've been streaming for like almost 7 hours. Oh shit. Okay, no wonder I got hungry. You didn't even need to study the page for long. There was once a squire who dreamed of knighthood. All they wanted was to do good. Cove was taken aback when you began to recite the words by heart. You even pronounced knighthood properly, a word which had given you grief in the past. His reaction encouraged you to keep going. Soon you got to an exciting part, the squire and the dragon's first meeting. The squire walked up to the fearsome dragon, their borrowed sword in one hand and a torch in the other. Her red scales danced in the light like flickering flames. Wow, it's just like Shrek. Could you say the dragon's lines? Do you need to get your glasses? No, my head hurts if I don't wear my glasses for a while. I can kind of see things alright, but I don't know any voices. That's okay. It's fun anyway. Let me just... Cove read the page, his mouth moving silently with the words. Eventually he nodded to himself and spoke them out loud. Who goes there? Roared the dragon. Who dares enter my cave? It was your turn. You went into the squire's famous speech. The next time you looked up from the page, your gaze landed right on Cove. His eyes were following the text, a soft smile lighting up his features. A lock of his hair fell into his field of vision, but he gave it no notice. He was lost in the story. Cute! He started when Cove caught you, watching him. He raised a questioning eyebrow. What? Nothing? Cove shot you a strange look, but he went back to the book. You did too, even as your eyelids started to droop. When your eyes opened again, your bedroom was pitch black and silent. Our batteries, man. Your head was smushed in your pillow, your pajamas were sticking to you, and your mouth was dry. Slowly, you raised yourself onto your eyebrows, onto your elbows. You yawned, the back of your throat twinging as you did so. You rolled onto your side to sit up in bed, planning on getting water from the kitchen when you saw a dark shape towering above you. Oh shit. You froze, then you remembered you weren't alone in your room tonight. Cove? Is that you?
Yeah.
You shifted and felt something cylindrical press against your thigh. You fumbled for it. The familiar weight of the flashlight pressed into your palm. You turned it on. Cove blinked at you, looking exhausted. He was in his normal clothes again, shoes and everything. His pajama pants left on the floor, abandoned. His sleeping bag was in a similar state. What is it? Can't sleep. I kept waking up. Did you have a bad dream? He shook his head from side to side. No, just can't sleep. It's weird here. You frowned. You had helped your moms redecorate it only a few months back. I like my room. It's not that it's bad. I just always sleep in my bed. In my room. That made things a little clearer. It wasn't anything you'd done. Cove couldn't sleep in a new place. You wondered how long it took for Cove's bedroom in his new house to not be weird to him. Probably a while. I'm gonna go. What? That shook off the last of your doziness. He was going to walk outside back to his own house this time of night? All by himself? He noted your shocked expression and looked at you with resolve. My dad will let me in. And I've gone outside late before. And I have to go. Well, if you have to. You don't have to. I'll come with you. I should tell my moms. You don't have to. It wouldn't even be a sleepover if Cove left in the middle of the night. It was called a sleepover for a reason. Cove looked frustrated, though you got the feeling it wasn't at you specifically. Yes, I do. You were at a stalemate. Frowning to yourself, you studied his sleeping bag. Was there a way you could make him more comfortable? If Cove didn't like how weird your room was, maybe he would feel better if he had something more familiar nearby. Oh! You went to your bed and grabbed your blanket, then you spread it over the floor beside Cove's sleeping bag. He watched as you did, blinking. You're sleeping on the floor? Yeah, next to you. We could try and see if it helps. Is that okay? You spied a small smile playing on his lips. We can try it. But if it doesn't work, I want to go home still. If you're sure. You grabbed your pillow and a few plush toys for good measure, as Cove picked up his pajama bottoms and folded them, then set them aside. You tossed the items in your hands onto the blanket, completing your task. The two of you stood and looked down at your handiwork. Are you gonna change into your pajamas? No, I can sleep in this. There wasn't... in your shoes? There wasn't anything else left to say. In unison, you both laid down side by side. Cove put his glasses aside and got into his sleeping bag. You made yourself as comfortable as you could, wrapped in a fuzzy blanket. The floor was hard and unforgiving against your back. It's okay, we're not that old yet. We're only 8. We can deal with the back pain. Not at all as comfy as your bed, but you didn't mind it as much. You had fallen asleep on the floor before. What matters was if it helped. You swiveled your head to observe him. Is it better? He poked the top of his head out, or he poked the top of his face out of the sleeping bag and mumbled bashfully, "I don't know. I have to sleep first. Can't tell if I can now." He'd privately hoped for a more affirmative answer. "Could you wake me up if you have to leave?" Cove looked confused by the request, but he nodded anyway.
Okay.
You smiled. At least he wouldn't disappear without you knowing. You settled in for bed on the ground, closing your eyes and waiting for sleep to come. You wanted to give Cove a chance to get comfortable. Surprisingly, he had decided to keep talking. "This was my first sleepover. Is, I guess." You opened your eyes to see him staring up at the ceiling. His seafoam hair spread out around his head just like he had gotten shocked. "Really? I've had sleepovers before. Lucky. Sometimes I'll go to friends' houses. Shiloh slept over a few times too. Oh, unlucky. And other stuff." Cove remained quiet. The silence stretched between you, but it didn't feel awkward right now. You didn't feel the need to break it immediately. "How was it? Or is it?" "It's not bad. I liked reading your book." "You did? I kind of thought you weren't having fun. You didn't really say anything when we were eating." "I didn't know what to say." "Oh." Now you were the one who didn't know what to say. You just laid there, and so did Cove for what felt like a long time. "Hey, Cove?" There was no answer. You leaned on your elbows to see Cove's eyes closed, his lashes fanned over the apples of his cheeks, his chest raised and lowered with every inhale and exhale. He was fast asleep. You smiled to yourself. "Good night." You rested on your back and closed your eyes. Soon enough, you were lulled to sleep by the gentle sound of Cove's breathing. The next morning, you were woken by the sound of Mom's Mom's voice and a soft shake on your shoulder. "June, wake up! It's time to get up and at 'em!" The sun was peeking through your curtains, and you rubbed at your eyes as they adjusted to the new light.
How are you?
"Is everything okay down there?" You blinked at Mom for a moment, confused, before remembering you had slept down on the floor next to Cove. He was just waking up, yawning loudly. His hand lightly hit your face as he stretched out. Ugh! When you moved away, you groaned a little at the pain in your shoulder from having slept on the hard ground. Definitely wasn't as comfortable as your cozy bed, that's for sure. Cove wasn't feeling good, so I stayed with him. You mumbled and glanced over at Cove, who rubbed his eyes sleepily. He didn't say anything. Still, you were glad he had decided to stay the night in the end. When you looked at Mom next, she was smiling at you both. Mommy was standing in the doorway behind her, doing the same thing. "Alright, kids, we'll be downstairs making breakfast. Don't take too long coming down." "Oh, bacon." He said something to Mommy on her way out that made the two of them giggle. "Did you sleep okay?" You stood up and stretched your legs, watching Cove fumble with the bedside drawer and pull out his glasses. I think so." He had been able to relax when it was just the two of you in the night. Now that a new day had come, he gave the impression of feeling out of place again. But the smile on his face had a gentle light. "Ah, cute." "Thanks, June." "You're welcome." Even if it couldn't be a perfect time, it was worth it. Cove didn't stay for breakfast. Damn. He really was ready to go at that point. Mommy called to make sure Mr. Holden was up before Cove went home. He gave you a small wave as he left, thanking your moms for letting him stay before he disappeared through the front door. Oh, our next sleepover is gonna have to be with Shiloh. Oh. You smiled at the sight. Cove's very first sleepover had come to an end. Oh hell yeah, we're on step 2. We're on step 2! And then summer ended. Wow! Move on to the next step. No. I mean, yeah. Let me save real quick. Okay. Woohoo! I'll never get tired of that view. You stood beside your moms, Lizzie and Cove, as the 5 of you watched the sun dip into the ocean somewhere far, far away. You like to imagine it cooling off in the water, resting itself before getting ready to shine brightly again tomorrow. That was a fun day. I didn't know they had magicians on the shopping street now. Neither did I. Oh no, we're so dull. Let's get out more. You didn't do real magic, Mom. How did you figure that one out?
Duh.
'Cause I know, that's not what real magic looks like. Oh, Lizzie dear, there's all kinds of magic in the world. Lizzie gave Mom a suspicious look, but didn't dispute the claim. You looked over at Cove, who hadn't said a word since you started home. He didn't look upset though, just content. You're aware he still hadn't quite warmed up to your parents. Well, we can't sit out here all night. Time to hurry home and get cooking. Who's helping with dinner? Lizzie immediately let out a groan.
Ugh.
Mom, summer's almost over. The protest was obvious. You could practically see school on the horizon. Ugh. You certainly didn't want to spend your last bits of freedom cooking dinner. You could do that any other day. Please, can we play a little longer? We have to keep playing before it's too late. It is almost over. You put on your best puppy dog eyes. Lizzie might not want to, but you plan on going home. Puppy dog eyes. Oh, don't look at me like that. Like what?
Please!
Please. Soon we'll have homework and reading to do. We can't do work now, too. Lizzie made her case and stomped her foot into the ground. You mimicked her, feeling that it would add something to the argument. Well...
Now.
Oh, come on, Pam. I can help you with dinner. Mommy leaned in for a hug and you knew you were very close to victory.
Okay.
All right. But as soon as dinner's ready, you lot are coming inside, understood? Yes, Mom. Yes, Mom. Cove, dear, you're welcome to join us as well. You sent him a small smile, which he returned. Cove gave a non-committal shrug to your mommy, which you took as an agreement. So much to do, so little time. Maybe I could still get a seashell bracelet at Tines and Trinkets. Ooh. Or maybe the playground. Or the fireflies would probably be coming out, right? Don't I get a say in this? You silently made your own plans. We can't go too far. I'm going home. Silently made your own plans. Lizzie had her own ideas of what she wanted to do, but what were you going to do? You glanced over to Cove, considering. A strong gust of wind made you shiver. Lizzie huffed as she wrapped her arms around herself.
Rude.
Doesn't the wind know that summer's not over yet? That's all Lizzie said, before abruptly turning on her heel and heading off in the direction that your mothers had gone. Where are you going? I'm going to my room. I have lots to plan if I want to make the most of tomorrow. You thought this over, looking off towards the water again. Lizzie didn't wait, and before long she was disappearing off down the road. Meanwhile, Cove was going in the opposite direction, heading for the beach. Stayed with Cove! We can hang with Lizzie whenever we want. Cove gave you a smile that you couldn't help but return. Cool. He made a little gesture that you interpreted as follow me, and then started heading to the waves. Cove knelt down, picking up something you quickly identified as a smooth rock. He reared his arm back, then tossed it out into the water. You were impressed about how far he got it to go. It sailed way out into the sea. It was a good toss. It was pretty neat. It wasn't a long throw, but he didn't care to try for that. The rock sunk kind of like a rock and fell back down almost right after he tossed it. I like how we get to decide how Cove's rock toss goes. It was a good toss. That was pretty neat. We'll just say that it went pretty far. You can't skip rocks in the ocean. What are you doing? You looked for your own rock. What are you doing?
Nothing.
Nothing, really. You tilted your head, wondering over the sudden pensive look on his face. Just thinking. About what? Cove was looking down at his cast, scratching idly at the pink surface, even though you were pretty sure he couldn't feel it. His brows were furrowed, and there was a frown on his face.
It's not fair.
I've had to wear this cast for ages. I can't even swim. When do you get it off? How did you get it? When do you get it off? Cove shrugged and didn't say anything. For a second, you thought maybe he didn't know, but finally he sighed. A few weeks. You didn't think a few weeks was that bad. That's not very long at all. That is a while away. You thought for something else to say, something positive, but words wouldn't come, as was usual for you. Cove let out a huff, plopping down into the sand. Can't believe summer's almost over. You sat, I'm just like thinking about his tan with like his cast. Probably like his entire hand is like super like white as fuck and the rest of him is tan. You sat down next to him and nodded in agreement, regardless of the sudden topic change. I don't want to go to school. I mean, I would. I don't want to go to a new school. I think it'll be the same school as you and Lizzie. My dad said something about that. Cool, you're gonna like it. Everyone's super nice. You'd only ever been to the one school, but you were sure that his old school couldn't have been that much better. Then again, you did have to make new friends, and meet new teachers. It could be kind of scary. Cove shook his head, then wrapped his good arm around his knee as he drew them to his chest. You heard a sniffling sound, oh, crybaby, and when you took a good look at his face, you realized that his eyes were wet.
I want to go home.
I mean, he already said, okay. You'd never had to move before, but you thought you could understand. If you had to go to a new school all of a sudden with all new people, you'd probably be dreading it too. I don't know. I had to like move schools a lot when I was younger because my parents were like, we gotta figure out which one is the best one. it was all public schools, but we like, I don't know. I went to one school once just for summer school, and I didn't even go there for the actual school year, and I was like, damn. Oh. Even though you sort of maybe understood, you still weren't sure how to help. Okay, I'll see you later? Cove gave his head a small shake. No, I want to go back home. Right. Cove wanted to go back to his old home, the one that sat waiting someplace far from here, the one he would bring up whenever he felt this sad. It had been a while since he'd moved in, but he didn't seem to feel any better about being here. You settled back down into the sand, trying to consider what to do. Do you hate it here? This can be your home. It'll be alright. Do you hate it here? Cove's brow furrowed even more. Then he shook his head. You felt a rush of relief fill you. You liked having Cove here. It would be sad if he'd been miserable the whole time. You're not going to leave, right? You'll still be around. The question was a little surprising. Oh no, I tried to bring, like, you know, the slightly crying voice out, and then like, oh, my tears, it triggered the cry reflex. The question was a little surprising. Of course. Your parents would have mentioned something if you were ever going to move or something, right? After a second, Cove gave a little nod. Once I get my cast off, we could go swimming. You were fine with him changing the subject again. Yeah, sure, go. Carry the conversation, bro. Okay. You had to say swimming did sound fun, even if it was already getting chilly out. Cove smiled, then looked back to the waves. My dad keeps saying, I'll get used to everything eventually, that I'll feel better then. It used to make me feel angry. I didn't want to get used to everything. He sprayed a glance over at Cove and saw the anger had slipped off his face in favor of something almost puzzled. But maybe that would be okay after all. Oh wait, but maybe that would be okay after all, as long as I really do feel better. I can't see it. Maybe you need better glasses. I mean, what? You could remember a long time ago when you'd first started going to school. You had absolutely not been okay with the idea of being away from your parents for the most of the day, to listen to strangers tell you what to do and sit with kids you'd never met before. Things changing is hard. I can what? I'll make sure you do? I can't see it? I can't? Oh, I can see it. Yeah, I have 20/20 vision in-game. Right now. You held his hand. I'll make sure you do. Wow, this is so forward of us. I don't think I'm this forward, even though I have been hugging him. I feel like holding hands versus hugging is two separate things. I can. I almost called him Cloud. Cove gave you a dubious look, then a very slow nod. His eyes went a little misty once more. You got the feeling that they were different tears than the ones from before, though. I hope next summer I'll surf and go exploring and everything will feel like it's supposed to again. You gave a little nod, resting your head on your own knees. The two of you sat quietly, just taking in the sounds of the waves. You hoped that Cove would be able to accept this place as his new home. You definitely... Well, thank you for the follow, Dead Gamer. You definitely try to help in what ways you could. There were so many wonderful things here Cove probably hadn't even seen yet. Lost in thought, you started a bit when you heard a faint familiar sound. Is it... Oh, okay. I was like, is it Cove's dad's calling us? The sound of your mom shouting your name. You looked over your shoulder, realizing it was probably time for dinner. Oof. Dinner. Time had gone by... Time really had gone by fast. You stood and dusted the sand off of yourself. My mom's calling. It's time for dinner. You should come. Cove looked at you, expression screaming reluctance. Yet ultimately... Okay. When you smiled, Cove returned with one of his own.
June.
Thanks!
Thanks.
Oh shit, he said it! Oh, okay. Sorry, I wasn't expecting him to say it. It was nice where you were right then. But the two of you couldn't stay there on your own little world any longer. You were being called forward. So the both of you ran off towards your house, leaving the waves and summer behind. The summer. Ah, the flower animation is so cute. In between. Oh. I don't know. Okay. I think we're not like teenagers at this point, but we're probably gonna be in middle school. And like, I probably have glasses at this point. I mean, like, I definitely have glasses at this point. Do we want June to be like, you know, resigned to the same fate as me? Probably, right? I don't know. It's only fair. Oh, this is cute. Oh, this one's also cute. Blunt. Oh, wait. Mine was bowl cut. Oh, this one is still... I don't know. When they draw it here, age 13. Oh, I looked really bad back then. I think I still honestly probably still have a bowl cut back then. But we're not... We're gonna be cuter because we can. Holy shit. Two-tone, two-tone 2, two-tone 3, two-tone 4. Oh, wow. At 13 dyeing her hair. Wow. I feel like we can have longer hair at this. Holy shit. I feel like we can have longer hair at this point. Oh, this is cute. Beaded. Oh. Small curls, half damn, shave. Wait, can we have like... I guess technically it's also like, this is like the guy's hair too. What's the buns look like? Oh, that's so cute. Okay, not the shaved hair with the buns. Pulled back, smooth, choppy, flowy, short, medium, smooth. Oh, this is so cute. Choppy, oh. I think we've gone through all these. Parted, wavy, blunt to side, spiked, wavy, short, eye cover. Bowl cut. Oh my god, we look like Puka. Okay. Braids front, scrappy, braid front, flowy. It's okay. June is cooler than me at my age 13. Pigtails, cute. Oh. Wait. Oh, this one is cute. So many cute hairstyles. Pulled back, smooth, choppy, curled, flowy, short, medium, ponytail. Maybe we'll give ourselves a ponytail. Some of the bangs from this side were pretty cute. Mwah, maybe this one. One's the ponytail from the back. This one's also cute. I feel like in real life when I wear my hair this way I look kind of stupid. Not gonna lie. Okay. Long. I know I want our hair to be like slightly longer. Oh, the braid. Oh no, it's giving too much Anna and Elsa. Okay, never mind. I was like, oh, the braids are cute, and it's like, wait. Turn back. Okay. Short, round, sleek, strands, ponytail. 3. Oh, the short ponytail is cute too. Buns. I keep gravitating towards the buns because of K-pop demon hunters. I'm just like, ooh, Zoe. Let's go with the ponytail too, the middle ponytail. But this one is so cute too. We'll go with this one because I think Lizzie has like this ponytail, huh? I don't want to have the same hair as Lizzie. Oh, there you go. Face shape, chubby, round, pointed. Oh my god, it's very pointed. Oval. I like the round one. The round one is very cute. I feel like we are very cute. Oh, you can change your pronouns here too. That's cute. Okay. Ponytail. Okay, well, I think the one we picked was okay. Maybe. We'll go with this one. Yeah. Okay. Birthmarks, scars, freckles, acne. We had acne. I don't want to give it to her. We're gonna give her a better middle school experience than us, but we will give her glasses. Okay. Oh, we can get her earrings. We can't see the fucking earrings. This is like motherfucker. Okay, we have to choose different hair. I look too old to be 13. Don't click on the Cove customizer if you don't want to be spoiled on his appearance based on your decisions. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, well let me just look at the different... I think these ones are gold earrings, but you can barely tell they're there. Silver hoops. Hoops kind of scare me sometimes. I think these are also gold studs. Oh, I think they're stars. Oh, that's cute. I can't tell what that is. Where the fuck? Oh, it's because they're... You know what? We'll give her braces. Where's bald? Oh, okay, bowl cut. Back to the bowl cut. Okay, we can go with the flower, the gold flowers. Those are cute. Lips thin, thick. Bro, it doesn't change. It doesn't change a thing. I guess thin. I don't know. Like looks at my mouth. I feel like my lips are pretty average. They're not like I've seen people whose like lips are really thin, and then like they've had to get lip filler to even like have, not to even have lips, but just like, you know, but I don't think my lips are thick either though. Hand size, medium, chubby, slender, large, medium. I don't know. Cove's hands were huge though. Thin, rectangle, earrings number 5. Pants. We'll take the braces. Arms. I feel like our scars here have passed. I mean, we don't get to see ourselves really anyway, so it's fine if we have the other hair. Is it this hair? Okay, maybe I'll get different hair. Hatsune Miku. Okay, what do we... Squinting. Okay, I think we'll just go back to the other one we had. Okay, we'll just go with this one. Okay. My feelings for Cole. I feel like we're more relaxed now. And then we're still fond of him. I don't know if we have a crush at them at this point. I don't know if we realize that we have a crush on him. I mean, but at the same time, I feel like personally for me, I am a simple person growing up. Let me save. I feel like I'm quite simple in terms of like I feel like at this age, or just in general when I was younger, I like was pretty like simple of like getting crushes on people, maybe. So we can level it up. Ready. Begin step 2 at relaxed crush. Yes. Cove customization. Choose to customize Cove yourself or let his prior experiences determine it. Neither. Okay. Wow! Okay. August ended. September began. It was time to go back to school. Lizzie groaned and complained the entire first week. She hated going to classes. Still, there were interesting things to do that couldn't be done anywhere else. You weren't sure how Cove felt about it. He was enrolled that year. That was like a sign Cove would be staying in Sunset Bird for a while. At school he was alright, but kept his distance from the other kids, from what you saw anyway. Whenever he could, Cove stuck to you like glue. He didn't even mind that much what you did to pass the time, as long as it was together. Sometimes it was like things were exactly the same as when you had first met. But other times as you got older, you couldn't ignore how the feelings had changed in meaningful ways. Oh! That year, the divorce of Cove's parents was finalized. You overheard your parents talking about it, saying Cove's dad got full custody. At first, you were worried that meant bad news. It made Mr. Holden cry, apparently. Then you found out it meant Cove would keep living with his dad. He would only stay with his mom a few weeks of the year. Cove cried too, for different reasons, you thought. It seemed like Cove and his dad might move again, but Mr. Holden decided to stay after all. Mom asked him about it once. He had said he didn't want to uproot Cove's life a second time. Mr. Holden tried to get Cove to like Sunset Bird more. He kept encouraging his son to go out and see the place. Sometimes Mr. Holden volunteered you to spend time with Cove. He seemed very confident that it was an effective strategy. Cove never talked to anyone about what happened with his parents and withdrew whenever it was brought up. It was hard for him, yet nobody knew how to help. Eventually, Cove stopped crying on his own. You couldn't understand what had changed, but you hoped that you could help him feel better still, since even without the tears, he looked sad. Maybe one day he could say out loud what he felt inside. Hi, Akiyama! After that, it felt like things hadn't gone back to normal, except what was normal didn't stay the same. Wow, 7 hours. Don't look at me. We're probably gonna end before 9 hours at least, because it is getting quite late. Oh my god, it's almost 6. Thank you for the blink. I will look at my my Nendoroids. Oh, okay. I need to get better at resting my eyes when I play. Or, I don't know, even when I read too, it's kind of bad. After that, it felt like things had gone back to normal, except what was normal didn't stay the same. Years passed and suddenly you were in middle school. You weren't a kid anymore, you were 13 years old. That officially made you a teen, even if your sister didn't agree. The toys and crayons that used to litter every free space in your room had been packed away somewhere, replaced by new hobbies. There were other changes too. Cove's cast got taken off. It was weird to see him without it initially. Underneath the pink plaster ended up being a long, thin scar that snaked across his forearm. Cove's cheeks flushed with shy pride when someone drew attention to it. He also went through a major growth spurt. Oh damn. He was the tallest student in his class for 2 years in a row. Cove will probably hold that spot again next time. In class, people knew him for more than just being tall. He also stood out because of how well he did in gym and other athletic situations. Holy shit, Cove! Cove turning into a jock. Holy shit. Get an eye mask. Oh, what? I think it's just I have to remember to blink more. What's it called? Over the years, he became more quiet and reserved. You didn't usually see him talking to other people. Oh shit. And the only kid that came to visit the neighborhood while you were little, Shiloh, well, he was gone. Oh fuck. Oh, okay. I was like, did he die? I was like, oh shit. Sorry for shit talking you, Shiloh. He and his mom moved back south because of her work, just 1 year after Cove came to Sunset Bird. It had been really upsetting when he left. Lizzie was inconsolable for weeks, but nobody talked about Shiloh anymore. It was a long time ago. You learned some heartbreaking things became less sad the further away they were, even if they had never gotten any better. That was sad in its own way. Things at home were different too. You still lived in the same house and all that, but it wasn't how it was before. Ma dyed her hair purple, wanting something new, and liked it so much she kept dyeing it. You remembered calling her mommy as a kid, but something like that seemed awkward nowadays. You were much too old for the word. Lizzie felt too mature for her nickname too. She insisted on everyone calling her Elizabeth, so you did. Your mom soon gave her permission to go places other than the playground and shopping street when she took advantage of. You rarely saw her around the old neighborhood. In fact, she hardly spent time with you the way she did before. Elizabeth instead associated more and more with girls from school who were her own age. Maybe the difference between 13 and 15 was greater than the difference between 8 and 10. You started befriending new people yourself, like Derek Suarez. He didn't live in the neighborhood or go to the same school. What happened was his and Cove's dads struck up a business partnership a few months ago. Sorry, my first thought was yaoi. Anyways, since then, Derek would pop up in the area now and then. It seemed Mr. Suarez was happy to let Derek tag along to his work if Derek had time for it. Without a doubt, everyone and everything around you had changed. In small and big ways. You had to help. I can't help it, man. I can't help it. I was reading BL earlier today. As time went by, they're business partners. Anyways, as time went by, though, it was easy to settle into this new normal. Then, before you knew it, and his dad's hot. I can't help. Anyways, then before you knew it, school was over and summer vacation had come again. Damn, our room really changed. Is it? Wait, is this our room? This is our room, right? I think the architecture is the same. It was the first day of summer vacation. Okay, I think it's our room. The sun was as hot as ever. Yeah. Oh, okay, we are a blue person now. The sun was as hot as ever, but you were inside and away from its harsh rays. To be more specific, you were snuggled up in bed, celebrating your time off by sleeping in, wide awake, about to head out to enjoy your time off. Snuggled up in bed, enjoying our time sleeping in. It was hot, but you still had the blanket up over your head to block out the sun. You didn't want it intruding on your lazy morning. Unfortunately, you hadn't prepared for an intrusion. From beneath the blanket, you heard the door creak open. Ah, it's a Cove! It's probably not Cove, it's probably our mom or something. Well, also... Oh, I can see... Okay, we probably took up snorkeling or something. Scuba diving? Snorkeling? I can't see anything else. Photography? Question marks? Not doing laundry? Ocean? I can't tell anything else. Oh my god, it's Elizabeth. Oh my god, her boobs. You're still sleeping? Wow, get up. Holy shit. Go away. You pretended to still be asleep. You got up. You started to fake snore loudly. Morning. I'm gonna pretend to still be asleep. You stayed wrapped up in your blankets, not moving an inch, with your eyes closed peacefully. Whenever I would pretend to be sleeping, my parents would always figure it out, until I figured out that you have to fake breathing. And like pretend like you're like breathing like slowly and like slightly make noise so that they think you're sleeping. By the impatient tapping of her foot, you could tell she hadn't left. Come on, I know you heard me. Get up now. I will come over there. So much for a lazy morning. Your special boy is at the door, like he always is now. He brought some happy summer gift from Mr. Holden. Mom wants you to take it from him, say thanks or whatever. You did not like the way she called him your special boy. Oh fuck! But you knew by now that saying so wouldn't stop her.
Come on.
So come down already. I'll be right there. Okay, fine. Really? That's great. I'm coming. I'll be there when I'm there. Okay, fine. Fine. Elizabeth said nothing else and left, having done what was instructed of her. Damn. She'd really be like, yeah, you're my younger sister. I don't want to hang out with you anymore, crying. You rolled out of bed, stretching your arms up high and yawning. Time to get ready. You sat yourself in front of the mirror in the far corner of your room. Your reflection hardly even fit in the frame. You're very tall. I'm not that tall. Your reflection went over the whole length of the mirror. You're pretty tall. Your reflection fit comfortably in the frame, your average height. There was a lot of open real estate in the frame. You're pretty short. You had trouble getting your reflection to appear in the mounted mirror frame. You're very short. I think we're average height. Cove was really tall. Derek was kind of short. And you were pretty much the exact height someone would expect for a 13-year-old. You liked your height. You weren't sure how to feel about it. You were kind of self-conscious over it. You couldn't help but feel awkward with the body you had. Ah, Sasuga, a 13-year-old. Then you put the finishing touches on your outfit while ruminating on the situation. Careless as they had been, Elizabeth's words piqued your curiosity. You planned on going over to see what Cove was up to today, so this worked out in your favor. It was when you spied your reflection that you realized you were smiling wide. You were looking forward to seeing him. You left your room, taking an easy time down the stairs. Ho ho ho. Our special boy, ho ho ho. Step 2, second chance. What do you mean second chance? You spotted Mom first, reclining on the couch. She held a magazine in her hands, which she was perusing through. Morning, Mom! I fell back asleep. I'm back when I missed. Oh my god, go back to bed! I should probably be sleeping too. You did not miss much, but we are 13 now and have braces. And we're about to see what Cove looks like soon, hopefully. She looked up at your greeting, a smile instantly appearing on her face.
Thanks.
Oh, good morning, June. Thank you for coming down. Ma's at the door with Cove. He can't stay over tonight, unfortunately. Why don't you go and thank him before he leaves? You nodded and made your way to the front door of the house. Just as she said, Ma was there making conversation. Okay, wait, let me snooze these ads for like the next 10 minutes or something. Or 5 minutes. Okay. She must have heard you because she looked over her shoulder.
Oh?
Oh, her hair is kind of purple. It's not really that dark purple, so it doesn't really look too much purple. Look who finally made it. Morning, sleepyhead. Ma reached forward and you knew she was about to pat you on the head. She was taller than average, so you were little in her eyes, despite being a typical size for your own age. You let her do it. You happily let her do it. You tilted your body aside to dodge. You pushed her hand back and laughed. You pushed her hand back and groaned. You happily let her do it. Give me the head pats. That type of small, affectionate exchange was nice. She placed the whole of her hand on the top of your head for a second before lifting it back up. Ah, you're the last one down today, you know that? Life isn't a race. Morning. I was gonna stay in longer, so you're welcome. Sorry about the wait. What did we get? I was gonna stay in longer, so you're welcome. Yes, thank you for gracing us all with your presence this fine day. With a small— sorry, her eyes were like golden, and then it just struck me because I was like, oh, it's just like the demons in K-pop demon hunters. Okay, anyways. With a small laugh, Ma stepped aside. Cove was just as you remembered, exactly how you came to know him to be. Oh, he's so cute! Okay. Oh my god, I'm just in a hole right now, okay? He's so cute! He leaned uncomfortably to the side in your doorway as the longer strands of his hair idly drifted with the breeze. Is he holding like an edible edible arrangements? His features were pinched in embarrassment and he shifted from one foot to another. He was holding what must be the much talked about gift. At first glance you figured it must be a bouquet of flowers, then you gave it a real look. No, instead it was carefully cut fruit. Oh my god. I feel like those were like such a thing back then. I never had one, but I also don't eat much fruit, so if I had one, it would have to all be made of like apples or something. Apples and pears, but I don't even like pears that much, so it would just mainly be apples. It made a lot of sense that it was actually coming from Cove's dad. You had to suppress a laugh at this showing. You couldn't imagine many folks buying this sort of thing for their own personal enjoyment. I feel like it's fun. Oh, or grapes. Apple bunnies. Oh, true. That kind of arrangement was built for the presentation, likely to impress whoever was inevitably going to receive it. It seemed no matter how long he lived here, Mr. Holden would keep going out of his way to be neighborly, and Cove would always be roped into participating. Oh, I just want to ruffle his hair. He's so cute. Small guy. At the sight of you, Cove smiled, but there was some nervousness to it. Bitch, we see each other every day at school, probably. Hey. You smiled back. You couldn't help thinking to when you first met Cove and how you became such good friends. Lately, though, you were starting to have different feelings for him. Oh, June, oh. Hey, it's nice to see you.
Yeah.
Oh my god, his voice changed. Haha. Yeah, you too. His grip on the base of the gift tightened and your heartbeat sped up. Even if neither of you had spoken about it, both of you were aware something new was growing in your relationship. Oh ho! It was already shaping up to be another long summer. The best part was that the two of you had plenty of time to spend together and explore what was developing. Oh ho! His awkwardness over the task started to creep back in, so Cove nudged the gift closer to you. He was ready to be relieved of it. At 13? Are you in high school? Oh, we're in high school. Oh shit. Oh, okay. It's been so long. Oh my god. Okay. Your hands brushed over his just slightly when you took hold of the base. He flinched enough for you to know with certainty that he'd noticed it happen. You couldn't help but smile to yourself. Oh ho ho ho. And with that, the gift was accepted. I feel like at age 8, we already established a lot of like, what's it called? That we are like, not touchy, but like we hug a lot. Well, that's everything. Though he said that, he made no move to go. You could tell he was reluctant to. He's so cute! You're too cute sometimes. Thank you. Thanks. I guess we're relaxed, so I guess we could say that he's too cute sometimes. You're too cute sometimes. I'm not trying to be. He's so cute. Just thank my dad for all this, okay? Oh, look at his face, his little squiggly mouth. Little guy. All right. Mr. Holden's behavior was really different from any neighbor you'd ever had. Though after 5 years, you were used to his antics. And you'd since made up your mind on what your opinion was. He was nice. He was sort of funny. He was pretty weird. You didn't like him. He was great. He was great and kind of handsome to boot. Okay, wait, let me snooze this. Do we think, as our 13-year-old selves, do we think that we would say that he's handsome? I mean, I feel like when I was still 13, I didn't think people that old were attractive. 13-year-olds be having crushes like it's normal. Yeah, I don't know. When I was 13 years old, I felt like people who were like, I don't know, like that age were like old. I mean, not old, but like old to the point where it's like, I don't really know if I noticed it when people were attractive or not at that age. I would just be like, yeah, that's a guy who's older, has kids, nodding, beard. I mean, he was sort of funny. I think we'll say he's sort of funny. He's nice, but he's sort of funny. Sometimes that could be a good thing, and other times it was a bad thing. Your thoughts were quickly interrupted by a shout. There you are! You shared a confused look with Cove, as both of you stepped through the open door onto the neighborhood street. Is it Derek? Derek Suarez? Is his name Derek Suarez? I know his last name is Suarez. Oh, okay, it is Derek. It didn't take long to locate the source of the noise. You spotted Derek just a few yards down the road. He ran up to you. You were happy at the sight of him, you were confused at the sight of him, you were displeased at the sight of him. I mean, I would be kind of confused. You hadn't expected to see Derek today, though you never really knew when he'd appear. After stopping a couple steps away, Derek hunched over to catch his breath. It's so funny because I had a classmate in high school and middle school. Was he in my elementary school? I don't know. But I had a classmate when I was younger who was like also really short, also really athletic, also would wear jerseys very often to school. And his name was Derek. He didn't look like this though, but but like minus the face, everything else, yeah, matches a bit. After stopping a couple steps away, Derek hunched over to catch his breath. Then he looked up with a wide grin.
Hey.
Hey, guy and gal. Okay, you're kind of awkward. Oh, he's so short. I was just at your house, Cove, but no one was there. Should have figured you'd be at June's place. Do you ever spend time in your own home, or are you always just there? Derek laughed at his own joke. That wasn't really funny. He either didn't notice that it embarrassed Cove, or the embarrassment was what he was actually laughing at. I don't really like you too much, Derek. Derek turned to you. He was going to say more when his eyes widened and he gasped. What's that? You followed his gaze, unsure. Then you realized what he meant. You were still holding Mr. Holden's gift. This? It's kind of like a bouquet of flowers, but made of fruit.
Nice.
Can I have some? Bitch! Man, I think Cove was 5'4" at 13. That's taller than me currently. Oh. Pats you. I guess at 13... Yeah, I guess your growth spurt doesn't fully come in at 13. I was expecting him to be taller. Sure, we can share. I haven't even tried any yet. It's a gift for my family. I can't give it to you. Maybe you can have some later. Derek pouted at your words, not hiding his disappointment. Aw, okay. Then he nodded his head as if to clear it. Ooh, comes back easily. Oh, I guess Derek might be better than Shiloh. I don't know. Anyway, that's right. I came here because I needed to say something big. He paused, possibly for effect. There's some other kid here in Sunset Bird. Cove was as surprised as you were by the news. Oh, please don't let it be Shiloh. Such a reaction made sense. No one around your age had moved here since Cove did 5 years ago. Were they with their family? Maybe they were cutting through. Nuh-uh. The new kid was all by himself, just walking. Did you talk to him?
Nope.
I came to report the sighting right away. The kid had green hair, glasses, was pretty small, and seemed really upset about something. I hope he didn't leave. You blinked. Slowly, you looked over at your longtime neighbor. He sounds like Cove. That sounds a lot like you, Cove, when you first got here anyway. Does it? He shook his head, dismissing the thought from his mind. Derek snickered good-naturedly. I can see that really well, now that you say so. But what'd you say? Let's go find Cove's lookalike. We should all meet him.
Sure.
I'll do it. Sure. I want to see who this who this person is. Derek grinned, then he pointed down the street the way he claimed. Last I saw him, the mystery visitor was going this direction. Nothing else needed to be said. The three of you were off, with Derek leading the way. Derek brought you to the beach, and as a trio you made your way down the shore to the old playground. You walked the familiar path in a comfortable silence. When you were almost there, you spotted the kid in question. His bright colors almost shone like a beacon beneath the rays of the sun. He scuffled around, kicking up the sand as he paced. It was true. He certainly seemed upset, but you didn't think he was sad like you had originally pictured. No, his erratic movements and scrunched-up expression, he came off as angry. Ooh. You started to have doubts about this expedition. Maybe it'd be better if you'd left him alone and let him sort himself out. Oh, my ad's gonna start soon. You shared a look with Cove. He was equally reluctant to start up a conversation. Derek didn't feel the same. He waved wildly, calling out to the boy. Hey guy, over here! Ooh, what the fuck? Is this Shiloh? I don't know. The kid whipped around, an impressive scowl carving deeper into his face. His eyes were tired, but a strong hostile energy still radiated from him.
What?
What? What is it? What do you want? Oh, he's giving Nutsa a little bit, but not as cute. The sharp tone made Derek flinch. He shifted on his feet. What's your name? Jeremy. Was that it?
No.
I'm Derek. That's June and Cove. We were just walking around and saw you. We wanted to say hi. There aren't a lot of kids in our neighborhood. There aren't a lot of kids our age in the neighborhood. Yeah, so you know, it's cool to see someone else here. Strangely, Jeremy grew furious by your response. If steam could erupt from a person's ears, it would have happened then. They did bring me somewhere stupid. Of course! I knew it. Oh damn, he's so tall. What?
My parents.
They're the ones who brought me. I didn't walk to this town. Can you not figure that out on your own?
Right.
My dad brings me the Sunset Bird too when he has to come for work and all that stuff. It's not bad. Oh, okay, 1 second. Oh, ad started. I will drink some water in the meantime. I rest my eyeballs. Oh my god, it's pretty. Yeah. Oh, I guess I can put my retainer back in. I'll put it in after, because I feel like sometimes when I talk with my retainer in, I feel like I have like not like a list, but I feel like I generate more saliva or something. Let me see how much battery I have. Okay, I have 60% on my phone. I'm going to charge my iPad so that I'm gonna probably put K-pop Demon Hunters on while I go to bed. Hehe. I've been meaning to watch either K-pop Demon Hunters to sleep or Ultraman Rising, but I will probably listen to K-pop Demon Hunters while I go to bed. I want to do what's it called? One of the moment scenes. What are they called? I don't know. One of the scenes before bed, but I might just finish the what's it called? The step 2 main part and then quit there. Because it is quite late. And I do have to go out on Saturday. I'm just like waiting for this like person to upload their third and final chapter of this fanfic, and I'm like, please. Oh wait, this one's finished. Oh, this is a self-insert one. Okay, maybe not that one. Okay. There's so many fanfics to read, but also like not enough fanfics to read. I know it's like a new fandom and like whatnot. Like a movie just came out like a couple like less than a week ago or like a week ago. But I'm like, I need more fanfic. Hee hee ho ho. Please. Soon I will have time, and I might write fanfic. Hee hee ho ho. Okay, one more sip of water, and then we continue. Okay, I think we're back. That earned him a glare from Jeremy. Derek winced beneath it, glancing away. It was a struggle to remain friendly with this Jeremy guy. This Jeremy guy seems like a dick. I mean, I wouldn't want to come here for a real vacation probably either. That's an understatement. This doesn't count as a vacation. It's a waste of time. A chore. My parents' family is nearby and we just had to come see them. Ugh. If they're your parents' family, doesn't that make them your family too?
I guess.
Damn. That's a pretty good reason to come by. Did you want to go somewhere else? No. Oh damn, I don't want to be friends with this guy. Jeremy crossed his arms with a huff. He turned away. They should have gone by themselves since they cared so much and left me home. But I'm not allowed to be by myself. It makes no sense. They're the ones who don't know how to do anything, and I'm the kid? You sound kind of like a douchebag. That's what you sound like. You're 13? What the fuck? Got issues. You kept quiet. You shouldn't talk about your parents like that. Sorry, it must suck being forced to do something you don't want. We just said hello. You don't have to keep complaining at us. Calm down. You don't have to yell so much. Who peed in your cereal this morning? Jeremy's lips curled as his face contorted from anger to horror.
That's disgusting.
Why would you think something like that? It's disgusting.
Sheesh.
It's just an expression. He took a deep breath. You thought for one hopeful second that maybe he was calming himself down. He was not. So what? You're putting it in people's heads. I don't want to have to think about it. And someone brainless might decide it's a good idea to actually do it. There are some real stupids out in the world, you know. You're all living proof of that. Oh, damn, what an asshole. Hey!
Hey!
We're not stupid. I'm smarter than you are. Shut up, stop it. I'm smarter than you are. How are you gonna prove that when you're just saying one moronic thing after another? You turned to Cove, lowering your voice. The two of you aren't that similar after all. Jeremy must have had good hearing though, because he caught the private exchange and scoffed.
Stupid.
Of course we're not similar. My eyebrows aren't that stupid. Cove's cheeks flushed crimson at the insult. You couldn't be sure if it was out of embarrassment or anger, or maybe both. Come on. What? No, Cove's wavy eyebrows are so cool. How could you say that when you've got a bowl cut? Don't listen to him. They're really unique and special. Well, they are kind of silly. Apologize to Cove right now. You can't treat people like this. I want to make fun of his bowl cut. This asshole. How can you say that when you've got a bowl cut? Yep, it's embarrassing and awful, but my parents made me. I won't have to have it when I'm older. I don't know what he's gonna do with those things except maybe shave them off. He probably should. I bet he'd look less dumb with no eyebrows. You just rolled your eyes, you crossed your arms over your chest, you shook your head, you patted Cove on the shoulder, you lunged towards Jeremy. With your fist balled, you made a quick step forward, but you only wanted to spook him. He was the one who started things, you were ready to end them. Get him, Judy! He'd made it clear that words wouldn't work, leaving you to resort to action. You weren't sure what would happen, but you couldn't let this stand. Derek and Cove jumped in to stop you before you reached him. They each grabbed you by the arm. Still, Jeremy instinctively stumbled backwards. He practically fell over. Heh. If that's all you can do about what I'm saying, it's just proving I'm right. You're brainless. You were annoyed the other two were against you on this and still got in the way. Though the reaction you had been able to get was still worth it. Yeah. Okay, I'll like, part of me wants to load back and like see what else I could do. Wow, what's wrong with you? Instead of taking offense, Jeremy only parroted Derek's words in a nasally voice.
Wow, what is wrong with you?
Wah. This is dumb. Okay, wait, I'm gonna load and see what happens here. Okay. Well, they are kind of silly. Cove shot you a disbelieving look, his cheeks flushing darker at your teasing. Oh, anyone could see that much. I don't want to agree with him. I want to see what happens if you... Cove gave you a watery look in exchange for silent support. Oh, poor kid. Trying to talk to the rude boy clearly wasn't going to go anywhere. Okay, wait, okay, cool. Don't listen to him. They're really unique and special. Cove smiled weakly. Special because of how ridiculous they look, maybe. Oof. Okay, wait. Okay, we'll load back. Okay. I know I've said before that we're like not going to like, go back and do whatever, but like I'm also like, this bowl cut guy, this bowl cut bitch, I hate him. What an asshole. Bring Shiloh back. What? That was all you could say. What? Look at them. I don't have to explain. You grinned at all this. He wasn't the nicest kid you've ever met, but he certainly wasn't the dullest. He rejected your amusement by grimacing harder than ever. Okay. No, Cove's wavy eyebrows are so cool. Cove smiled weakly. Now I know why you thought we had anything in common. You must be blind. You just rolled your eyes. His behavior was unbelievably childish. You bet this is what Elizabeth imagines she's dealing with whenever you do anything. But with Jeremy, he really is like a kid. Apologize to Cove right now. You can't treat people like that. Cove smiled weakly.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. Your eyebrows are so terrible. You're getting really tired of this. Okay, I'm just like a little curious if the rest of the okay.
Okay.
Shake your head. Did we shake our head already? Here we go. It's pretty clear no words would penetrate Jeremy's armor of rage, but you still couldn't hold back your displeasure for his behavior. Okay, we're almost done, and then we'll go back to the original path. Okay, we did. Okay, wait. I want to see if we. You only want to spook him. He'd made it clear the words wouldn't work, leaving you to resort to action, even if it was just for show. Derek and Cove jumped in to stop you before you reached him. They each grabbed you by the arm. Okay. So it doesn't matter if you like actually intended to or like not. But I like the fact that Derek and Cove like stepped in case like, and that kind of makes it seem like you typically would do something about it. And this isn't like the first time. Okay. You were annoyed the other two were against you on this and got in the way, though your reaction had been able, the reaction you'd been able to get was still worth it. Wow, what's wrong with you? Instead of taking offense, Jeremy only parroted Derek's words in a nasally voice.
Wow, what is wrong with you?
Wah. This is dumb. Jeremy stuck out his tongue and skulked away, throwing more sand everywhere. Are you really 13? Throwing more sand everywhere he went. You watched him go hunched over until he became a speck in your vision. Silence reigned in his wake. The three of you tried to process what just happened. I can't believe it. What a mean kid. Jarek wasn't kidding, and by the sound of those earlier complaints, the new boy Jeremy was going to be in the area for at least a little while this summer. Derek sighed in dismay, plopping onto the ground. You followed, and Cove did too shortly after. There wasn't much else to do.
This sucks.
I was hoping we could meet someone fun, hang out maybe. He shook his head. After a moment, he slowly turned to you with a hopeful expression. But you know what would really improve the day? What? He didn't respond. Instead, he used a hand to point right at the fruit arrangement you were still holding. We're still holding it? You had completely forgotten about it during the mini-drama that unfolded. You had gotten used to the wait. Glancing over to Cove, you noticed he was eyeing the fruit. He must want some too. I need to save it. Why not? Let's eat. Derek perked up immediately at your words. He reached out for a skewer, hesitating slightly once he was inches away.
Are you sure?
You nodded. With an eager grin, he plucked out a prime row of fruits. Cove grabbed one for himself after him. Only you were without a skewer of your own. You took a pineapple skewer, grape skewer, strawberry skewer, melon skewer, grape. There were 4 juicy grapes on a single skewer. It was the obvious first choice. Derek ate the pineapple skewer enthusiastically, finishing it within moments. This is amazing. Cove continued munching on his, making a small noise with his mouth full. Hey, you two remember the land before time? That fruit thing makes me think of it. The dinosaurs all liked the leaves that were shaped like stars. Tree stars.
Yeah.
Chomping leaves looked so delicious when they did it. And then there was that scene with the pretty trees and all the dinosaurs came in and picked everything off them till there was nothing. That's us right now. Awesome. I love that movie. I've never seen it. I didn't like that one. That movie's for kids. Eating leaves looks good. Should I worry about you? Do you think things taste better when they're shaped like stars? He snickered. Not everything, but it probably helps. The three of you continued like this for the next few minutes. Eventually the display was barren. It looked weird when devoid of fruit. Hey, we weren't supposed to eat all of it. It didn't help make you feel better. Eating it all hadn't really made you feel better. We weren't supposed to eat all of it. Oops. Really? You couldn't stop yourself from sighing at the boys. You just wanted to eat some and have a nice time. Now you were probably gonna get in trouble. You could only accept it though. Hey June. Yeah? The two of your eyes met casually. Were you seriously gonna hit that guy? Well, he had it coming. June, that's so bad.
I mean...
I thought it was cool. Thanks, Cove.
Ugh.
What? We're both crazy people. You knew when Derek said things like that, it wasn't serious. He liked you and Cove. Yeah. Derek then leaned back on his arms. He contemplated the sky with a content sigh. So, are you both ready for summer break? Yeah, no, I'm not sure. Are you? How's someone supposed to be ready for a break? I mean, it just feels like there's a lot to plan for. And what about you, Cove? Are you ready? I think that depends. Before you could say anything else, the light atmosphere was shattered.
Hey!
June! You glanced over at your shoulder to see your sister. She strode closer and closer, appearing none too pleased. I've been looking all over for you. Ma said you and Cove ran off with the thing Mr. Holden bought for us. She leered over you with arms folded. So, where is it? Well, it's gone. What do you mean gone? You moved over to the side to face her completely. She zeroed in on the bouquet in your hands, which was now populated exclusively with skewers dripping in juice and tiny flecks of leftover fruit pieces. Her mouth dropped open and the tone of her voice rose.
What?
Seriously, June? What were you thinking? It was supposed to be for all of us at home. She glanced at Cove, who sat beside you, and continued mockingly. Even if you are the most important person in the household to the delivery boy, this was up to his dad. It seemed everybody was in the mood to tease you and Cove today. Within moments, Cove's cheeks flushed red. He picked at the hem of his shirt, suddenly finding it very interesting. He always became nervous when Elizabeth would strike at your relationship. Sorry, Elizabeth, get over it. Well, the morning's been kind of a disaster. We were hungry. It wasn't us. A seagull came down and ate it all while we weren't looking. Well, the morning's been kind of a disaster. Elizabeth narrowed her eyes, not at all placated. Oh no, I think I hear the mean kid coming back. We better get out of here. Elizabeth blinked, confused, and looked around.
What?
What kid? I don't see anyone. Derek didn't bother explaining. He just launched to his feet and ran off. Cove hopped up too, gladly taking the opportunity to exit the situation. He followed after Derek, but he sent you a look over from a look to you from over his shoulder. You turned to watch Elizabeth. She stared back, brow raised. You ran. You stayed. You ran. Without a word, you two got to your feet and bolted down the beach. Unimpressed, Elizabeth rolled her eyes.
So immature.
Whatever! She shook her head as she walked towards the house, not bothering whatsoever to follow. Meanwhile, the three of you made it back to the shoreline. Derek pumped his fist, grinning in triumph. We escaped and shall live to see another day! Exactly, but we should keep moving. Yeah, for now at least. Victory! My moms are gonna be so mad when Elizabeth tells this story. Oh well, you chuckled together, walking further down the beach side by side. You definitely want to stay outside a little while longer. You'd gotten a bit of a scolding from your moms for not saving any of Mr. Holden's gift for Elizabeth, but you didn't get any real punishment for it. Instead, while you were out with the boys, Elizabeth returned home to share the news. The three of them went to get dessert on their own. It was declared even by your parents when everyone got back and the event was settled. Or it was declared even by your parents. That was a while ago now. Later that night, you found yourself seated near the kitchen counter. Your fingers strummed on the surface as you waited, your gaze trained on the phone. You were waiting on a call tonight, specifically from your cousin Leandra. You didn't want to miss it accidentally. Your uncle, aunt, and Lee used to live many hours away. Your families only saw each other a few times a year for big occasions. A while back, though, they'd moved closer they moved and were closer to you than ever before. Now you hung out regularly. With school being out, you're positive she's gonna want to come over a lot. The two of you were the same age and got along well. She used to be really fond of Lizzie, Elizabeth too, but now that your sister had become allergic to interacting with her own family, it tended to just be you and Lee who spent time together. She was your only friend who was a girl. Being family helped make you close, but you had a lot of girlfriends. I have a lot of girlfriends. You often gravitated towards other girls and befriended them pretty easily. You also had a lot of non-girlfriends. You didn't have many non-girlfriends. I feel like from Cove and Derek, we have a lot of friends. Need to sleep. Thank you for stream. Good night, Mutsu. I will try to end soon, because I am also tired. You also had a lot of non-girlfriends. What kind of gender someone was didn't seem to make a difference in who you got along with. I'm dying. Go to bed, man. Go to bed. Oh my god, it's so late that my watch ran out of battery. Well, it's got it eating for like 8 hours. Oh, you're so right. Wait, what's it called? Is there much left of this chapter, or should I probably just stop here and go to bed? Let me save here real quick. It's like... Boop, boop, boop. The beginning of step 2 before you hit the moment choices. You can stop if you want for now, haha. Oh, okay. Maybe I will stop for tonight then. I say tonight, but it is basically the morning, so maybe I will stop here for tonight and go to bed. I'll see maybe if I play some more tomorrow. I might clean a bit first and then play some more, but we'll see. It's so fun. I want to play more. Crying. Okay. Anyways, let me move to the other screen. But good night, Mitsu. Thank you for the advice and the insight as a senior player. That's how I felt playing. Yeah, it's like when you're reading a good book and you don't want to stop reading. I want to keep reading. Good night, good night, good night. Oh, my room is kind of warm. I'm gonna end stream soon. I think I'm gonna end. Oh. Let me save again for good measure. Okay, and then we'll quit. But yeah, we'll make sure to play more of the game another time. Feels bad for anyone who winds up watching the VOD. It doesn't end on a clean spot, but it's fine. Maybe we'll try to play again tomorrow so that we can at least end off the little bit tour. But yeah. What are my plans? Staring into the distance. I think... Oh, should I watch K-pop Demon Hunters to sleep? Read fanfic to sleep? Or should I... what's it called? What is the other option? The other option is that I watch Ultraman Rising to sleep. We'll see. Maybe I will just climb into bed and see what strikes the mood. Okay. Let me... Let me see if there's anyone to raid, but also I'm kind of too lazy to raid. I don't know, I always like stop. Is this person like just watching K-pop Demon Hunters on their stream? I think they're just watching it on stream. They're like sharing the video too. Holy shit. Okay, well, we're not gonna go there. Okay, I don't think anyone I know is really streaming right now, so I will just end here. Okay. Good night, people. Maybe see tomorrow, and then maybe we'll be productive tomorrow too.
Okay, good night, good night. Good night.